Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street. I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you, for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love.
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view, light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. We fall our hearts, we see in the signs, led by the stars, not knowing where we're going. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far, it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view, light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and you. Emotional landscapes right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you. All I I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. With me, skin to skin, wandering landscapes we're discovering. Whole new world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh,
There's a place I wanna go, 15 miles to the coast, where the sun always shines, right down on the borderline. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Sitting here under the blue sky, people here don't ask why. The sun comes down every evening, oh, the sun comes up, we're believing. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Lazy breeze in a sea of green, slipping on the sunscreen. Lazy breeze in an open sky, never wanna say goodbye. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, here in Barbados, oh, Santo Domingo, oh, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, 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 oh. Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love me for real? Do you love me for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, no, no. begin? Do I repent this life of sin? Now I've already gone to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go, where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done a gun
mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. I'm shaking up where I came from. Riding with freedom and I found my way. Ain't nobody gonna lead my mind astray. I'm gonna move the ground beneath my feet. I'm gonna lose the feeling I defeat. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. I'm shaking up where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. I'm shaking up where I came from. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run.
I don't care what you think of me. Live my life like I'm 17. Late night party lights, oh my, I've lost my mind. Glitter eyes, watch me do my thing. And I know what you came here for. Eyes down, staring at the floor. You might say go, but your body resists. Your feet start moving to the sound of Prince. Don't say no, no, don't lose this. You gotta give it up, baby. Give it up, baby.
just wanna love somebody, someone who gon' love my body the way that I want my body to be loved. Give me love, love, love when I need it. I'll be right here to receive it. Only kind of love is the one you give it. I mean it, need it. Need the kind of love you give. I mean it, need it. I just really wanna know if you want. Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Are you that somebody? Think about my body like the ocean. I know that the deeper that we go, the more I open. Emotional motion, on me roller coaster. Round and round we go till we find the resolution. Some people need diamonds, some people need gold. I'm not materialistic, I just need your love. I don't wanna wait to figure out if you're the one. While you're on my mind, I think I'll call, I got a question. Tell me, are you that somebody? Tell me, are you that somebody? Tell me, are you that somebody? Someone who gon' love my body. Tell me, are you that somebody? 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 Baby, love me, 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 love me.
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gon' get my way. Won't light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when the one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gon' get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, and then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when the one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people Sometimes good people do bad things.
You walk down the streets and see different faces with a hope with the riches. They reach out for love and for freedom forever. Do you remember how it feels? Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. When weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, and the things as they come, it will go further now. Spring arms wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, you fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. Every pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon. The time has come now. No, it's not the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And this is right now. Don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you in the middle of the night. And I don't care about all of these hard times. I keep pace with you, 'cause your rest is shining bright. Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. Oh, when weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, take things as they come. It will go further, it will go further now. Spring rounds wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. And every pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon. The time has come now. And no step the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And let it start it right now. The time has come now, yeah, yeah. And pull it through now. The time has come now. The time has come now. Has come now.
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street, I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, her packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows. And I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still it's all I want to say. 'Cause I learned to love for you, for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. 'Cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love.
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and we follow our hearts, we see in the signs, led by the stars, not knowing where we're going. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far, it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, the moon, and emotional landscapes right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you, oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering, whole new world so new and welcoming. And we're dreaming, are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light of shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh.
There's a place I wanna go, 15 miles to the coast, where the sun always shines, right down on the borderline. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Sitting here under the blue sky, people here don't ask why. The sun comes down every evening, oh, the sun comes up, we're believing. Here in Barbados, Santa Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Lazy breeze in a sea of green.
他们说要跟着那阵风去征服每一座巅峰，然后呢？巅峰之后是什么？他们将我捧上云巅，也让我从头来过。不让我回来的，我一意孤行；要让我折服的，我踏入光明；让我无路可走的，使我惧怕；反要让他们畏缩。他们一直说个不停，因为他们害怕洪水猛兽，那就比猛兽更凶猛，比洪水更滔天。是将到来的，终会成苦；汹涌而起的，终会证明。既然暴风将至，那就去把那些不服的、不屈的、不可磨灭的、非赢不可的，统统化成风。这里是我们，我们就是风暴。
My, what a wonderful day and what a wonderful week here as we kick off week number 8 in the LPL Spring 2022 split. I'm Mazel, joined by Ox, and honestly, I can't believe that they gave us a full day to ourselves, Ox. I don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, an entire day.
What are, like, we have complete control. I don't know.
Yeah, and you are dressed sharply for it, may I say. Loving the bow tie.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. We are going to be getting into it soon here, but we got to talk a little bit about what happened yesterday. We did not get the 9-game dream, but we did have a little bit of fun, at least. We did have V5 taking on a 2-0 victory over Ultra Prime, locking in their playoff berth, as well as guaranteeing RNG their playoff berth. Then we had OMG taking a 2-1 victory over the surging RA, and Top Esports keeping the dream alive, keeping the streak alive with a 2-1 victory over LNG.
Yeah, Top Esports on an absolute tear right now. And LNG been struggling ever since they got their first loss, only beating TT in a series. And OMG ending RA's undefeated streak as well. So some pretty big matches yesterday. I feel like the V5 Ultra Prime one was probably the most straightforward, but a lot of implications. Remember, only 2 weeks.
4
left.
games.
You can have a look at the standings.
4 games.
It's not much. It's not much, right? And OMG RA was such a significant one because 9th and 10th. Remember, top 10 will make playoffs. And for now, it's only Weibo, V5, and RNG who have firmly locked it in. Yes, EDG, LNG, Top Esports are close. They are not guaranteed playoffs yet. They still need to get some wins under the belt. And when we look at the lower end, teams like FPX, AL, Ultra Prime, IG still competing.
And that's the crazy thing for me is coming into the day, we got word that everybody's dream is still alive. Everybody in the LPL mathematically, they are not eliminated. Even Team WE down there. But coming today, it's going to be a tall task to make sure that doesn't happen. I just find it so interesting. It gives you a little bit of the state of the LPL, right? We're into week 8, 4 games left for either of these teams, or for all these teams. And it comes down to the wire. Now we got to give out some awards as we do on the start of the week here. Happy to finally be able to be a part of it, as Strive gets the best rookie of the week. Even though they take the loss, still this guy is showing up.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, really strong performances. I specifically remember the RNG series, which was obviously the week before, but dominating against Xiaohu. And I think he's been such a solid addition to this roster. How he works with Leon as well. Some honorable mentions, Care for FPX, that new addition that we will see today. So just some solid performances all around, but Strive really just setting a name for himself.
Indeed. And then we got to transition to the best of the week for week number 7. Xiaohu rightfully taking his place in the mid, as well as Kanafi with the big brain come around for JDG, locking in the best of the week for week 7 in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, top esports managing to take out both LNG and BLG. JDG taking out V5, huge. But RNG, I mean, the week they had Weibo and EDG, and they crushed Weibo. And against EDG, yes, they did drop a game, but still very dominant performance. And this feels like the spring RNG that we saw last year, that we expected to come out. Really solid performances. And in particular, I think Xiaohu has stepped. I mean, I say stepped up.
He's been up there. He doesn't have to take any more steps.
He's been up there, you know. He's at the top. He was like one rung from the top of the ladder, and he's still climbing up, right? We're going to need to get him another ladder at this point.
He's adding really wood to the ladder as he goes. It's just like, guys, I need another piece. Like, it needs to go higher. Like, I need to be better. And I can appreciate that for sure. But I will say a special shout out to Ben being able to pull off the best of the week for week 7, right? Has been stepping in, as I say the pun, to Xiaohu's position. And, you know, having filled that position a little bit as that general, as being able to kind of keep the stability.
I feel like he got a lot of criticism early in the split, but he has stepped up in those recent series. But our best player of week 7 will be Xiaohu. And I think, you know, RNG, there's been certain members who have had their ups and downs. I think Xiaohu's just been on form consistently. And you know what I love? I said this right after the loss to RA. I wanted to see them give more agency to Xiaohu, and they have responded in kind. Feels like he's just able to be so dominant on these pivotal picks. Things like the Vex really stand out for him. Not only able to apply that pressure in lane, but also in team fights as well.
He was number 1. You just see all the number 1s on the week 7 stats there. Not too shabby. Obviously, a little pick in there, but obviously this guy has leveled up in this season in particular. His return to mid lane, and now into week 8, right? These are the moments to shine for RNG, to lock in those top spots and the seeding that matters so much. But let's talk a little bit about the action we got today. FPX trying to solidify themselves further into the season. 4 games left. They've got to take down Team WE in this first series, and then EDG are making the push to lock in their playoff spot against anyone's legend.
Yeah, that's the thing. EDG, surprisingly, despite being so high in the standings, still need to lock in. And AL, there's definitely a good chance for them, but, you know, dropping games at all this late in the season is going to be painful. It could make the difference, that one. I feel like the big thing is we talked about how WE still actually technically can make playoffs at this point. I feel like, you know, they have to win this if they want to keep that hope alive. It's still slim, even if they do win this series, but losing it, they will be out.
Now, before we get to all the craziness that is the LPL, the action, the love, the tears, the blood, the sweat, everything to it, we got a very special day today. One of our own is celebrating his birthday today. So I want to go ahead and give a special heartfelt shout out. Happy birthday, Sir Munchables. It is so incredible to have you as a part of the team. Happy to have your birthday and the incredible pictures we get to make fun of you with the crowd, the birthday cake and everything. Happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday, Joe. I think he's feeling a little bit old today, but shout out, still young in spirit, young in heart.
We're not putting him in the retirement home just yet. He's still got a couple good years in him.
as long as Weibo is still playing and popping off, I think Munch will always feel
2 and
youthful.
2. I see. That's how the connection goes. As Weibo survives, so does Munchables. But let's go ahead and get that out of the way. Happy birthday again, Munchables. But let's get to the nitty gritty. Let's get to this series, because for Team WE, it has been a disappointing year. And for them, you know, it might be just about time to go ahead and hang that hat up just for now.
Yeah, well, I mean, as we said, still technically possible to make playoffs, although chances are slim. And I feel like, especially compared to the split we had from them summer last year, where they made that miracle run into playoffs and actually managed to knock EDG into the losers bracket. That's the crazy thing, right? EDG went on to then win the summer split and then win Worlds. So they were the last team to beat them in a best of series, which is kind of nuts, actually. And obviously, they lost some key pieces of their roster, some substantial changes, but they have really struggled, not even just to find form, not even just to find, some wins, but also just feels like struggling in terms of their identity. So at this point, whether or not they make playoffs is one thing. You can look towards summer, but I just want to see them come out with some strong performances, and I want to see some agency. I want to see them trying things, making things happen.
Yeah, and it's interesting because they did get a little bit of late season resurgence. They picked up some reinforcements because it's a little bit of see ya later. So you gotta bear with me. Oh my god, that hurt to say, but it's still, this guy is coming for two series. I'm walking past it. All right, I've already made my sins.
You presented this to me.
I did.
And I was like, that's yeah.
You said
it's
yes.
So forced, right?
You said
and
yes.
then it actually sounded worse when you said it in piss. Like, I didn't think it was possible. But yeah, I mean, I know you just want to move past this, but I just want to, wow, you really went there. You really went for it.
What I want to show, though, is Shie has only played 2 series, obviously getting the bread and butter picks of Corki and Rise. It is seeing some of that cohesion for Team WE when Shie has been here. Some of that aggression, seeing everybody kind of come and surround the mid lane, especially, and play around the mid lane for Team WE, that I find so interesting. And yes, it's late in the season. Maybe it's not going to make the biggest difference, but to see the want to change things, knowing that there needs to be a change, is so important for Team WE.
And hey, it couldn't get worse, right? But it definitely has gotten better so far with Shie. And I think a big thing is the stats we saw before. Again, 2 series, stats are always going to be a little bit skewed when it's such a small sample size, but 86% kill participation is pretty mad, right, by all things considered. So definitely a big factor in the team's, small resurgence, but still hoping to see if we can get more. And I think examples like this, not just playing the sort of Corki to be is carrying it off itself, but also things like the Rise, having that impact on the map, setting the team up, which has been, honestly, I feel like since we come back on 12.4, mid laners having agency and being able to impact the map has been so incredibly vital.
Yeah, it really has. And obviously today is going to be another test for Shie, getting another series under the belt. But now let's turn our eyes to FPX. They need everything now. It is all or nothing for the Phoenix. They have to take care of these last 4 series to ensure their playoff potential. And the schedule seems like it might be parting the seas a little bit.
It's doable, honestly. I feel like you look at that, maybe cover V5 with your hand, and you're like, yeah, that's pretty all right, okay? If it does come to the end of week 9 and they need to beat V5 to get to playoffs, then...
That's so hype, though. Come on.
It would be hype, but I guess that's just how it is. But the main thing is WE, definitely beatable. OMG, trickier, but beatable. And IG, I think, again, we've seen some solid performances from them. None of these matchups are free by any means, but, I've definitely seen rougher schedules than that coming into these last 2 weeks. And I think FPX, there is possibility, there is potential for them to make it. And bear in mind, they're currently 11th, right, at 5 wins. They are on the cusp of being in playoffs just in their current position. So if they manage to get even just 3 wins out of those 4, which is definitely doable, they're still in with a good spot. If they get 4 wins, then I feel like that puts them in a really comfortable position, but it's in their hands. I think that's the main thing. I feel like with WE, the difference is, even if they win their games, they're still relying on different circumstances for them to have a chance. That's why they still have a chance when they're 1-10, because, it's such a specific outcome. It's like in the 40 million futures.
That big spreadsheet LEC does? Yeah, it's one of those situations that we're not going to get into.
Have you seen it? Dude, it's like 300 meters long, right?
I'm not doing it.
And there's one.
All right, well, Something else, we were talking about Shie in for Team WE, but another new blood to the roster for FPX is Care coming into the LPL roster. Obviously, props to the LDL prospect coming in and showing up for this team as well.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like, Gory hasn't meshed well with FPX, right? We had a lot of praise for him there was a lot of praise from the LCK. Laning was definitely his weakness, but out of lane, he was able to step up. It felt like we didn't get that same level out of lane, but laning was dire, and especially with how the meta has transitioned, there needed to be a change. And Care, I will say, we've only seen him this one series against BLG, but it's like he ramped up. Game 1, struggled a bit against Fofo. Game 2, had that agency on the Silas, was constantly working with his jungler. And that's the critical thing, right? It enabled Clid by him being able to make plays like this, lead him with his jungler. But for me, the highlight absolutely was this game 3, right? You're just coming into the roster, 18 years old, just hit 18 in February, by the way, so you can now play in the LPL. And he had so much pressure, was looking for opportunities like this, hitting critical charms on the doggo, and being the one setting up the plays, right? The team had faith in him to look for those engages.
And that's what's so important. You see the name on your screen, Clid, and you expect greatness. There wasn't greatness in that mid-jungle duo, which is so important in the LPL. We talk and laud all of the mid-jungle duos pretty much in the LPL, and it just wasn't working. But now with Care, it just seems like all the pieces have started to fall in position, right? Obviously needs some more time, and I'm sure there's going to be some growing pains for Care himself in the LPL, but it is good to see Clid feeling like himself again because of the enableization in that mid lane.
Yeah, and I never want to hark on too much on one player being responsible. There were definitely other issues with FPX. I've been very heavy on their Baron setup, but I feel like, Shallow Who has been pretty solid in the top lane. Hung has been fantastic. LWX, when he has resources, has been good. But I feel like the meta at the moment has so heavily leaned towards mid laners having agency and spreading that presence to the side lanes. And I feel like FPX with Gory, it just didn't work. So, Care definitely looks like a positive addition. We'll get to see more today and see if you can sort of continue that trend. But overall, this could be the bump that FPX needed to get themselves into playoffs.
Absolutely. As we kind of said, it's all or nothing now for FPX. They just need to keep charging forward and try to pick up as many wins as they can to ensure a good spot. And Team WE just trying to make their stamp on the season at all. And especially, being able to deny FPX one of those wins would be huge and potentially monumental in terms of FPX's season and looking at playoffs. So I always appreciate the underdog stories. That kind of, being able to play spoiler to some extent is always a fun one. So Team WE definitely have something here tonight to continue to fight for. As we said, not mathematically eliminated just yet, but let's talk a little bit about the early focuses for both these teams, right? We've already talked about Clid, obvious huge prospect out of the LPL, having had such good track records and huge performances, at least in the past, and now going up against Beishang, who himself having good performances in the past and having shown a little bit of that here recently.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm just gonna say it. I feel like for me, jungle diff is mid diff. I feel like mid is so important right now. We highlight Xiaohu as the sort of player of last week. I feel like that's the main thing. We're seeing 12.4 as the mid pool's been shaken up. We don't really get Corky Victor anymore. Prio is so important. And I think, we think about the picks that we're seeing in the current meta, right? What's the best top laner at the moment? Gwen. What's the best AD carry at the moment? You can argue Jinx or Zeri.
Is it Arcane?
It's Powder. And I think both of these, incredibly strong scaling picks. And it's like, if you have a strong mid lane presence, you can be the one to snowball either of those side lanes, right? You're not able to get countered as easily because if the enemy TPs, they can't TP behind you. And I think that's why we've seen such a resurgence in these earlier impact mid laners. Things like the Rise, right? Having that early prio, being able to roam with the Realm Warp. TF, despite nerfs, still being super prevalent. So I feel like, both these junglers are going to be enabled by their mid laners, and I feel like both AD carries are capable of running away with the game, but I want to see that investment into them. So when it comes to draft, I'm looking at the mid lane. I want to see what this can secure. I'm also looking at the standard, who gets Jinx, because that's always an interesting one.
That's the checklist now in the LPL as well in the drafting phase. What I'm looking for, maybe I'm big brain, maybe I'm not, is Hung and Kadaya getting engaged champion. That is key here. I need to see them have some sort of forward momentum for both of these supports, because you talk about the mid jungle duo. Something else that is vitally crucial for both of these teams is how Hung and Kadaya get out onto the map on the roam timer. So we'll keep an eye out on how the priorities lie. But right now, FPX on the blue side ban away the Zeri, Jace, and the Rise. Team W on the red side for game number 1. Lee Sin, Thresh, and waiting on the final ban.
Yeah, interesting bans from WE. Not what we typically see on the red side. These tend to be lower prio picks, and the result is there's a lot of power picks available. Jinx, Hecarim, both on the cards right now. Also Gwen and Jace is banned. So FPX are going to take that Jinx, but I feel like WE, you can now sort of look to pick up a lot in response, right? I think Hecarim makes a lot of sense in my mind, especially with Lee Sin banned. You could also go towards the Gwen if you're feeling a little bold, but they could also leave it till that third pick, right? You know, and then leave limited opportunity to counter it. I think there's a lot of opportunity here. We often do see jungle AD carry picked up in this rotation though, but they are just going to go for the Gwen, right? Jace
Power
banned,
picks.
why not? Yeah, there are still counters, and it's kind of like those, the best AD carry, best top laner. Both teams have secured a lot of scaling elements. We'll see what WE up for. Xin Zhao even an option as well, but I think often we'd see an AD carry picked here, just because, you know, if you want the Aphelios, if you don't pick it now, you're kind of pressured on that third pick to secure it. But I really like this combo into Jinx specifically. We've seen it a bit less since the Bruiser item changes, but it's so hard to team fight as a Jinx when they're both just immune. Like, what are you supposed to do?
The Venn diagram composition is too strong against Rockets there. We'll see what the response is from FPX though, because they do obviously have the 2 picks here going into the final pieces of the first phase, and especially, you know, trying to set up that jungle matchup I think is crucial. Not getting that banned out more so for the side of FPX at least, and getting something stable and aggressive for Clid, as the Viego is the lock-in.
Yeah, I like Viego, honestly, into Gwen in general, because I feel like he's one of the champions that has like the DPS to kill her in the Shroud if there's some CC onto her. But ultimately, it does mean that, you know, I'm looking at FPX. Are they going to pick the support here? Are they going to pick the mid here? Or are they going to pick top here? Top to answer Gwen makes sense. Mid to secure a good matchup could also. They are just going to go for the Nars, so it's a matchup that can punish the Gwen early, but not exceptionally so, right? It's not like the Jace, but it will apply a lot of pressure. And now WE, this is kind of expected, right? To pick the Aphelios to trade off. You're kind of forced into that, otherwise it would get banned in the next rotation. So now both teams have top liner, jungle, AD carry. We're looking towards the support and mids. Some of the mids we typically see banned away are like the Vex, the LeBlanc, right? Twisted Fate still open and available, has gone through the draft phase so far. I also feel like in terms of supports, we often see things like that Tom Kench on the side of the Jinx often being prioritized.
Yeah, absolutely. But what I love here is both teams putting a lot of resources, at least in the draft, into the mid lane, into the Care versus Xie matchup. I think that's so telling at how the adaptation has come through for both these teams as the season has gone on. Vex, Zillion banned by Team WE. You had the Ari ban by FPX, and waiting on that last one. I would, as you said, kind of like to see a little bit more of that support focus, but we do get the last ban of the TF. So full man mid prio in the first draft.
Yeah, and I feel like if there's a mid laner standing out still here for WE, you could take it there. Alternatively, it looks like they might just go for the Rakan. Definitely a safe sort of pick. And I feel like one of the things when you look at FPX composition, they are kind of lacking primary engage, right? So I feel like as a result, you're quite comfortable taking Rakan, as Hung taking Enchanter leaves some holes in FPX composition. I feel like, you know, there's times when the enemy team will take an Enchanter and that'll also make things difficult. But actually, looking towards the Tom Ken, so does leave them a bit limited in terms of engage, I will say, if they do go in this direction. Which is why, you know, to me, Leona makes a lot more sense, right? You want someone to have that go button who can charge in, especially when it is Hung who is piloting it. So
yeah,
they will lock that in. Less safety for the Jinx, but they have that go tool. Now towards the mid lane, you know, with the Viego, I feel like you could just go for something that's going to just try and contest priority. You could go for something like there's a variety of options, and it needs to be something blindable. Orianna even is something that we've seen a fair bit of. So really just depends what Care feels comfortable on in this matchup. And actually, this is an interesting one going towards the Akali. It does hold up well in the side lane against the Gwen, but leaves limited sort of protection for this Jinx, right? The whole composition feels like they want to dive forwards with the Jinx just on the back line.
But that's the power of Jinx. Maybe we've gotten to a point in the LPL where you don't need to worry about it. She's going to be strong either way. You just put all all the thoughts into the top side, the solo lanes, and then Jinx will come up later. You know, Arcane is a 10-episode season. You gotta wait a little bit there.
9 episodes actually.
Nine, sorry, Rip. Wrong. Lore is off a little bit.
Call
It is-
yourself a fan.
Oh no, I've been outed. Speaking of, LeBlanc is the final lock-in for Team WE, so she ain't going with a little bit of that mobility and aggression to answer Kare's Akali.
Honestly, I really like W's composition here, right? LeBlanc is a decent matchup into Akali because if you land the chain, she gets revealed, right? If the chain connects and then Akali shrouds, like, he doesn't have a way out. I feel like the Xin Zhao Gwen so strong in team fights, and then most of FPX is going to be diving into, which is prime opportunity for this Aphelios, right? The only thing that's like kind of a concern is this Jinx, I feel, but they have so many tools to deal with it. How is Jinx supposed to function when she's hitting that Venn diagram where they're just immune? So I think WE have come out of this draft in a really comfortable position. That being said, they still have to play it out. So looking towards that. And also, when you look at the composition for FPX, if they get a reset, right? If Akali can kill a pivotal target and then LWX gets excited, Clid is able to steal away the souls, that's where things can really spike in their favor in those team fights.
It is so exciting, and the fact that we get the Viego versus Xin Zhao in the jungle, a lot of skirmishing potential there, a lot of volatility across the map in general, but again, it is about the mid-jungle duos. It's about seeing how quickly either of these duos can get off the ground running and try to take the snowball advantage into the late game, where these ADCs will obviously be crucial. Keep your mind on LWX and Xing as we go into the later game, but all eyes on Clid and Care versus Beishang and Xie as game number 1 of week 8 kicks off. And it's FPX versus Team WE, a best of 3 to push FPX further into the season and try to solidify those playoff spots. Team WE, the spoiler.
And I think WE, you know, as I said, this draft is the best opportunity for them to play spoiler. I talked about the importance of that mid jungle and impacting the rest of the map. I feel like WE have the advantage here in Care. Forced a blind pick, and I feel like the Akali isn't the best, right, blind to take in the mid lane. I think there's a bunch of other picks. Like Orianna was one I was thinking as a potential sort of stable blind. But really, the Akali is going to have a rough time in this lane matchup. So if he does step up against Xie, then that's really on him, right? I think he's been put in a difficult spot in the matchup. But that being said, we are going to see have FPX are going to have Prio in the bot lane. Gnar will be able to find Prio. Not so much level 1, right? Because Bubu and the Gwen can just E forwards and auto attack him down. But once he hits sort of level 3, that's where he's more comfortable in the matchup. So as much as there's going to be a bit of difficulty for FPX in the mid lane, I feel like they are going to have a bit of comfort in the side lanes. Now, Xie has spotted Care, and this might be enough to walking off and make him lose a minion.
Wow.
And actually, both of them playing so aggressive.
So I thought BB was just going to go for a little ward, like cheeky little ward, no big deal, right? No, he pushes Clid off the entire jungle. And now we're getting a 2v2 at bot lane where Ignite has already been burned by Hung.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. You know, early trade, get the Ignite and cooldown, chunk thing out on this Aphelios. But the problem is he has the Severum, right? The red gun. He has a decent amount of sustain. And, you know, you can definitely make an argument, well, it helps secure Prio. You were already getting Prio on this lane. It wasn't really needed, so...
Oh, come on. You got Jinx from Arcade, obviously. With nine episode season.
I'm just going to say it, Mazel. You keep calling her Jinx. It's powder, right?
But it's
okay,
not.
Get it right.
It's not. It's the
is,
evolution.
Nah, man.
No?
Nah.
Right.
All the OGs know it's powder, right?
All the OGs, yeah, of course. Well, anyways, speaking of a little bit of pathing here, specifically because of the jungle importance in this one, we did have a little bit of a quicker, at least, movement from Beishang down towards the bottom side of the map, just going for those 2 camps to try and get a little bit quicker, and maybe we'll actually get the skirmishing on bottom side for the first time in this game, at least from these jungle paths. But it looks like actually Beishang wants to go with the aggression. Clid putting out a ward just in time to spot him.
Yeah, well, look at mid lane, right? Look how far pushed up Xie is. And remember, Xie has Ignite as well. So in those 2v2 mid jungles, you have that advantage. So he's going for the aggressive play. But on the other side, FPX bot lane has Prio in return. So Beishang, this is a bit of a precarious one. You're going to be a little bit careful. He is on vision. They know he's there. And Clid, I think, makes the right call and just decides not to start his red buff, right? Doesn't want to potentially get into a smite fight, but it feels like you can't give it up yet. So I'd like to see the bot lane potentially move over.
He's staying for so long. Beishang is still here just trying to force this and does do so while the Krug camps are being taken by Clid, it will be the red buff invade steal by Beishang.
Yeah, kind of crazy, right? That WE's bot lane was able to contest FPX's bot lane so hard that they couldn't move. I was like, right, if FPX bot lane move, that's where they can sort of force them away, but they seem to feel very uncomfortable with that scenario, and Clid just gives up his red buff, gives up that bot side scuttle, and actually, if Beishang wanted to, he could just go up towards top and grab the top scuttle, but I think his priority is going to be clearing through his blue first and foremost. Top lane, going pretty well for Bubu, right? I've seen this matchup where Gnar will often start to gain control level 3, but Bubu has actually been trading quite heavily with Shallow, I'm putting him a little bit on the back foot so far. Even got a minus yes lead, but still something this early in the game, right?
I love that you're trying your hardest to find something to look at top lane. I just feel like top lane is such a wet noodle fight now, and we never get to see any action up there. It's
Dude,
always just complete trading. A couple CS differentials. Ooh, I got 10 CS up here.
Dude, wait till Gnar gets Heartbreak, then it gets really, really boring.
Hey, I don't know what you're talking about. Hullbreaker, most interactive item in the game. But it is still...
It's not ZZ Rock,
yeah,
right?
I was going to say, it's better than the things we've had in the past. Clid does take the top side scuttle. Maybe he would go for the overextended Bubu up there, but not going to be so just yet. The stay by Beishang down here, stopping his back, does restart the back, but the Gravitum connects. And now we got some trouble for FPX's bot lane. The CC connection is there, Hung burning, and dies to Beishang for first blood.
Yeah, really limited counterplay there, right? The Gravitum from Sheng ends up rooting. They follow up with a knockup, and then by that point, even though the traps from LWX are great for stalling it out, it's very hard to stop Beishang from getting in. So just a nice gank bot lane. A little bit of a positive play. It is Beishang who gets that kill, so he's going to be able to reset, spend that gold, get back out on the map, and start making some impact happen with the extra resources. But it's just solid first play coming out from WE. And I think that's the thing, right? You know, you have the confidence to go for those plays. We saw FPX's bot lane pushing. That's the expectation. Ended up just like a tad too overextended there.
As you see, the nice vision toggle from our observers. The vision will catch out Clid there in his bottom side jungle. Bot lane still heavily focused, at least in terms of the pathing advantages, as you saw Beishang getting his first path down there. Now Clid taking his aggressive path into the jungle of Beishang, where there's only a Gromp, does get the ward down, has a level advantage, but backs out after getting it.
Yeah, can't commit too hard because obviously the bot lane would be able to move. Now Bubu, again, he's been putting so much pressure down in this matchup, right? I feel like Shalahoo's kind of struggling so far. Now,
Kadaya fell for the bait. He has the flash, but the CC still came through. The ignite, it's happening again, but this time it's the reverse. Kadaya dies, and a kill goes to FPX.
Yeah, a lot of summoners invested from the side of FPX, but they do manage to get the kill on the Rakan. Not the easiest target to pick off, right? Very mobile and typically has that safety. I'm assuming he'd burn his cooldowns though, right? We saw him flash out there. Didn't use his W, didn't use his E. Presumably he'd gone a little bit aggressive for a trade, and then they punish on the back end. So solid answer from FPX. Jungler takes the kill again. I think you probably would have liked that on the Jinx, but either way, it's nice to see a bit of an answer. Now this top lane, you know, Shallow will hit level 6, but the thing with the mini Gnar, right, is that you don't get access to level 6 until you hit Mega. And Bubu just keeps going for these short, snappy trades, and that's how you want to do it, right? You stack up your passive as Gwen, dash in, get the empowered Q, and then go for that snappy trade before backing out again, because it can be a bit difficult if Gnar starts to take the trade longer, because he's able to dash out, get away from you, create space in there. Like, that's another example. Dash in, quick trade, get out. That's how you sort of win out the matchup in this sense.
Exactly. As we saw while you were speaking, though, Team WE took the first dragon of the game. Now we see Kadaya on a roam. The chain connected the CC, but Care goes into the shroud and can't be touched.
Yeah, managed to avoid it. And honestly, in fair play to Care, he's been playing this lane pretty fine, right? Didn't have prio earlier. That's expected.
Oh, they don't have vision on this.
Marginally ahead in CS.
Clid is level 6. Does he have it as well? He goes into the red buff. He's just going for the kills. The Heartbreaker is available for him. He takes the red buff. Doesn't even need the kill to Beishang. And he walks away. What a Chad.
And that's karma, honestly, for that earlier red buff steal we saw, right? I think Beishang used a fair bit of his time hanging around bot lane. As a result, has fallen behind just marginally in terms of camps, but it meant Clid was able to hit that level 6 soon, and that's when there's such a big spike for this Viego. The execute potential from the ultimate, a massive factor, and Clid feels confident to go for this Herald. Doesn't have prio mid, but does have prio top. But critically, neither support moved up at this point.
Yeah, no 5v5 this time. Could be an oddity in the LPL, but we will get the 3v3 as everybody comes together. The Rift Herald already taken, but Beishang goes in with the Crescent Guard. Xiaolahu with the Meganar ulti, but Pew Pew's here now. You got to be real careful. Xiaolahu just dies as Team WE walk in and actually are going to continue to press forward afterwards into the jungle of Clid.
Yeah, so they lose a kill, lose a blue buff, but they do manage to secure the Herald. So I think FPX still overall happy with that one. Oh,
Yubi's in some trouble though. Care connects the shuriken toss. Oh my goodness. Beishang is in trouble now too. This is why you can't play this aggressive style, because they will punish you.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, FPX are happy with that scenario. You get the Herald and you lose a kill, right? Getting 2 kills on the back end. Flawless. And I feel like WE just a little bit overzealous there, right? They forced FPX away, but just hanging around in the jungle, especially against a Viego. It's so risky because of that ability just to get the resets. Now, we see good smite secure coming in from Clid. Xiaolahu goes in to grab the Herald, and the other two just accept, we need to escape, right? They burn a lot of cooldowns onto Beishang, who basically soaked up the Zult. Then here, they're looking like they're going to reset. The Pew Pew, you know, you don't need to walk around this way. Just ends a face check-in. Reset comes in. As soon as that reset comes in, you know there's no chance.
And Xie went mid.
Beishang turning it around.
So there obviously it would have been a lot better if Xie came with that, but the communication from Xie must have been to go mid to try and push that, and that gave that overextension a little bit.
What I will say is if Xie came, maybe it would have been a triple kill. I
Those
feel like
resets
right?
pretty strong, huh?
Yeah. I feel like that's the thing. It's just the play was a bit. You could have taken the blue, backed away. You could have even passed it off to Xie. But just that path walking through, the expectation for Pew Pew is you walk through there, you dash over the wall. But it's just risky. But I think it's a heads-up play from FPX to catch out on that one.
Beishang
Dude, it's just a trade of reds all game.
Yeah, it literally is. It's just you know, they've decided ahead of time that, you know, they just want to keep each other's distances. And Team WE coming in with the bodyguards here for Beishang. Jeez, man.
Objective secured, right? It's just like, well, I guess I don't get my red buff again this game. Probably we'll see him try to steal away Beishang's a couple of minutes. It just feels like that's going to be the theme.
I can't wait. We do see Clid down bot lane though, as he does.
We do see Clid down the bot lane.
It's not in a position really for a good gank because Kadaya and Shing playing really reserved down there, but now Clid looking for a little bit of that invade. There's no camps toward this bottom side, so good timing for Beishang at least.
Yeah, won't find anything in that situation. Oh,
Xie just about to solo. Okay, Care. He misses the perfect execution. And Xie with the outplay.
Looks for the play, and that's the critical thing. Clid.
He does have Beishang here on the backside too. Yeah, a little bit of aggression from Clid. The Mega Death Rocket goes way wide, and Powder from Arcane just missing a little bit.
Yeah, Powder needs to work on that aim, but ultimately, Care sees the win. Oh, still seeing more.
Okay, all right. We'll calm down a little bit. We'll calm down.
Care sees the potential, and this is a critical thing of the LeBlanc Akali matchup, right? You actually have, this is a rarity, but you actually have the ability to keep up with the LeBlanc, and the critical thing here is that Care hits the Shuriken after the R combo, thinks I have the burst damage.
Yikes.
The ult, it's you were trying to predict the flash, right? Or just burst him out before he has a chance to react. I feel like if Care was more patient, would have for sure killed Xie.
Yeah.
And then it would have been a 1-for-1 probably. He probably still would have died to tower. But Care just gets overzealous, feeling himself, and Xie with a good response in the situation. But it kind of shows, even though this matchup is LeBlanc favored, right, in the laning phase, you still have to respect the Akali.
Yeah.
If you do get caught out, if you do get that Shuriken latching onto you, it can be a little bit risky.
And Xie saying, you can't come at a veteran like me. I'm coming back in the league, all right, Care? You just had your first series. Come on. We will see Team W taking the aggression down bottom lane. Moonlight Vigil connects with the Graviton, and Kadaya wants it. He flashes forward, tries to get the grand entrance, but can't do it.
Yeah, a lot invested there to try and pick off Clid, and I think it makes sense, right? You take out the jungler, good chance you can just secure that dragon, but ultimately Clid survives, has the Divine Sundra, and obviously the healing just from being the jungler off the camps will be able to sustain up, and now basically back up to full HP, ready to contest this dragon. Now, TP critically from both top laners has been used, so this will just be a 4v4.
It's a 4v4 scuffle. Xie going back to the mid lane to push that out. Team WE dragging the dragon out of the pit here. Just trying to get that priority there for Xie and bring him back into the fight. Dragon will reset though at the moment. FPX just playing the waiting game here while they lose their mid tower to the minions.
Yeah, missing to farm in that situation for FPX, but I feel like they're really committing to this dragon.
They really, I mean, both teams are just committing so heavy. Solar Flare, the dragon secured by Beishang. Mega Death Rocket though on the back. Can they get the resets off? That's the crucial piece. But TWE are scattering, and FPX can't get anybody off the back of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to find that initial pressure, right? We see the immunities come down from both the Zinzao and the Gwen, so they can't really find the momentum. And I think WE make the right call there. They disengage. They got the dragon. They could maybe look to continue that fight. I think the odds went awful, but why risk it, right? You got the objective. You got what you want. 2 dragons in pocket. And we're looking at a Cloud Soul as what's going to be resulted in if we get one of the teams getting Soul. I think a lot of times, you know, people are quite critical of Cloud Soul. Like, it doesn't have any sort of raw combat power, right? In terms of you don't do more damage, you don't take less damage. Like,
it's all about the speed, man.
Or Infernal. But yeah, the speed. And I think critically for both BuBu and Kadaya, it's a really impactful one, right? I mean, you got the flat movement speed, which is nice. But the fact that the quickness plus the activated ult movement speed is kind of nuts. So now,
Hullbreaker
to get out of this one.
Hullbreaker has been completed. He's about to have Meganar as well. And Beishang realizes what could be the turnaround.
Yeah, but a hit Mega would just be able to ult him off if he did keep chasing. Now, we do see FPX committing. And this is all members here, right? Shallow just off to the top side.
Finally, we get the 5v5, but FPX has already taken the Rift Herald. Now they're on to Hung for Team WE. Moonlight Vigil will seal Hung's death. And FPX get out with a couple scratches and 1 member dying.
Yeah, and quickly taking out the Leona, right? The form of engage. Puts a lot less pressure on them, and now they can push up towards mid. Don't know if they'll be able to get the tower right now. A lot of wave clear from that Jinx. But maybe just a little damage here and there. I think we'll throw down the turret, push the wave in. Won't find too much more, but they go aggressive. Look at Clint.
Clint checked it, but nobody was there yet, and he dies because of it. What a turn from TWE. They are just keeping up the pressure, and you can see in Clint's player cam, he is upset about it. LWX getting about half his health bar taken off just from the poke of Xie.
And it should be expected, right? You saw them leave mid down towards that bot side. You can't just go face checking at that point. Really just, I feel like a complete error there from FPX, but ultimately WE doing a good job to punish it. Applying that pressure. They didn't manage to get the Herald, but they will try and take as much as they can on the back end. You see Xie pushing this wave bot and go for the reset. Meanwhile, yeah, as you said before, Hullbreaker finished for Shallow. It puts a lot of pressure on BuBu. I think the Gwen is fine at dealing with like this side lane threat. But ultimately, if you're not there at any point, your tower is forfeit.
Exactly. It can be so quick to lose that side lane pressure. We'll see that Klid investigation into his own jungle, I guess. And quick turnaround from Team WE. So quick.
Yeah. I feel like it's one of those things, right? You know, they were just mid. They're no longer mid. It's not too hard to work out where they could be, I feel, in this situation. Now, they're just going to throw down the Herald in the mid lane just to take that mid tier 1. I like this. I feel like second Herald, it's not really about that much about the gold. If you can get some gold in the side lane, great. But the mid tier 1's so valuable. And often we see prioritized. Just opens up the map a fair bit now. FPX is still trying to play aggressive and get some early control of the Dragon area. It's still 140 till it spawns.
So, I will say, I mean, we're in the mid game at this point, but it does feel like Team WE have the more easily executable team fight composition. Obviously, we've already talked a lot about the Venn diagram. Aphelios fitting into that beautifully. And it makes me struggle to see, you know, FPX is easy into these big 5v5 team fights later on without, you know, finding a catch out first.
Yeah, I think if it's a straight front to back, I think that's where there can be difficulty for FPX, right? Because the Jinx just won't be able to do any damage for such a long time, right? If there's good aggro juggling from BuBu and Beishang, if they manage to sort of move in and out and play around those cooldowns, it's like 9 seconds where the Jinx does no damage, which is really rough. So FPX, there's definitely potential for them in the fights. It's just a bit more difficult. We have to see them find angles, looking at what Care can do on this Akali in the back line, looking to get those resets, the Meganar as well. So I do think burden of execution is on FPX, but they're not doomed, right? I feel like any team with a Jinx, you can never say they're doomed when it comes to team fights.
We've all seen Arcane, or at least I thought I did until I didn't know how many episodes there were. We do have about 30 seconds till the next dragon.
Dude,
This
What are you talking about? You looked out, right? You've watched 10 episodes of
yeah,
Heartbreak,
exactly.
Right? No one else got that.
Yeah. Let's go with that. I didn't mess up the numbers whatsoever. So 20 seconds.
You got the extra bonus episode.
Exactly. It's just the things you get, as being an LPL caster, and I guess you guys didn't get it either. We do have Soul Point for Team WE here, and they're trying to pick off LWX beforehand because this would be a huge pressure valve for Team WE in this game, right? We've already seen them have a ton of control around this bottom side of the map, around this Dragon objective, and they would be at Soul Point at 18.5 minutes.
And critically, they get that tower. I think they should from Bubu just in the top lane. They're waiting very long for him to TP in.
So this is a
to join in on this
4v5.
play.
And now they're going to bring
Coming
the
now.
TP in as well to bring it to a 5v5. FPX, they're on the edge. Stressful, though, as the Moonlight Vigil goes a little bit wide. She just obliterates LWX, and that signals the cannons for Team WE, but they get the Wombo combo. Press back onto them. It doesn't matter, though. It does not matter. Team WE take down 3 members. They might even find a 4th onto Care as everybody comes around to rout the new mid laner of FPX.
Yeah, FPX get the dragon, but at what cost, right? Beautiful shutdown. Look at LWX, still has summoners available, still even has the Gale Force, just completely caught off guard. And honestly, I gotta say, that's partially down to vision setup, right? We weren't covering the flanks. Kind of said going into that it was on FPX, the burden of execution. I was looking at them to find those angles of approach, but Shea finds a beautiful opportunity. LWX half HP, boom, gone. Your Jinx is now deleted despite a good ult from Shallow, who they just don't have the momentum in this fight, right? Beisheng soaks so much damage as you do on Xin Zhao. They do manage to finally get him, but you're getting 1 kill and losing 4 off your own.
Kadaya on the Rakan, man. These grand entrances are just aces every time. And I love to see this from Kadaya because we saw a huge amount of proactivity early on in the season from Team W, from Kadaya. And it's finally coming back, it feels like. And this Rakan is unlocking the play style of Team WE.
And this is one of the sort of concerns we said coming out of the draft phase, right? FPX needed engage, so they looked for a hung on the Leona. Makes sense, right? Absolutely. You do want that agency, and often LPL teams will seek it out heavily, go for things like Leona and Nautilus. The problem is, they were toying with the idea that Tom Kench, they don't have that. There's so limited protection for LWX, right? You can understand how the comp wants to work. The whole team aggresses forwards, and LWX is just on the back, picking up momentum, picking up resets. But the problem is that leaves him isolated and exposed, and Shea capitalized on that perfectly. And speaking of isolating alone,
Jeez, this feels so bad for Shallow. He's just gonna get solo killed by Shea. He's gonna try to go for the solo. He does.
Speaking of
the
it,
shutdown of Shallow. He's getting back up to signal the reinforcements because Care is here. Crescent Guard out, but it doesn't matter. The flip comes through. Perfect execution out. The Mega Death Rocket changes things though as Hung comes with the big Zenith Blade, and now LWX is taking him down. He survived, but it's still powder and it's still arcade.
big resets coming in for FPX. Critically, they managed to get all the gold from the shutdown. Critically on Shea is the important one. 700 gold in Shallow's pocket. But man, I feel like Beisheng should have died far sooner than he did. That gold drink at the end keeping alive for a bit more now.
No, don't do this. FPX back
I think
away.
he can fight this.
I think they can too. Yubi is also pretty strong. Solar Flare out from Hug just to start it off. Like, hey, you better back off this mid lane.
Just zoning Solar Flare, right? Just managed to bring the Gale Force. Not too big, but yeah, I mean, the fight gets started there by WE, and I think the Hull Breaker in particular makes such a massive difference. Think how much resistances you get from this thing. So GA kind of playing with his food in this scenario, just slowly ramping up the damage. Doesn't have enough to burst him outright. Has to steadily like land the double chains, distortions in. And the thing is, this is a mistake. You don't need a distortion in here because you have backup coming. But because he does, takes a tower hit, Shallow gets the kill, and then Kadaya and Beisheng are just trying to catch up. They finally get there, and I want to just like highlight Beisheng. Also away the Akali, great quickness that buys him time. But I literally thought that he was dead like in a couple of seconds, and then he gets this Gore Drinker here. I thought he was gone. Gets the Gore Drinker, manages to kill the Gnar, and it's still a favorable play for FPX, don't get me wrong, but man, if Beisheng didn't get that kill, it would have been really rough.
Absolutely. It's kind of incredible that that went the way it did. We do have second item completions coming across the board here from majority of members. You got the Death Dance second for Beisheng, and the Hex Drinker second for Clid. A lot of change of priority in that item, by the way.
Blue
Yeah, I think Death Dance so strong on the current patch, right? And this is the thing, Starrick's no longer really a good option pretty much at all, right? Later in the game, like super late 5th, 6th item, it sort of holds up, but far weaker than it used to be. So it's kind of there's two school of thoughts. Either you go for something like a Mortimer Mortis, you can go for like a Death Dance as these AD options. You can also go things like Force of Nature, Randuins, but both of them going for these AD defensive options. I think Death Dance makes a lot of sense when you go up like the Jinx, the Viego, the Gnar, right? You know, you're not really going to be the target so much for the Akali. But then on the other side, Mortimer Mortis against a Gwen and a LeBlanc sounds absolutely great.
Yeah, absolutely. To add just another third absolutely. This setup in the mid lane is TWE. Absolutely. Oh my goodness, we gotta stop. The mid lane tower is almost dead here as Xing puts in a couple more, but Care on the side. Xing will just die here. Oh no. Xie, he can't get the damage off him just yet, but now he's still there. Mega Gnar. Oh my god. Care goes for the kill, but overextends himself, and Team WE are taking the fight now. Hullbreaker won't save you this time, Xiao Lao Hu.
And actually just be enough to go for Baron, right? You don't care about the Drake. Clade will probably head over and just solo it, but it's second for them. Really meaningless. They secure the Baron. A 4-0, and yes, Xing just go down. But what was really great about that team fight from WE was the peel and the protection. He should have died so much sooner than he did. And Care gets locked down for long enough. He actually has to stop Zhonya's himself, which just buys time for WE to turn things around. And again, if it is going to end up being that front to back, WE are just so comfortable. Baron will be secured. There were 2,000 gold lead before this, going to push them up to about 3,500. Yes, they lose a dragon, but watch again this team fight. So we see Care come in on this flank, and look how long Xing actually survives, because Care gets locked up by the quickness. At first, he was knocked away by the Xin Zhao ultimate, and despite the fact that Care should have just been able to dash on the shuriken, he has to commit the second charge of his ultimate and then dies instantly afterwards, right? On the other side, look at this combo, the Gwen and the Xin Zhao. What can LWX do? What can he actually do? It's so unbalanced.
Hey, we finally found the answer here. It's just taking the Venn diagram and forcing it onto the Jinx here over and over again. It still has been an incredible game already in terms of control and aggression from Team WE, but FPX are always lying in wait. And speaking of lying in wait, Kadaya almost pays the price for it with his life.
And I feel like that's kind of telling for how the game feels at the moment. FPX need a pick, right? They need someone to be out of position, get a pick, they get reset. I think the straight 5v5, it is difficult, right? Not only do we talk about the issues with the composition, Xie is now sitting on the flat pen combo, right? Sork Shoes, Shadow Flame, and Luden. So much burst damage. Xing has... seen a pick come out.
They might actually just kill him outright. Yep, support is gone. The main engage for
you know what?
FPX is out of there.
I was saying that FPX needed a pick. WE will definitely take one by all means. And now, despite the fact you have this Hullbreaker Gnar, you're just getting outvalued in the side lane by this Gwen. 3-1-2 right now. 50 CS lead, and also just super strong. Like, all 4 members are having to come down, right? You have a mid lane that I think they've kind of forgotten about at the moment.
They are scrambling to try to put out the fires here, but the fires just keep on growing as Xing taking down the tower. The inhib tower will die. One more shot. Now Bei Shang is in there with the Crescent Guard as well, just to get them off of the inhib. So this is a free break of the base against FPX. And look at the amount of pressure Team W are putting on. They're back in the bottom lane now.
Yeah, they can just rotate over, go to that wave that's been set up really effectively. I love the way they're managing these waves between. Often we want to see them crash at the same time, but FPX just getting pulled apart right now. We're going to lose that bot lane inhibitor tower. And FPX, if they lose this bot lane inhibitor, it's going to make things so difficult.
Here we go, Solar Flare. This is desperation from FPX. Can they get it? Clid on the side, just getting locked up here now. Has to use the Heartbreaker away, and that means Team WE moving forward now. The mist is going to be huge in terms of separating the damage. They're turning onto the inhib now, and FPX are just getting obliterated again and again. Xie is on one. Team WE are on one. They know they're not mathematically eliminated from the playoffs, and they want to make sure they keep that dream alive. They take down one Nexus tower here. They're taking the fight afterwards, and it's still all red for FPX, but not in a good way because Team WE have come to town 17-8. 27.5 minutes in. Team WE are putting on the heat in this first series.
They've done the map. They made the plays. They're keeping their hopes alive. WE take game 1. And, you know, I've got to say, I feel like that comp made sense for FPX. there was definitely gameplay issues, right? I'm not going to blame it purely on the composition, but I felt like LWX was just left isolated when it came to those team fights. Shea on LeBlanc was an absolute menace, constantly finding these beautiful opportunities to blow up the Jinx, and as a result, without the Jinx, no chance for one of those team fights. And honestly, even with, right, the problem is this Gwen Xin combo is just unbalanced, right? It's so frustrating to play against, and I think it doesn't make as much of a difference if you have, you know, ways of circumventing it, but they really struggled to find the angles. And the whole time, I feel like LWX, man, I feel bad for him. That was not a fun game to play. I feel like, you know, Gwen, Xin LeBlanc is probably like the worst top side you would ever want to play against as an AD carry player.
And we put so much focus into the mid jungle duo for this one, and putting a lot of the care into the FPX side of it because Klid and Care have looked so good, and it seems like that synergy is coming together. But it was the other side. It was Xie and Beishang who just non-stop pushing out of the mid lane into the jungle and keeping aggression up constantly.
Dude, look how little damage LWX did. 9,420. And that's like not me trying to dump on LWX here. Just like, you can't do damage, right? I feel like if you add on the damage you should have been able to do that was like immune, would be significantly higher, but just couldn't find the momentum. Right, it was a little bit of a back and forth earlier on, but I think when it came to the team fights, WWE absolutely delivered, and it wasn't just a composition difference, it was also individual members stepping up. Pew in this matchup against the Gnar, right? I've seen this a few times so far in the LPL. Gnar commonly picked in. It shouldn't be that easy for the Gwen, right? The Gwen shouldn't be dominating so hard in the early stages. It should be a lane where you're looking to scale and be more relevant later. But really, he just gave it to Xiaohu. So, you know, credit there. I think credit in the mid lane as well for Xie. Strong performance. Solo laners really being solid there for WE.
And we said from the beginning of that game, right, it was about ease of execution on the side of the Venn diagram and a little bit of the burden of execution on the side of FPX. So I'm looking for FPX to get something a little bit more easy to execute in the second game. We'll see how that goes, though. And if they do decide to do that, we'll be right back for game number 2 of our first best of 3 series.
I don't know, they've got their ultis available and Herald's not going that fast. As Mark gets the dredge line in, Ignite down and with 10 kills and ready for some more. Making up for game number 1 as Weiwei started off on the end. Present guard with a 2-level lead in the jungle. Weiwei having a great time as everyone's forward. Look in the back line. Knight with a shadow surge. He's got a reset. He's got a reset. We want to see him go in. He lands on top of Fofo. Will he take it? The Eye of the Herald popped it, needs to go down. He's taken yet another kill. Shadow Surge was not taken and completed as he picks up his double. And when you think top esports are out, just remember that Knight exists.
I mean, I think he still, as Yukai, can come back into his mid.
Oh no, he's going to go straight in on top of him. He gets some full damage down, even commits his flash. Zika should just about survive. But the Ignite does give you vision, so if you're in the Shroud and you're ignited, it will still be able to kind of point you out. As you can see a flash forward as they go in. They're going to try to get him underneath the tower, but a knock-up. Cheated is dead. LNG's bot lane not to be caught out. They get a perfect combination. They stop that gank dead in its tracks.
They want this tier 1 tower real bad, and LGD knows it. Shadow behind enemy lines. This is an opportunity as Mako goes under the tower. TP being channeled, but Shadow's too late to the play. His teammates are already falling. Gets an ulti on in, but it just doesn't matter as the Gnar comes through. Shadow late to the play that he was setting up. Here, trying to chase them down, they're trying to find the opportunity. EDG continuing to move as a group. No rise in this game, so there are no realm shenanigans. There is no way out. And now a TP from Xiaosheng behind the play. EDG go for the engage, but the Shadow says Xiaohu with one already finds a reset for himself. Can they find more is the question. EDG trying to disengage, but Viper doesn't have a way out. Slammed into the wall, walloped down, and now Xiaohu finds the back line. RNG just say no to EDG. They're not allowed to do anything. They're not allowed to go anywhere. Not even you, JJ, as Xiaohu shuts them down.
I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with place, sends a vibe. Being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside. The glowing light is shine, I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child. The chaos of my mind, I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering. Whole new world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside. Glowing light is shine, I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child. The chaos of my mind, I am with me. Oh.
下场对阵 W 战队嘛，我觉得悲伤和西野两名选手就经验也比较丰富嘛，他们上场的话就可能他们前期的节奏会比较好一点。我觉得我们队伍要赢下 W 的话，就打好自己的，把自己状态保持好一点，不犯太多失误吧。
Welcome on back to the LPL Spring 2022 split. We are neck deep into the first day of week number 8. I'm Mazel, joined by Ox. Team WE coming out with the dub in game number 1 in convincing fashion against the likes of Klid, against the new blood of Care. Xie and Beishang came alive. And I didn't quite hear who our MVP was going to be, but I do believe we have an MVP, as we were contemplating that it was going to be Xie, and I do get that it is Xie, so rightfully deserved.
Bit of a no-brainer, right? I feel like, you know, honestly, I think Care did okay in lane, right? Obviously lost out in terms of pressure, but that's expected, but managed to hold himself up in that 1v1, took Care down, and then those beautiful angles of approach where LWX just couldn't play the game right. I feel so bad for LWX on this one. I don't think this game is his fault at all. He was hung out to dry, right? Enemy composition dealt with him so well. LeBlanc was a massive threat. He didn't have the peel. But ultimately, Xie, really, really solid performance and just able to be that force to be reckoned with, right? We talked about the importance of having agency in mid lane right now in the current meta.
And you saw in the interview with the LWX, he's like, we just need to do the things that we do well. We just need to adapt to their play style. And not playing towards LWX is definitely something that FPX are going to want to revisit, at least in this next game. But you see Team WE never stopped. Kadaya with the quickness plus grand entrance combo that constantly kept the engages moving forward.
And this moment was a big one for me, right? LWX already low, just burst it out, and that instantly just means FPX can't really win this fight off the back of that, right? They don't have the follow through. They aren't even actually able to get the reset. You can see there, Klid really trying for it, but just that extra bit of damage missing makes such a massive difference. So stellar game from Xie. Obviously had counter pick in the situation, which really favored him well, and ample opportunity to play out this game. Often, you know, you have champions that can deal with LeBlanc well, right? Things like the Nautilus are a decent answer just because you press R on her, and even if she dashes back, she's still going to hit by the ultimate. There's a good opportunity to chase down. But, like, you know, the only person who could even try and latch on was really like the Leona. Maybe the Akali kid Shuriken, but it just felt like Xie was unchecked this game. Ample opportunity to carry and delivered.
That's the biggest thing. We put so many eggs into the mid jungle duo basket, and as we were kind of talking at the end of the game, it was that mid jungle duo that looked so good. But I expect a bit of a momentum shift from FPX, right? They are not ones to go out like this, and I would expect to get some more peeling action, some more ease of execution for them, because that was the thing that stood out to me the most, was the Venn diagram, super easy to execute. Gwen plus Zidzel, you just throw them into a fight, use your abilities. It works out. On the other side, you were relying on picks, you were relying on timings that you didn't have control of. And Klid is a jungler who does need that jungle control himself.
Yeah, and I feel like it's one of those things where, you know, especially lower end teams, and as much as these teams are still in the LPL, right? They're still really higher level by all things considered. But even so, when, you know, you're struggling with trying to execute on certain things, having an easier composition just to play can make such a massive difference. I think team fighting is so strong in the current meta. So if your comp is easier to pull off and functions better in team fighting, just means that often you are going to be able to find favors. So I think going into this one, we are seeing FPX on blue side again. We'll see if there's a bit of a change up. And, you know, this is a bit of an interesting one because they're completely changing their bans up, right? Before they banned Ryze, Jay, Zeri. Now they're banning Rakan and Xin And, you know, Rakan and Xin were obviously on the enemy team last game, you know. I don't think they were the innate issue.
Oh my gosh.
You know, this is FPX going, we're going to ban away all the stuff you had last game, but it kind of leaves open a lot more, right? Zeri open, Jace open, Ryze open. And WE have gone for this approach where their bans are not the typical ones you see on red side. Normally on red side, the burden is on you to ban away those super broken picks, right? They haven't done so. They banned the Jace in the end, which kind of sets up Shallow Who for the Gwen pick. But now Zeri is open, right? Ryze is open. Jinx still open.
I was gonna say no. All right, Powder is on the table. Jinx is the lock-in, all right? Zeri might be finally let through, and I know I would want to see Zeri play. That's just a personal bias because we don't ever get to see her, but we all know the bread and butter of the LPL. We all know what they're going to end up going to every single game, and it's got to be Jinx for Team WE as their first pick.
Yeah, I like the Hecarim though, right? If it does end up being the Zeri, or even if it's the, I mean, any champ in the game, I feel like Hecarim's just so strong right now and causes such issue for these AD carries. FPX are going to have to take the AD carry in this rotation. It could be that Zeri. If it is, I'd probably expect maybe a Nautilus just as a denial on this side. They could also look to prioritize a jungler, right? Viego is still open and available, which you saw Clid have, well, a performance. It wasn't, I think he did okay on that one. But looks like they will be locking in that Zeri. Now, my question here, do you take a jungler? Do you lock in that Nautilus? We often see Nautilus being that big counter to the Zeri because it's point and click CC. You can't outplay it with your movement. So it'll be interesting if FPX seek to deny that here. If they don't, I expect WE to take it third.
Yeah, I would also say Hecarim has at least some tools to deal with the Zeri, but it's the Viego locked in for Clid again.
Yeah, and now over to WE. Zilean would be kind of nuts. I'm not gonna lie, right? That would be kind of hilarious to see. It looks like they're not even going in the direction of the Nautilus. They're not going in the direction of the Ryze either, which has been left open. They want to secure BuBu a good lane into the Gwen. So we'll go for that Kennen. As well, on top of that, right, Kennen, if you have Flash, if you have Rocket Belt, you can definitely deal with the Zeri. When she's in range to hit you, she's in range to get blown up. So I think for WE, you can look in a multitude of directions. You can look towards those mid laners. You can look towards the supports as a ban away. I think mid priority, I've emphasized so much, is still so important. But WE kind of get first pick on that one. So if they want to take the Ryze, they definitely could if it's left open.
And having so many of these prio picks still left open is so interesting. It feels like there's too many things to pick with only 2 picks left for each team. The Zilean as well banned by Team WE can obviously unlock a lot of the potential for the Zeri, for the Viego as well. So taking care of that one. Ryze banned away. What if we still do see the TF join that pool? Maybe the Galio even come through there, as well as those link up picks to the jungle to make those synergies just inherent in the teams.
Yeah, and I'm interested. I feel like FPX probably should ban the Nautilus, right? I feel like on the next one. So we'll see what WE opt to go for. You know, there's definitely potential for something like a Vex, I feel would be really strong to sync up with the Viego, that double reset combination. But they opt to go for the Sylas as a ban away. Something we saw them ban in their first rotation before. At FPX, to me, it's the Nautilus. They could go in a different direction, right? I feel like, you know, Vex, TF, still strong mid laners that are open and available. If it is support, I expect it to be the Nautilus, though. And we'll see what they opt to go for here. For WE, coming out of this, there's a couple of options. The Nautilus gone, I feel like you don't want to prioritize support too heavily. You could, you know, there's definitely an argument for taking, like, a support the situation. But I feel like you already have engaged on the Hecarim. You take a mid laner that you want to contest, right? That you want to have, that gives you priority. Ahri, definitely a good option for Xie. They will lock that in. And now FPX to respond, you know, could definitely take the Vex in this situation, right? I think that would make sense. Could even, and then I think in support, probably just the Leona, right? It's gonna make the most sense here.
I do really like the Ahri for Xie, though. Obviously getting a lot of that mobility off in the last game on the LeBlanc. Now the Ahri itself having a lot of mobility and a lot of engaged potential. We were seeing for the likes of Care in the last series, but this time Xie piloting that champion does mean Care gets the Vex and that Leona locked in for FPX as well.
Yeah, and then Tahm Kench makes a lot of sense, right? Something we talked about in the last game was FPX not having the protection for the Jinx. Having the Tahm Kench for the Jinx makes a lot of difference here. But honestly, I feel like FPX have got a lot of what they want, right? Think how new the champions are, right? Viego, Gwen, Zeri, Vex. These are all very fresh champions.
Is that what you're going off of?
Recently.
Is that where your analysis is coming from here?
Right. It's, you know, people will talk about this. I'm just going to flat out say it, right? New champions are broken, right? Overloaded kits, loads of fancy things. Gwen's immune. Viego steals your champions, right? Zeri is traveling at Mach 9.
Nah. I'm going tried and true,
busted.
Man. I'm going old school. I'm going TWE. They have the Hecarim, which automatically gives them a +1 in terms of LPL engagements for junglers. But it's all about the old school champions, the Kennen coming back to the meta, the Ari back in full force, Jinx having been around a little bit, but with the resurgence of Arcade. I appreciate your point of view, okay, your new champion analysis, but we have to see how it all comes out, because we still have a game to play. FPX try to come back in this series. They're going to need a holistic turnaround from that last game. Clid is going to have to pick it up on this Viego, and it's going to be a lot easier to do so with Care on the Vex. Once that level 6 is hit, it's all about who gets moving first again for the second game in a row. Is it going to be Clid and Care, or Beishang and Xie? We'll be obviously keeping a side eye on the top side and the bottom lane, but it is around the mid lane that matters the most. We'll see if Arcane can come to fruition in late game, or if LWX actually gets to play the game this time around. It just did not feel like he was able to last time. And it is now Team WE threatening to take a 2-0 victory over FPX to keep their playoff hopes alive. Not mathematically eliminated yet, they say. And FPX just need something. They need to turn it on here. And you see, as we hit the rift, they have done so. FPX versus Team WE. We're starting with some heat.
Yeah, you often see this, that ward placed down early. I've seen so many teams attempt this top side. It must be so popular in scrims, right? This 5-man top early, because we see it so many times, but teams are prepared. We'll just throw down that ward. Don't let anything come from it. But what I want to say with these compositions is they are so explosive when it comes to team fights, right? There's so many tools just to get in, right? I feel like the Leona, the Vex on FPX side, the Hecarim, the Ari, the Kennen, a lot of engage options. But then it's like, think about how the fights will play out, right? If you get resets for the Vex, for the Viego, if LWX starts ramping with his ultimate, it'll be crazy. But on the other side, you can get resets for the Ari, the Jinx as well will get excited. I do really like the composition from FPX overall, but I think there is some areas where they're going to be a little bit weaker in the early game, right? Bot lane, you are going to get out pressured early as the Zeri into the Jinx. The Hecarim as well, I feel like is a bit more ganking agency pre-6 than the Viego. Top lane, we've often seen this Kennen picked into the Gwen as a matchup that can handle her. But overall, I still like the competition of FPX. I just think both teams have a lot more tools. And it's more even, right? Game 1, I was so heavily favored toward WE on the draft. I feel like both teams have options here. It's going to come down to the execution.
And we will see opposite side starts for both junglers. Obviously, the solo start for Beishang. Got a little bit of help for Clid on the side of FPX. They also cleared out the ward, but it did still spot that Clid was on the bottom side to start. So opposite side pathings may lead to some differences this time around in that early aggression, but I could still expect for Beishang, since he is going down towards his bottom side, to try to punish LWX and Hung.
Yeah, I mean, there's potentially the option, right? I think the one downside to it is for now, Ked does have priority in the mid lane, kind of expected them back early, able to just shove pretty aggressively. So, you know, I feel like a 3-man dive, maybe not the easiest to pull off, and you're not really going to have assistance from your mid laner as of right now. But for the time being, both junglers just clearing through. We do see Clid will end up on the top side.
So look at this clear. Here. Look at this clear. He went red, Raptors, Gromp, and now a gank on a Bew. Let's see if it all works out in the end. Shalahu taking a decent amount of damage, but here comes the stun. Beautiful sidestep from Bew, and Clid's early pathing comes up not.
Yeah, and it's a game plan, right? The Gwen can try and contest wave level 1. The Shalahu lets it push sort of forwards. Bew is a little bit overextended. He goes for that quick path up top, and now he will loop back round, be able to grab his blue, the wolves, and this top side scuttle. So on the other side, we can see it's kind of just a full clear from Beishang.
Yeah.
He's going to head up towards the Krug, so we'll be on the opposite side from that scuttle that will be left available. But ultimately, the Hecarim's kind of just find farm income from the situation, right? And as much as Bew being the flash, the Gwen alone shouldn't really be enough to threaten you, even with flash down, especially since the ghost is in there. But this could be a return.
I was going to say, you know, Clid will not let that go. Oh, no, Bew stepping for it. Okay, Clid doesn't extend for it. You do have Beishang on the side here with the Krug camp being taken. So a little bit of reinforcements as we've seen this, right? Both junglers have committed so heavily to these ganks, and Clid sees Beishang, decides, nope, we're going to walk away. We were never here.
Yeah, I like the move from Beishang. I like the fact that he ends up looping back up towards his Krugs to be on top side instead of going for the scuttle. It just essentially ensures he's able to help his top laner crash and be safe now. Clid's waiting for an opportunity, but I don't think you want to go towards that level 4 Hecarim. Wouldn't be a fun time, and we'll just back away.
Ships passing in the night as Clid waiting in the bush there, and I won't be spotted out. They realized that he was somewhere around there since they didn't see him again, but nothing going to come of it. So no early blood this time around, and Beishang taking a lot easier than the very wanton aggression we saw in the last game.
And they're actually starting to struggle in this match for quite a bit, right? Low on HP, low on mana, starting to lose priority on Xie. And level 6 is going to be a big point of pressure. Both of these mid laners, by the way, with Ignite, so kill pressure is increased in the scenario. And I feel like it's kind of like who lands what on who, right? If Ari lands a Charm, you kind of kite out the Vex, right? If Vex isn't able to hit you with the Fear on a W, it's kind of hard for it to connect with the skill shot when you have so much mobility.
Trying to get the flash out of Xie. Xie in some trouble here. Flashes back. Charm misses. And first blood goes over. Second blood, rather, goes over. And Clid makes it out afterwards. You do have Care getting traded. It's 1-for-1 in the mid lane.
Yeah, even trade, right? In that situation, Clid will be able to push the wave in, which does mean there's a bit of advantage over the side of FPX on that front. But on top of that, I mean, look, mid lane, despite the fact they said Care was starting to struggle in the trades, still up in farm, right? That big wave missed by Xie. And on top of that was the one to get the first blood. Xie flashed away from the Fear coming through, but wasn't able to avoid the damage.
And tried to get that Charm, too. If that Charm connected, maybe there was a bit of a different play available there. We'll get a replay of that one and just see the details of what happened.
Yeah, so critically, the stun comes out from Clid, but there's a bit of a delay before the Fear comes in, and we're able to get the flash out. If that connects from Xie, then he doesn't get to ignite the Vex, right? There's even potential that it could have been a turnaround there, and Beishang could have been in trouble, but manages to get the flash in time, manages to make it a 1-for-1 trade.
And we do see level 6s now completed for majority of the laners, at least for both sides. Beishang hovering down this bottom side, doesn't have that level 6, all importantly, but does have the devastating charge. We'll try to get something going down here, but again, we've seen this constantly from TWE, at least in last game as well. Beishang's willingness to hang out in the bottom lane until something happens.
Yeah, and I mean, fishing for the opportunity there, but doesn't really come to fruition. And honestly, I gotta say, despite the fact that Jinx is expected to have Pry on this lane, right, the Tahm Kench can also pressure early. LPL has been holding up fine. Double cold star from these 80 carries, just looking to scale up. And speaking of the Zeri, so whenever I see the Zeri, the Tahm is obviously incredibly bonkers, incredibly broken. That goes without saying. But it's like the tools the enemy team has to answer, right? We often see things. And I'm gonna hold that forward.
Oh, Bubu, he has slicing Maelstrom. Clid is making his face shown, but Bubu not even popping the ulti, just goes down.
Yeah, I think he just did that, and I gotta credit Shallow, who in this game has been holding the wave in perfect spots just to make it really uncomfortable for Bubu, right? He's not able to crash in these waves, exposed constantly for ganks, and now you have this 1-0 Gwen with the CS lead as well. You are going to see the Ken and TP. Remember, he still has ultimate, so they can't go for this fight.
And they do want to. Onslaught of Shadows is available as well. Shallow, who is the focus. They don't even care about Clid. He's going over the wall here. Does get the devastating charge off. The damage will slowly but surely come down on Shallow. Who are they going to give the kill to? It's Bubu.
Yeah, so trade of kills in that scenario. Good punish coming out. And, you know, despite the fact the ult wasn't used from the cannon, the threat of it just made it very clear that FPX shouldn't tango. Okay.
Oh, what is up with all these face checks? The Onslaught of Shadows used to get away, and Care almost takes down the top side, but Kadaya in some trouble. Has the gray health. Xing in some trouble now too. The shots from LWX flashing forward. Flash from Xing gets him out. It is chaos right now across the map.
Yeah, ult available to, well, used by LWX, right? And that allowed them to have
level
momentum
6
in that fight.
We had level 6 for the Mega Death Rocket. We also see in mid lane, Care again getting the Spear Rush. She's on dodges out of the charm though. Xie takes a tower shot.
Yeah, ult used by Xie, right? Looking for the window. He knows the ult from Care was used top, so no success on the Hecarim. Able to try and threaten it, but doesn't connect with the charm critically. Doesn't have enough damage to chase him down. And Clid will take the skull on the top side. Was looking towards the Herald, but I think having been spotted, might just back away. We got a lot of action in this early game. And critically, I think the thing is, right, Tahm Kench pre-6, you don't offer nearly as much safety. So in that scenario, Hung just able to constantly pressure with that stun, right? This is one of the reasons Leona is so strong. Playing into melee champions, your Q is on a 5-second cooldown. That stun that also applies your passive deals a ton of damage. Makes it very hard to be in range of now LWX.
Oh no, Kadaya!
Oh,
Kadaya! Oh, he stepped out.
Okay, I will say Tom Kench is a little bit girthy, right? He is a bit thick.
He's
so
a big
just
old
sticking out
thick
the brush.
catfish.
Sticking out the brush a little bit.
Also, it doesn't help when you have a giant horseman with you there. You can't really hide in a bush. I would like to see somebody recreate that in an animation. It'd be hilarious. Just seeing a
It'd be difficult, right?
A giant catfish and a big old horseman centaur in a bush waiting for a little baby ADC.
Do you ever find it so weird when there's just like such a discrepancy in like champions in League of Legends, where it's like, you know, Zeri is girl with gun, and I mean Jinx is girl with gun. Then you have like this super mega death horse thing with Beisheng.
And then you have a catfish with a tongue. See, it all rhymes.
True.
I don't know if that's his main weaponry, but I feel like it is to some extent. Maybe his stomach is the main weaponry. But anyways, Team WE will capitalize on the map movements. They did bring Beisheng down to the bot side while Rift Herald is being taken by Clid, and now they also take the first dragon.
Yeah, able to secure that one. Now looking mid for Care, but I don't think you really find anything. You're kind of conditional on landing that charm, and do you see a play coming bot?
They actually connect the Zenith Blade there onto Kadaya, who still has the gray health. Clid is here. Solar Flare dodged out of yet again. Kadaya's just too tanky, and now LWX. Mega Death Rocket, one shot! Shing with the outplays! He's continuing to fire. That's the lethal tempo buff.
I feel like they just weren't paying attention, right? To King and just dealing the damage. Gonna take out this Tom Kench, not the easiest target by all means to punish. The ult doesn't connect, and then LWX just disrespectful there. Big influx of gold to Jing on this Jinx, right? Now, it's 750 gold ahead. It is inflated a bit by the fact that the coal's been completed, but you.
Full-on combo onto Xiaolao, who has Beisheng here. Onslaught of Shadows, devastating charge. The combo's just too clean. Beisheng gets the kill.
WE finding some momentum, getting another kill on the top side, got that turnaround kill bot, and now should be able to apply some pressure to this top lane tower. Should get a plate at least for Bubu in this Kennen. If Kennen gets fed, I don't think I need to explain why that's a bad thing for FPX.
I would say you don't need to. Even I understand the issues with that, and I'm a play-by-play. Let's get a replay of that bottom lane fight in watching LWX just kind of hung out to dry.
Yeah, so the reason Hung doesn't commit the ult when Kadai is stunned is because he wants to make sure he has CC ready if he tries to use his W to get away. But LWX just steps up too far and takes so much damage on the back end. And now Herald has been used bot, getting some plates, but re-engage comes in.
Onto Clid. Clid has to use the Heartbreaker to get away. Tower will not fall. The defense strong for Team WE.
Xing and Kadai are just 2v3ing, right?
Yeah.
Back to back. They keep the tower alive. Yes, they're going to lose some plates because, I mean, it's Herald, right? It's a given. But doing a great job of just mitigating this pressure coming out from the enemy side.
Oh, no, Care. He's just waiting. He still doesn't hit it. Oh, no. I will say, Care's movements, he's breaking some ankles, primarily Xie's.
100%, right? Just dipping, dodging away. See that from LWX as well, dodging from that tongue. And I feel like, you know, I'm just so hyped when the team fight starts to come in for these compositions because we talked about it a little bit before, but both teams have so much agency, so much setup, so much engage, right? And I think critically, we're seeing the fact that Beisheng is ahead on this Hecarim makes him so threatening. If he can dive in, get onto the critical targets, and then the momentum in these fights, the follow-up, the resets, the fact that Care on this Vex will be able to chain ultimates, played on this Diego. Speaking of the Hecarim,
he's just ahead of the
toying
ball
with the idea.
He's moving so quickly around, but it has been impressive that Clid has continuously invaded himself, right? The jungle matchup, the CS discrepancy is nowhere. Like, it is absolutely the same, and the fact that we've seen Beisheng constantly invading, but also Clid, it is a tale of two takes here for both these junglers.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, as much as I think Beisheng has had marginally more impact, Clid has still found these opportunities, found these windows. You have Dragon coming up in a minute 45, and it's synced with the Herald, interestingly enough. So we could see a cross map coming up from this situation. I feel like WE leaning towards the Dragon could make sense as to already have the first. But we'll see what comes from it regardless. Both mid towers very healthy at this point, which is something to note. So just a second Herald may not be enough to actually take the tower itself. And it looks like FPX are kind of committed to that bot side, kind of making their intent clear. They will have pressure for that Dragon, but also this tower is so low, they should just be able to pick this up for free.
Will be first tower of the game going to FPX, but not to
Oh, what he
hey,
stole the gold.
Yes, he did. You know what? That just happens sometimes. And so does Team WE moving in here for the fight because they are tried to route FPX, but not having.
He just stole.
He did.
330 gold.
He did. He did. And you know what? Maybe he deserves it. All right. But Shing was a little bit off of the play from TWE, so there was no real response to come out, unless they just come right back out here, because you know that could just happen too.
Oh,
they're
still
just
looking for
gonna
something.
keep going for it. Onslaught of Shadows onto LWX, but it's a bit overextended for that one.
That's
And Beishang, yeah, it is a bit of a reach. Maybe with like a 10-foot pole grabber.
Yeah, LWX cleanses. I'm going to say that was probably the most unnecessary cleanse I've ever seen, right? But he still just wants to feel safe, wants to feel like he can press his buttons, so will opt to use that now. It does mean this Hecarim ult is unavailable for this Dragon fight. Definitely a lot of power lost for WE as a result. That being said, the critical thing is look at the teleports for top lane. Shallow, no TP available. Bubu has teleport and flash, right? So definitely a big threat. Now, what I will say is WE don't have any deep vision. There's no real wards they can teleport behind to. Other than, I think that's a ward in the lane. That's potentially an angle. But either way, FPX fighting this dragon is a bit risky when you don't have the Gwen there, right? I feel like the play would probably just be to go up towards Herald and contest that, but they seem interested regardless.
They absolutely do, and that's just how they do. I think they move in here for the Dragon, which is already about half health. You have Xie coming in. All ultis available for everyone. Now, Dragon just goes to FPX. Shallow, who was walking this way just in case, and it's just a bit of pressure game.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused, right? I mean, maybe the factor was they didn't have the ultimate from the Hecarim, but I feel like for me, WE should have been really aggressive. They should have got a ward down where you could see Bubu TP to, and the TP from Bubu should have been enough. It should have been like, right, Shallow, who's not here yet, Kennen coming in, scary level 11, boom, and they get a dragon. But they seem so hesitant there. Not really sure why. And then on the back of that, looking towards this Herald, so FPX getting away with murder here. They'll get both objectives without even having to fight.
And that is not what you'd like to see for a Team WE, because we saw them actually have a good amount of pressure towards this bottom side of the map early on. Seems like they have lost that just a bit as that Herald finally goes down to Beishang coming out to the... Oh, okay, a little bit late there. Was not going to make it in time, and Clid goes ahead and scoops that eye up just to make sure.
Yeah, so other objectives secured by FPX, you know, definitely solid for them. Be interested to see whether they use the Herald. Personally, I'm always a big fan of mid, opening up the map by getting that tier 1. We do see WE trying to play aggressive here. I wouldn't walk into the Vex, is my personal opinion. But it looks like they're trying to establish control on the top side. They want to make a play with this top lane tier 1. You can see them moving as a unit to try and contest the vision.
Yeah.
I think they'll struggle a bit, right? Vex is defending top and has the wave clear. So for the time being, Sage can get his reset off, and WE, you know, they'll look mid, but I'm not sure this... Well, actually, that being said, LWX doesn't have the greatest wave clear, so maybe this is just a push for the mid tier 1.
It does. Clid is here to back them up just a bit, but Bubu is right there in response, and we see the adaptation coming into the mid game for both these teams. Obviously, the lane assignments have changed. We're getting into the 1-3-1 setup for both these teams in all actuality, and making sure that the objective timers are what is important. We've seen 1-to-1 dragons. We've seen the Rift Heralds go down. All that is left is stacking those dragons and getting the Baron when it comes up. And Bubu might be in some trouble here. It has to dash away there just to make sure he can get away from Clid, who is again on the aggression. Speaking of aggression, though, Beishang towards this top side. Kair in some trouble, hits by the Everfrost. The fear connects though. Shadow Surge isn't going to be enough to take Xie. Xie doesn't go down. He gets the kill, and they come out on top.
Yeah, and I really like what WE've done here, right? They just go between mid and top, fishing for opportunities. They see Clid on the bot side. They know that is their signal to go. And because FPX didn't get that kill on the Kennen, they can't really do much to pressure the tier 2. They are going to throw down the Herald mid. I think Shing should be able to clear out the wave and defend this, though. So, as I said, tower's still very healthy. You don't secure the tier 1. You get a low, but ultimately WE coming out ahead. More minions being missed on the top side. Here applying pressure for the time being, but I think he has to back up before anyone shows up. He is extremely low.
Yeah, he's going to have to back out of that one quickly, but we do see Scuttle Crab actually taken by Beishang. Hits that level 11 off of it, and it will signal the back off of FPX as they weren't able to get much of what they came for. And we're starting to get to the point where LWX and Shing will have more to say as they hit their second item spikes, but we're still really waiting on the 3 for both these ADCs. And until then, it's still going to be who comes out in the skirmishing ahead, Beishang or Clid, who gets there first, Hung or Kadaya, and how do these solo laners find any influence in these fights?
Yeah, those are the big momentum points, right, for the AD carries, but still, there's so much agency across the board. I feel like You often have these games where it's like all about this person, all about this person. I feel like so many people on both sides can really find these carry opportunities given the chance. Now, would you see FPX come back on the map, applying pressure mid and top, playing through both these lanes, and with Hung and Clid leaning over here, they won't be able to
Look at this though.
right?
Look at Team WE. They have so many bodies up here.
Yeah, they are trying to respond.
I don't
And
know.
it does mean FPX can't commit too heavily, right? They can't go for the dive in this situation, I don't think.
They're waiting. Okay, so the members of Team WE walk away. Slicing Maelstrom comes out early, but it means Bubu dies. Mid lane is the focus, though, as Hung taking a couple extra tower shots. Tier 2 is under pressure by Team WE in the mid lane with an excited Jinx.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, right? They go for the dive top, but it's so telegraphed, it's so slow that WE able to answer on the other side. Charm just hit LWX, he will have to cleanse. But they've just gotten that mid-tier 1 for free and a tier 2, right? Yeah, you do the cannon. And what?
Right in time for Dragon as well. 25 seconds until it spawns. They're going to clear out red side and go straight for that objective. Second Dragon of the game for Team WE. They are losing their top tier 2, though, and nobody is responding to this. So, in the end, who even really knows, Ox?
Well, in terms of gold, FPX pull ahead, right? They get the kill, they get the top lane tier 2, which is worth more money. But WE, they get the tier 2 mid, which is worth a lot in terms of sort of map control. They're going to get this bot tier 1. I think they should just take the Dragon as well, right? As much as they don't have the ult for the Kennen, there's no Vex ult, no Leona ult, no ult for the Gwen as well. So I think overall, WE trade up. I think maybe FPX a bit overzealous with the play top, but they still get a lot of gold in the Gwen, which is the important thing, right? And Shalahu is pretty strong right now. And as I was saying, I expect WE to go straight towards the Dragon. They are hesitant again, right? It feels like they are giving so much space over to FPX, so much respect. Maybe just waiting for BB to have that ultimate available again on the Kennen. This is prime opportunity for FPX to push in and look to contest the second Dragon.
It is everybody heading down this way, though, for FPX is 5 members strong in the entrance to the Dragon Pit. Team WE making their way here. Beishong spots them out in front of the pit as well. It seems like they are in an unmanned fight, but they want to take it anyways, potentially, as TP coming in for Bubu. He has Slicing Maelstrom, Onslaught of Shadows available. All the ultis to pull on the trigger for Team WE. FPX realized they could be in a sticky situation, back themselves off of the Dragon a little bit. Half health here, though, Beishong going in. Now Team WE take position on the Dragon and see if Clid can get it. Clid smites it away. Beautifully done. Bubu on the flank here decides to back away. Look at the reserve play from Team WE.
Yeah, they can head towards Baron right now. I don't think they're necessarily going to do it, but they can get some vision in the area and at least give FPX a bit of a fright. Ultimately, again, WE seems so hesitant approaching this objective. They TP Bubu to the mid lane. I feel like they could have set it up so he's on a TP flank. Again, I think, you know, there's so much team fighting power on both of these sides. They definitely could have looked for opportunities now. They are starting the Baron. This feels like, you know, a bit of a bait to try and attract some pressure. I don't think they finish this because you can see all of FPX collapsing already. Yeah,
and TP advantage for Shalahu. So that's just begging to take an unmanned fight there under the Dragon's ire, or the Baron's ire, rather.
This is one of these plays you see all the time in competitive where it's like, okay, we lost an objective, let's just stop Baron. And then they're like, we can't do Baron. Okay, let's stop Baron. And that's it. That's literally like the end of the play. It's just like, they feel like because they missed out on the Dragon and didn't get a fight, they want to do something, right? Obviously, don't get anything from it. And actually, this is the cost as well. Because you put that pressure towards Baron or forced away, you lose your mid-tier 1 as well, right? I feel like WE, they made some good map movements before in the mid-game, but their setup around these objectives has really been lacking, right? FPX able to pull up ahead a pretty decent goal lead and have that Dragon advantage.
They lost so much. They lost 2 side lane tier 2s during that. The response just couldn't be there for Bubu against Shalahu in the side lane on that tier 2 in the bottom side, and it just feels like everything is going FPX, at least at this point in the game. Obviously, teamfights still have something to say, but there is so much map pressure now that FPX can utilize.
100%. And as well, the Cloud Soul, I think pretty solid, in all honesty, for a lot of champions in both these sides, right? I actually think when you have things like Kennen, the Ahri, the Hecarim, on the other side, the Vex, the Zeri, and the Gwen, right? The extra burst of movement speed, even just the movement speed in general, is really valuable because it can be the difference, right? Kennen being slightly out of range for target or in range can be night and day. So yeah, I think there is a lot of power available in it if they can secure it. And FPX have been doing a good job of sort of controlling these objectives. And mostly I've been critical of the Barons so far. This split had been kind of lacking. I think the last series they were a lot better. but it definitely feels like they're a lot more heads up, right? We talked about Care being a change to mid lane. It feels like the whole roster is thinking a bit more about, okay, how should we be setting up for these neutral objectives?
Yeah, exactly. We'll point out Cosmic Drive completed for Xie, so at least a little bit of an item spike there for the Ahri if they do want to go for any of these fights. It's just been a constant, ship passing in the night, as I kind of said earlier. Both teams just very hesitant on a lot of these engages, which is not something you typically see for a lot of LPL teams. Usually it's a don't ask questions first, make action happen, then ask questions. But here it's all about reservedness.
A lot of LPL teams will use objectives as an excuse to fight. It feels like these teams... Oh,
this is the catch out, though. This is the kind of stuff you need to see from Team WE, but they can't get Xiaolahu. They're committing so heavy to this. The lightning crashes for LWX. He's trying to pop shots into the back of FPX. Oh my God, Pew Pew with the aggression. He might die for it. No, he survived him. So what? How does that even turn around? Xiaolahu dies. All of a sudden, Team WE find the pick and find success.
Yeah, I think WE just got tired of not fighting, right? We saw them really rough with their setup for objectives, but they just dive in. And this is the thing. You can't do this. Both these teams have the ability just to force fight so easily, which is why it's kind of surprising how tame the sort of early stages of the game are. But they see Xiaolahu even just marching out of position, and the chase potential is so big, right? It's a Gwen, hard to pin down, but they know Vex is top.
He's not taking any damage.
And look how late the charm is, though, right? And once the charm comes in, once the W is gone, that is when the Gwen is squishy. The ult from Pew Pew is so threatening. They get the cleanse from LWX as well. He doesn't go down, of course, but that means that won't be available.
Oh my God. Okay, what were you just saying? You lose a fight, you got to do an objective? Let's do it. Bring it on. FPX back off of the Baron because they realized it was a bit of a mistake there. Team W were ready to pounce. And just like that, things are even.
My chest tightens whenever FPX start Baron. I'll just be real, right? It's anxiety inducing. And they back off, fortunately, I think, for them. But now Clid might be out of position a little bit. Don't think they'll be able to catch him. Obviously, just goes invisible. But bear in mind, Dragon in 25 seconds. WE have kind of pulled FPX up here.
Yeah.
Neither team really has much vision on the bot side. It feels like they're just fighting for presence here on the Baron.
I will say, though, the team of Team WE, if they find you just a little bit overextended, we've seen glimpses of it. They are so quick to jump down your throat, right? They have the Spirit Rush into a Charm to quickly get you out. The Devastating Charge plus the Onslaught of Shadows to just instantly turn. The Flash Slicing Maelstrom from Pew Pew that we've been seeing be so clutch. It's terrifying. And that's where a little bit of that reservedness, I feel like, is coming from FPX.
Oh, stop push from home.
He might just be dead. There's so much CC. He tries to pop the Solar Flare, but it didn't matter. Shing is now excited. He's hitting onto Care as well. The Fear connects. Shing takes half his health, but Xie as well as Beishong are making it happen here. It's a snowball from hell right now, and Team WE are taking advantage.
And WE just started being decisive, right, all of a sudden. And I think a big difference maker is the Tahm Kench, because FPX feels like they're just struggling to find a window back in. They're so split, they're so indecisive. And if they do jump on someone, Tahm is the safety net. GA, another charm comes in. Won't find too much at the back end. Actually, Clid, chunk.
Look at Pew Pew. He has Slicing Maelstrom. He wants it. Clid killed by Pew Pew without it. Now you've got a huge amount of needlework damage from Xiaolahu. Look at this AoE. LWX, can you make miracles happen? Are you the Rainmaker? It's not looking likely, and he backs Team WE off of it. He won't get the kills, but the objective won't go down. I say that's a success for FPX.
Yeah, but still, overall, WE will be happy to take away those kills. Now, FPX still even in gold, right? Despite that, managing to get those tier 2s gives a ton over to keep it even. But yeah, I think the problem is, right, we just see WE willing to pull the trigger in these situations. Xie setting them up perfectly. Everfrost doesn't connect. Charm does. Hung just basically goes down. You see the Dragon getting picked up there off screen, but yeah, look at Care. Nearly has the fear, but a great charm coming out from Xie. Doesn't even let him use that, right? It's this consistent agency from WE, and they're utilizing their tools. It's great to see. This is what we wanted from the team earlier in the split, but now they're on to Baron. FPX coming into contest.
3.5 items on Shing. The Jinx powder combo is alive and well. They are backing off of this, and it's again the reservative just to test the waters and see what is possible against FPX.
Yeah, and despite the fact WE have been finding these picks, right, you still have to be so scared. It's like backing up from the Baron before. LWX ramping up with the ultimate with Runehounds as well is so scary if you're clumped in the Baron pit. Vex as well, super threatening, but they keep going for it.
The back just got completed by Hung. This is a 4v5 right now. The Baron is just going to die before Hung can even get back here. Clit is going to have to steal this. Clit is going to have to go for the 50-50. Team WE realized they don't want to put themselves in that kind of position and back off the Baron for it seems like the 50th time. And FPX take their position. Solar Flare from Hung, he just wants to get engaged. Xie in some trouble, but doesn't get downed. The Needlework also utilized a lot of ultis from FPX are down. Is this where Team W want to turn this onto the FPX Baron? Oh my god, they're starting it, Ox!
Yeah, View has Slicing Maelstrom. I don't want to be in a Baron pit against that. And
he's
look
about
how
to have
quickly
flash.
the health balls are dropping.
He's going to have flash here soon. He's looking at the flank. Beishong into the pit here. Look at View. The Slicing Maelstrom is available. Here comes Beishong, who's smiting it. No, it's taken by LWX. And the souls are starting to go down. View is in the back, but it hasn't done anything. Xing is trying to stay alive. The Devourer comes out. Is he going to stay alive, though? One more shot, two more shots. Xing goes down, and FPX are finding the team fight. LWX finally has a say in the fight, and it comes alive for the Phoenix.
And you see how the momentum can come in for these teams, right? FPX start the Baron, they get it, but they also get all these kills. The resets come in for Clade. They manage to find the fight in Xing. Despite the Tonken sheet, can't survive. The Zeri running him down. The Gwen running him down. This might just be enough. They're just going to end the game. Take this to a 1-1. Go to that game 3.
They do not want to let Team WE go quietly into the night. They want to go to a 3-game series. Beishong with the defense, but it is all for naught. Care hitting the Everfrost, and that's it. We're going to 3 games. FPX versus Team WE. The distance.
And honestly, it felt like WE kept finding these opportunities, right? Kept finding these moments where they're getting picks, get the momentum, had the kill lead. But honestly, it felt so swingy, right? The reset mechanics available to both teams, but also I kind of just favored FPX composition. The fact that they had the Zeri, who was mostly unchecked, right? They had the Gwen as well, who was pretty hard to deal with. You saw in that fight when it gets a bit messy, when resets start to come in, and suddenly you have this Zeri and this Gwen running you down. It is so hard to play, and ultimately that was a close one, right? By no means did either team come out that one smoothly, but FPX managing to close it out and keep themselves closer to that playoff spot.
Oh my goodness, we of course would have this go down. Team WE looked so good. They finally looked like they were putting the pieces together, and FPX, couple quick decisions in the fight. Xie getting caught there in that last one, and it was just snowballing, but this time on the side of FPX. And it could have been a quick 2-0 for Team WE, but they will not be able to close it out. And now you look at a third game where so many different pieces are available. Look at that spike. Oh my God.
Like, it's how the fights can go. Once Pasai can just stomp them and get a massive lead. But it felt like so back and forth. And then, I mean, LWX and Shallow, both of them doing a ton of damage. And in that last fight, just being able to charge forwards, make things happen. I feel like WE, you know, they started to use their tools in the mid game quite effectively, right? They mismanaged the neutral objectives a fair bit, but then when it came to finding picks, they were doing a good job. But then around that Baron, when things got messy, they just couldn't follow through.
Yeah, and it was so funny because you were just highlighting in the middle of that like last series of events. It was like, oh my goodness, Team WE are finally pulling the trigger. Like they're finding the Spirit Rush charms from Xie. Beishong is just engaging. It looks so good. They won a couple fights. Then they danced around Baron for like 5 minutes. And, push comes to shove. FPX are a good team. They have Clit. They have Care now in the mid lane. And it comes together so rapidly and so quickly. And the decision making for them to just go for the end is what you're looking for in these kinds of teams. So very exciting that we get to go the distance for our first series of the night. As we are, though, we're going to take a little break and get ready for game number 3.
15年跟 VG 打季后赛，就最后一把好像，然后玩个压缩就把我认为那个时候好像没人在比赛上打出过 EQ 3仙这个连招，然后我用了这个连招把我们队友就是从劣势到优势，然后就导致我们赢下了那个比赛，然后拿到就是选拔赛的名额， 就那个操作比较难忘。
最难忘的操作还挺多的，但最近突然想到一个以前确实是忘不掉的画面，就是以前那个就在18年打 IG 的时候，那个就决赛嘛，那个大王升级，就最近让我突然想到那个画面，就挺难受的。
太多了，我不能一个一个说，真的是太多了。
딱히 없는데 좀 생각나는 거는 보아프 백도 보자.
Here's around the base, it's the base. Yeah, control ward goes in. There's the flash from Khan. He just wants to kill the Evelyn before she can get there. But Sword has teleported forward. Empowered recalls are going to be available. But Griffin, can they actually make this win? Oh my god!
其实我感觉我操作的很多很好的操作我都会记得，其实没有一个特别固定的。
记忆比较深的话是可能。 有就是抢大龙的那种经历吧，就比如我有时候玩布隆，他们抢过大龙这样子。
Stops him. Haro can't get into the pit. He can't steal it. But what the heck? Mako! What throws out the...
最难忘的操作，其实都忘了。
就去年那个卡莎反杀镜吧。
应该就差不多就是很沙发也有，然后差不多很神的法的时候也有，就是这种盲僧什么末眼闪。 都很有，然后沙发差不多都是这种，就是王皇日1Q 闪控或者什么周通1闪控这种也有吧，就不太记得哪把吧，其实。
사람들이 많이 기억해주는 게 남지 않을까? 솔직히 너무 많아가지고 그나마 롤드컵 때가 기억이 나는 것 같아. G2전이랑 했을 때. 아 그거 피오라 마지막 그 우리가 진 거.
KT still marching. It's a base race. The Shy's on the blue Nexus. KT's on the red. Who's gonna win? The Shy will not.
都挺好忘，想不起来。神剑级呗，打那个发条大新单。
还是偷家吧，因为我给他们当眼了。
那可能就是去年偷拆主堡的那一场，对，打到输0吗？有点忘了，就是玩金克斯拆主堡那场，对。
没有吧？感觉每一波操作都挺正常，就没有什么令人难忘的。
就那个 TP。
The TP's already coming through the Shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo?
Oh no! How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
很恶心。
S 几来着 ？S10决赛晋级5杀吧。
The Quadra looking for it. Bin will pick it up. Get the pentakill for Bin and Suning Gaming.
其实这个问题之前采访过我也说了，就是可能是2018年夏季赛闪现秒那个泥王的岩雀嘛，但其实。 去年一整年对我来说也是，我打了1年上单嘛，对我来说也是一段非常那个丰富的职业生涯吧。然后特别是奈尔这个英雄，我感觉还是对有很多局拍的挺爽的，对，就是可能红 buff 拍了EDG 4个人那一波，就感觉蛮帅的。
And now we're back. We're doing this again. It's Shower. Oh my god!
打 LPL 的时候吧，就是有一次侵略抢龙吧。
暂时还没有最难忘的操作。
去年打那个 OnePlus 的时候，就是在下路我们高地那边玩南仗，应该1个人打4个吧，那个操作是不能忘记。
Kanavi, you absolute madman! He's 1v5 in the whole team.
就挺多的吧，像就硬要说一个，就20年季后赛打方巴斯那把LG，就操作一下。
Yagao jumps back in and ignites. What a big ballsy play!
I think it was in LC when I played against G2. I mean, I had so many good moments against G2, but the best probably was when I kicked Willie Sin Perks into our team and we won the game.
Oh, early ignite on top of Rookie. Rookie alert. Gotta wait for your flash. He's still gonna die.
最难的操作啊，就是打暗击，他那个阿卡丽把那个加料单杀。
去年打 NG 那把奇安娜吧。
Supreme, but Kiana in a dragon fight and get a big ult. There it is, immediate supreme display of talent. What a way to burn open.
没有吧，没有什么操作，都差不多。
目前还没有。 令我难忘的操作一般都是别人的，我觉得别人都好帅。
印象比较深刻，基本都是在锤石吧，因为可能我从开始打职业的时候就是一直玩锤石，玩到现在，然后有各种，假如什么闪现预判钩啊，那时候就会自己做出来之后就会觉得啊，肯定很多人能为我欢呼，觉得这个很帅，所以说这些场景都会记着。
没有，
没有，
就可能好像先打 LDL 就那个睿智开车到人家脸上，直接全崩了，好像。
可能是就是我们春季赛刚打的那波飞机首加吧，如果导弹中一个的话就好了，就收下来。
Absolutely incredible! Somebody hit him! Forget the Nexus! Forget the Nexus lyric! Ace needs to kill him. He goes into GA.
Yeah,
Nexus
boy.
exposed. The Shy taking down Viewview. Finally! Are we there? We're there!
There's a place I wanna go, 15 miles to the coast, where the sun always shines, right down on the borderline. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Sitting here under the blue sky, people here don't ask why. The sun comes down every evening, oh, the sun comes up, we're believing. Here in Barbados, Santo Domingo, Kingston, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. Lazy breeze in a sea of green, slipping on the sunscreen. Lazy breeze in an open sky, never wanna say goodbye. Here in Barbados.
在面对方 Plus 的时候，我和时代需要注意他们打野吧，因为他们这个团队很喜欢打下路。对于自己整个春季赛的表现来说，满分100分的话，给自己打60分吧。感觉自己在开团这方面不是做的特别好。
Welcome back, everyone. We are here with the final game of our first series. We do have a little bit of an update to give before we do get into the third game of this first one. Because FPX won that last game, it does mean Team WE are now officially eliminated from the playoffs. So hats off, and now it's all about the spoils, baby.
Yeah, I think that's kind of shows how delicate things were. I mean, that's expectation, right?
Yeah.
When they are right at the bottom, is you basically, it wasn't even just about winning the series. You needed game difference as well. They needed everything to go in their favor to make it. And just with that loss, they are now ruled out, which is pretty rough for them overall, but still, they have a series ahead of them. There's still the opportunity to challenge FPX. And we talked about it a bit earlier. You can still look towards summer for this roster.
Yeah, you absolutely can. The LPL is a holistic beast to be tamed itself. Now, let's look at FPX, though, because they did take a convincing final parts of the game, at least in game number 2. Clid came out with the MVP, and I feel like it's a bit of a toss-up in that way, but Clid deservedly so, having a lot of forward momentum for the team in that one, especially with an 89% KP.
Yeah, you know, you could definitely not really praise him for the Baron Smite, because that was actually LWX who secured that, but some decent resets coming out. And I think the big thing for me was how FPX played the map and the objectives, right? There was a period in the mid game where they got like Herald and multiple dragons in a row. That was just really rough for WE. And then although WE answered back with some good picks, it really was the objective setup that went in favor of FPX. And Clid, despite the fact that we saw Beisheng have quite a bit of an impact in the early game, Clid was consistently answering himself as Viego.
He was. The invades constantly trying to keep up in the farm discrepancy because Beishang was continuously invading as well. And this is that last fight. This is the snowball that won the game for FPX.
Yeah, it just felt like, especially towards the end of the fight, didn't have the tools to deal with the Gwen or the Zeri, and they just started to run away. The resets for the Viego as well. So little you can do, right? And I kind of came interested. I felt like FPX had a pretty solid comp here. Wasn't a big fan of the game 1 comp, and draft definitely impactful, but I still feel like play was a huge factor, right? WE had some great tools they utilized, but that final Baron, it just felt like they ran out of steam in the fight and weren't able to deal with those big threats. So game 3, you know, WE no longer playing for anything but pride, right? For getting their standing up, can't make playoffs, but definitely still possible to avoid that last place spot. And I still think that's pretty important, right? I don't know about you, Mazel, but I would rather not be 17th in the league, right? And that's the thing with it being the LPL, there's 17 teams, right? It sounds even worse, right? If you're 10th in the LCS or the LEC, right? I mean, I know that, especially the LCS, maybe not as a prestigious league, but being 17th, right, is pretty far down the list.
It is. And there's still obviously like FPX has a lot riding on every win coming to the rest of the
100%.
season, right? And so like that is where I turn my attention more so is Team WE trying to fight that, trying to continue to see the developing blocks of Xie, of Beishang together, because in that last game we still saw the brightness that those two bring to the table. Now, no change up of sides here in this series, but FPX there on the blue side will be banning away the LeBlanc, Xin Zhao, and Rakan yet again. Lee Sin, Thresh, Jace again banned by Team WE. First pick, Gwen. Salty run back it is.
Yeah, and WE would be a Jinx Hecarim here if they're going to mirror what they had in the previous game. Like I said, I feel like the drafts were more even compared to game 1, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see a lot of similarities coming through, at least at first. Over this side, FPX picked Zeri and Viego. I don't see any reason at all to change up the Zeri. And honestly, with Lee Sin and Xin Zhao banned, with Hecarim taken, I think Viego just makes sense as well for Clid. Would be his 3rd game on it this series.
It would be, and they would just try to get the reps in there for sure. Something else that, you know, shined out last game, we were putting a ton of praise on Xing with the Jinx and how he was able to kind of keep up in the fights. But it's always about the scaling game for Zeri. It's always about LWX and the ends of it. And the fact that he was able to navigate so many of those fights and dip, dive, duck, and dodging, as well as getting the damage in, this is impressive. So picking up the Zeri for the 2nd time in a row, definitely looking more so over at Xing to get the execution we all know and love on the Jinx that is so powerful here as Viego does get locked in for FPX.
I love how they spent so long deliberating on the Viego just to lock it in again. Now, here's an interesting one is, do they change the Kennen pick, right? You know, Jace is banned, but there's other picks people take often into the Gwen, right? You often see the Akali as an answer. Nara is something that maybe doesn't have as much pressure as the other two, but we saw this matchup earlier in the series, right? It was Shallow with the Nara, and he didn't really impress too much, but I've definitely seen players take this matchup, find favor, get a bunch of plates, and still be that menace in team fights. Now, so a bit of a change up, still that Yordle in the top lane though for WE, and now into the bans. Before they banned Zillion, Silas here, they're going in that same direction. FPX, it was Rise and Nautilus. The Nautilus, I 100% agree with, without a doubt. And honestly, Rise, pretty busted at the moment, so that really makes sense too.
See the rest of the focus, at least, as Zillion again banned away against Care. Tom Kench this time, though, against Kadaya.
Yeah, interesting.
So, nice little focus there. Again, I do still feel like Kadaya is needing to get the engages for Team WE to feel confident, to feel comfortable in having that kind of entrance there. We saw in game number 1 how flawless that Rakan seemed to be, but won't get any of those engaged champions this time, at least the ones we've seen already, as Silas banned away from Team WE. We'll see what the final ban is for FPX and see if they continue that focus of the champions we've seen Team WE pick already.
Yeah, there's a lot of safety now for this Jinx, right? And I think that's potentially something, when we were finding those picks in the mid game, the safety in return for the Tom Kench made it difficult for FPX to answer, but it's difficult here. You ban the Nautilus and free up the Zeri, they're going to ban the Rise instead, which ultimately is still a decent pick into the Zeri, right? The point and click route, the fact you can just walk up to her and be tanky. But WE, they could look to prioritize the Nautilus here and now. It would pass the Ahri to the side. I feel like if they don't pick the Nautilus here, FPX will 100% take it, right? So it's kind of now or never on that one. Really powerful pick at just sort of dealing with the Zeri, her mobility. Not much not much chance to outplay it. And they will actually go for the Ari. So FPX, you know, I think the Vex worked into the Ari. I think I imagine they would go in a similar direction. And then I think you pick the Nautilus for Hung. Highest priority support in the LPL over the split so far. Looks like they might be toying with a bit of a different direction in the mid lane, though.
This would be a bit of a spicy one. Could answer some of that aggression, but still feels like Shie getting what he wanted with the Ari. Obviously high priority in that one since the performances have been coming through for him. And it is the Akali actually locked in for FPX. So a little bit of a double-edged sword there, but definitely going with the aggression in the solo lanes to help out Clid and make sure that those synergies are on function. It is the Nautilus being hovered here. Obvious lock-in would be for FPX, just to make sure they have the engage and the power that Nautilus brings to the table. But they opt over to the Leona, as it was Hung landing beautiful Zenith Blades and having the Solar Flare on lock.
Yeah, it's got to be Nautilus on the other side, right? And I understand why they're doing this, right? Because when you look at FPX composition, they have a lot of champions which want to go in, but not the best tools to lock the enemy team down. So I think in that regard, they're kind of in a situation where, you know, the Nautilus doesn't offer enough team-wide engage, right? Nor is good at dealing with single targets, but in terms of engaging and just staying in the fight and locking them down, he's a bit too squishy. So they go for the Leona. And WE, the answer, not with the Nautilus though, but they go for the Alistair. A lot of defensive peel tools towards that Jinx. And critically, you know, I say the Nautilus ult is a great tool for the Zeri because it is essentially point and click. If Zeri is in range of Alistair, not much you can do really to outplay the combo other than Flash. I do think it's a weaker answer, right, than we had in the Nautilus would have been. And I also think that you can outplay the Leona matchup because historically it's been a bad one for the Nautilus, but if you use your Dreadstein to interrupt a Zenith Blade, you can outplay it. So it's interesting. It's interesting to see these decisions come out. I think the fact that FPX got the Zeri and the Nautilus isn't picked is kind of a godsend, in all honesty. But I do feel like one thing is getting on this Jinx isn't going to be the easiest, right? You have a lot of short range champions and an Alistair who's going to be playing bodyguard. So I think WE, if they can kind of play that front to back, will be quite comfortable. But the second Akali and Gwen get into an even vaguely uncomfortable position onto your Jinx, I think FPX will just steamroll the fight. So a lot of tools for both sides. One thing I will note is that the Ari is going to have that early pressure against the Akali in the laning phase. Should be able to contest waves quite well. So if WE finds some momentum, they can run away with this game.
And I'm excited because it's Kadia's first Alistair here. Feels like it fits the mold for his champion pool as well. We will find out who comes out on top. Can WE play spoiler in the attempt of FPX to solidify their playoff spot? Or will FPX continue to move up the ladder one rung at a time? Here we are, the final game of the first series of week number 8. FPX versus Team WE.
Oh, look, it's just play again.
Except the opposite side this time.
It just feels like it's such a common thing, right? If it works, like, you get so much value out of it, right? If you manage to pick the enemy top laner, but it just doesn't often work, right? It will get spotted out. They will clear out this ward. It feels like teams are very prepared for this and will make sure to get that early ward down to avoid the cheese. But, you know, we'll just see things pan out. Now, I think for me, early mid jungle for WE, I think particularly the Ari is the one I'm favoring, right? You're into an Akali, you're going to have that priority. You have Ignite as well to give you strength in the 2v2 and be able to lean that pressure outwards, right? You're going to have pressure bot because you have the Jinx into the Zeri. You can push early, right? Even though Alistair's not the best level 1, Jinx should be enough to mitigate. And also Leona can't really go on melee range off you because of Alistair. So I think this is very much for WE like a win lane, win game scenario, right?
Yeah.
All 3 lanes should be able to achieve prio. Top lane, you might be contested on a wave early, but should be able to get it by level 3. And then it's Beisheng, it's on him to really sort of have momentum and take over the game. That's what I am looking for. Whereas I think if things go later or if FPX find windows, I am really concerned for Shing playing into a Akali Gwen.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the turnaround from them last time around as well, and the late game working out for them, the late game team fights especially working out for them. So wanted to keep our eyes on that one. Clid going for a level 2 in the mid lane here. Something very unique, and Shie not exactly expecting it. Flash comes out, and Shie has to flash himself.
And this is a really great play, honestly, because I was talking about the control that Shie would have in the mid lane. You disrupt that by going for this early pretty cheesy gank, in all honesty. We've kind of seen that Clid going for these aggressive plays where he's actually able to find presence able to find presence by going for these quick clears. He will end up losing out on his Raptors, but the pressure applied mid by removing that flash definitely makes a difference. Now, bot lane, we actually saw Hung playing very aggressive on the Alistar, and as a result, they've managed to contest Prio and find the level 2 advantage. So things going well there. Shallow has Prio early, but will start to lose it when level 3 is hit by the Gnar. Overall, I think WE side lanes... Oh, sorry, FPX side lane's doing good, and the fact they got that gank off mid is just stellar so far.
And Beishang's pathing has led him toward this bot side on the flank of LWX, and Hung, having taken the Krugs now, getting to that mark, will potentially lead up for something Team WE's way in the bottom side. But the level 2 there, the gank maybe not just right. Hung is not focused by Beishang, and Beishang just says hello and walks away.
Yeah, critically, FPX crashed the wave, right? So we see Clade goes to the top side, but the wave is crashed, able to bounce over. And so as a result, we have a scenario where FPX's bot lane is completely safe, right? Good wave management to allow that. We saw the little picture-in-picture. It was just Beishang stealing away the Raptors, which we already saw. So I just wanted to show us twice his clearing mechanics.
It's twice as nice. We did get the vertical invade here for Clid, though, realizing there could be some finickiness on the bottom side of the map. This still, I believe, ends out in favor of Beishang, though, unless Clid is able to get something top.
Well, that's the thing, is he takes these Krugs right now, but then none of his camps are up yet, whereas Beishang is now doing his Gromp. He can head over to his Wolves. He can head over towards his Raptors as well if he really wants. The thing is that we did see Clid get double scuttle, and he got the top side scuttle. So that did make a difference, right? Hasn't really been cleared by WE yet, so has an advantage in that regard.
It does indeed. We saw a lot of pings actually from Team WE towards the mid lane, and it brought Beishang out of his wolf pit for a second, but nothing going to come of it just yet. Now we see Clid buying his time in topside, baiting Bew is Shalahu, but it won't fall for it this time. Look who's on a roam right now. Kadaya is up towards this top side while we get this 1v1. And it won't come to anything just yet. Just a lot of skirmishing across the board. Speaking of, Care gets the electrocute. The charm actually connects this time for Xie and gets the flash out of the Akali.
Yeah, Care struggling a bit. Charm connects, has to flash the threat of the ignite there and available to the Ahri, so has to pay respect. And now Summoner's even between them. I will say that our Akali can kind of escape ganks without flash, whereas Ahri needs her ultimate really. But still good to see the pressure from Xie in this laning phase, and overall we've seen things panning out pretty okay for WE. We haven't really seen anything come to fruition yet, right? But mid lane going good, bot lane going fine. Both started to cull again, so both looking to get that extra gold injection and scale towards it.
When my big question here now, Ox, when are we getting Zeri's TV show? When are we getting the Zeri buffs coming through here? All right, because
well,
she hasn't been in the she hasn't been in the league long enough. Like, I feel like we need this champion to come front and center. All right, no more bans. That should be taken away. It should be banned to ban Zeri.
I mean, she's a Zone Knight, so maybe season 2 of Arcane, you know, Zeri could show. I actually think it's possible.
So who wins if both of them have main character plot armor? I just don't know. Speaking of, I think Shalahu might be lacking his armor here as Bew trying to take it back. Conquer did proc. Level 6 not available for Shalahu just yet, but he still takes the trade pretty heavily. Beishang now with the level advantage onto Clid, going for the skirmishing himself. It's just a trade of chicky nuggies.
Yeah, the farm advantage for where Beishang means he's able to apply that pressure, right? Top lane, we did see Bew winning out the trade, forces the ghost from Shalahu. Won't really get too much else now. They are threatening on the spot side, and critically, Xie's moving with ultimate.
Yeah, he is. The first Krug was taken by Clid, but the rest of FPX are here just in case. 4 members strong from Team WE means they are a bit scared, a bit reserved. Maybe an under tower as the charm doesn't connect. That does mean Team WE back away from the fight.
Yeah, I feel like it's interesting they just completely rely on this charm to sort of set up, but I think it was such a precarious dive, right? You know Clid is there, Care has TP as well. It would potentially end up being a 4v4 in a tower, and especially when you're up against the likes of Viego. If one person goes down, you can easily see a cleanup come in. So WE back away, they attempt to play, they have the pressure, and that's kind of why you pick the Ahri in the situation, is that ability to get Prio and roam down, but hasn't really come to fruition. And overall, if I'm FPX, I'm kind of happy with the state of the game so far. I will say the jungle matchup is a little bit rough right now. Clid is falling behind, and Beishang should be hitting his level 6 pretty soon. And you get a lot more impact when the Hecarim has that available. Like, one of the things with the ganks is if you can get behind a target, great. If you can't, kind of hard to do anything. But once you have your ult, you just ult behind them. easy knockback.
Yeah.
Very difficult to avoid as an immobile champion. Now, what I will say is that there aren't too many immobile champions on the side of FPX. But
makes it a little bit more
makes
difficult.
things difficult.
Yeah. Hey, see, look at the synergy. It's on point. Both said at the same time. Something else here, though, as well, is like the next objective focuses. We've had a dragon on the table for almost 3 minutes now. Absolutely no focus down there whatsoever. But we do have a Rift Herald coming up in about 15 seconds, which last time around we got a little bit of a 3v3, I believe, in front of it. No classic LPL 5v5. I see pings already coming down from FPX to put a little bit of priority around that, especially with that priority they gained in topside.
Yeah, and the quick reset. So Shalahu is there. They already have Hung over and available. LWX is walking towards mid, and basically his direction is going to depend on what they see, right? They see Kadai ahead and bot side. They're like, okay, cool. I don't need to be on the top side of the map. My team have this. In fact, you even see Hung already peeling off away. The Herald in FPX's mind is secured, so they can start to move down the map. I try and mitigate losses on this side. I do think I'm not really a big fan of this play coming out from Hung, right? You might force the Ahri ultimate at best, but ultimately your support is getting zoned off a tower, right, and losing plates. So I guess one aspect of this is it's kind of hard to walk through your own jungle right now, and he needs the backup. So he gives the priority care. Now they both move down and are going to try and be able to defend bot lane tier 1. A plate has been taken, but 1 plate for the Herald. FPX pretty happy.
Yeah, I'd say so, and they actually get redeployed back onto the bottom side to dissuade anything from Team WE, especially objective focus-wise. And this is not the focus this time around. We have seen a pretty heavy focus for Dragons in the last couple games here between these two teams, but this one is all about steadily scaling up. But as you had said, that's a bit of a worry for Team WE going against the composition that FPX have drafted.
Yeah, like you can obviously look at WE's composition, and they have some great scaling elements, right?
They do.
I think the Jinx, monstrous in late game, right? The Hecarim, really strong engage threat. The Alistar as well. The problem is the Ahri kind of falls off. And when it comes to team fights, I feel like Jinx is like such a massive proportion of the late game team fighting. And there's so many tools to answer it, right? If Care, Clid, or Shalahu get on top of Xing, and Xing dies, I feel like WE just kind of almost always lose from there if it's late enough in the game, right? And that's what kind of concerns me, is that they don't have that much protection for Xing. And even if they do, right, I think it's going to be hard to keep him able to free hit. So I do want to see WE find some more momentum. I'm a little bit disappointed they didn't get that first Dragon or that first Herald. FPX doing a good job of setting up for those objectives, and it just felt like WE a little bit slow on the punch. And the fact that they only got that 1 plate bot side, you can look at the goal difference between the carries. It's 100 gold lead for Xing. It's nothing right now.
Yeah, I mean, the gold leads all together really, really tight. And now we see maybe that changing a bit as Kadai not having the unbreakable will die as the first blood to Clid.
Man, I thought Clid was going to go on Alistar to get the combo as well and be able to kill Xing, but just not want to risk it. A bit too far in a tower and has the flash now. Hung, not sure about why you're there.
Beisheng changed his direction like 3 times during that one. Not exactly confident which way he wanted to go. As Hung not having any mana, there were still 2 members in the lane threatening his AD carry in Xing.
Yeah, I think the fact Hung had flash and also is quite tanky, didn't want to just like commit everything to chase him down only to get caught out. So, you know, they don't get too much more on the back of that. They get a plate, they get a kill, but still positive play for FPX, right? Keeping the gold in their favor, and critically, they still have this Herald in pocket. Personally, I would be fine with them using it mid, right? Mid already at that 4 plate point. You throw it down, you get it down to 2. Second Herald will knock it down completely. And it opens the map quite substantially. But for now, he is looking towards the top lane.
Bubu has been dunced. He is out of there. Oh, I thought maybe Clint was going to give him the solo bolo, but he's like, I came all the way this way. I needed an assist.
He wants the assist gold, right? It's fair enough. You know, you got to take that money, lower his solo kill stats. But obviously, Shallow, who's doing fine in that regard anyway, does mean that you're able to give some pressure over to your top laner, but still yet to commit the Herald. I think he wants to help push this wave in. I'm not sure if he's going to use the Herald here and now. I wouldn't be the biggest fan, simply because you're not going to get the tower, right? Off the back of that, because Shalahu is so low. I think he should just go mid right now and throw it down, right? He doesn't have much time left. Get the 2 plates mid. You should be happy with that.
Yeah, it looks like the timing will enable that here, as well as him and Care moving towards this mid lane. We still have both bottom lanes in the bottom lane there, just not changing the lane assignments just yet. Clid, you know, I understand.
You remember when you could interrupt it?
Yeah.
Like when there was a 4-second channel and you could get that so many times, people just doing it so poorly. But yeah, throw the Herald down mid, you get the 2 plate play. commonly see, like, if you're not going to get a full tower, you might as well throw it down mid and get a low set up going forwards. But you can see it's kind of at the point where BB really hasn't found too much momentum in this matchup. And he now, even though he's Mega Gnar,
he missed
if
it.
you don't land the ult, yeah, you just lose this 1v1.
And he used it away from the wall as well. Just a bit of mistiming for BB and capitalized by Shallow, who, and, you know, Clit as well there at the end of it. And now we're back to the mid lane as we have no objectives on the map for another minute and 40 seconds. Means we get the classic ARAM style and maybe a little bit of side lane pressure from Team WE.
And we do see Dragon in a minute 30, so for me, that's what you want to be setting up for both teams, right? Would only be the second for FPX, and I could definitely afford to forego it, but I feel like the angle of approach is going to be so vitally important, right? Oh, yeah.
See if Shie, connects it. He's going way too deep, though, and again for the second game in a row. Second time, Shie, with the help of Beishang, gets the outplay onto Care.
He's getting too hypey, right? He sees the window, goes in with the ultimate, but the problem is, last time was LeBlanc, this time is Ari. They have enough dashes to get on the tower.
Okay, I see you. He doesn't even hit it, but he used it anyways.
Hey, we've seen a lot of Jinx ultimates used to stop recalls. How is this any different?
This is I thought we were getting a replay of what we just saw on the top, and no, it's live. This is happening again. Pew almost just taking a 1v1 solo death again against Xiaolau.
Yeah, this is just a little bit chaotic, a little bit sporadic, but we do see. Okay, yeah.
No!
Oh my god, it's not.
It's doomed.
I'll say, right, as a support main, that has happened to me far too often, and it definitely hurts, right? But the great thing, this is why you carry 2 control wards, because then when you do that, you can throw it. You can throw another control ward down and move it.
And it's like nothing ever happened because the previous one goes away.
Exactly. Hey, look, WE cleared it out anyway, so it would have been wouldn't have been long for this world.
He had to pop the trample there as he was about to be in a lot of trouble. Not a big health bar on the Alistar just yet. We saw LWX taking the side lane tower, though. Will be first tower of the game for FPX as well.
I think that's the thing with Alistar is, right, if you don't have aftershock proc, if you don't have your ult up, you are so squishy. You can go down so quickly if you're not able to get some of those off. But FPX will be able to get the dragon, have control of the area, and did that sort of role earlier, getting that deep vision. The trade-off is WE looking towards that Herald, you know, and they have answered a dragon in the top lane. But ultimately, I feel like this is a situation where you really want to get mid-tier 1, right? Open up the map. We saw previously this Ahri Hecarim combo, how good WE were at finding picks. You kind of want more of the same in that regard, right? You kind of want them to be setting up for these plays, trying to find people who are out of position or immobile. But the problem is, no one's really that easy to pick on the side of FPX, right? A lot of mobility across the board. It's kind of Hung is the best target. He's tanky as heck.
See as the back gets completed. Oh, Kadai just a little bit too slow there. LWX almost took an entire side lane tier 2 there, by the way, that entire time. The response a bit late from Team WE. Now we're looking at the top side. We have Hung on a roam, trying to make Bu's day a little bit worse here as he gets Mega Gnar. I don't know if this is actually something they want to take, but WE taking this moment to go towards the bot side jungle as well. Bu actually surviving that gank, will not actually take any damage, really.
Yeah, kind of risky to go for it against the Mega Gnar, but I feel like this is just one of those things where, like, you're building Hullbreaker, you're on the Gnar, and you're still losing the 1v1 now. WE are going to look for this tier 2 on this side of the map. I don't think they should be able to get the tier 2. Sorry, they got the tier 1. We'll see. They should get an extra charge in, but I don't think they'll get the tower. And it's like, you know, getting that tier 1 is nice, but it's not exactly a game changer. It's not really significant. So Herald taken, and it just ends up being a trade on the top side. So really not panning out too well for WE. Bear in mind, they got the Herald as a trade for the Dragons. So it just feels like FPX are edging ahead. The goal difference isn't hugely substantial. But we said earlier, right, it kind of felt like WE had the lane pressure and wanted to snowball that. FPX, I favor them in the team fights. And being 1,000 gold up, 2 dragons up as well. And it is that Hextech Soul, which makes it even more difficult for an immobile Jinx to navigate. I think things are a little bit tenuous for WE.
It is, for sure. I feel like we've been watching an iteration of like a trading card game in this series so far. It's like, I see you get a dragon, I'll take a Rift Herald. Okay, you get top tower, I'll get 2 towers in bot lane. It's just a back and forth. Who's coming out on top? It's just trading everywhere in every single game of this series, it feels like.
Yeah, what I'll say is there's a little bit unfair trading in the previous game when FPX got like 2 dragons and a herald in a row with no contest. So,
it's the person that goes to one of the like newbie trading card tournaments and it's just like has a full deck set up with everything you could ever ask for. He's like, I'm brand new to this game. And he's just smashing his opponents over and over again.
I feel like it's a trading you do with like your little sibling, right? You know, when
they have no idea.
You have Pokemon cards as a kid, you're like, look, I'll give you this really cool Pikachu. He's like the main character. If you give me your Charizard you just got.
Hey, I got a 99 Mewtwo one time for a level 65 Golem. That's all I'm saying. I don't know if that makes me a bad person.
So
or
you
not.
were the older sibling.
I guess I was. Oh no. But speaking of level 99 Mewtwo's, neither team really making themselves into that here just yet. It's been very tightly contested. The lead hasn't gone more than about 1,000 either way, but FPX have seemingly gotten a little bit of that driving potential here for themselves. They've gotten the 2 dragons. They've gotten one of the Rift Heralds. They have a lot of pressure around this mid lane. And now that we have LWX and Xing coming to that mid lane, we'll see a lot more fireworks coming out.
It looks like they're setting up for a potential dive here, maybe. Yeah, I get the sense of it. They could go for here on Xing.
Solar Flare doesn't connect. Beishang is there with the Onslaught of Shadows. 2 WE want to go back in. Looks like it's just the wave clear for them. And FPX back away as well this time.
Yeah, so Dragon in a minute. This is going to be the big objective both teams need to fight for, right? FPX securing their 3rd would be massive. WE need to stop the soul stacking. Now, something I'm really scared about is the fact it's a X-Tech map, as we saw Shallow just flying through the gates there. I talked about before when we're setting up the team fights for WE, so much of it is around this Jinx, right? Finding the momentum, finding the resets. This is less apparent now in the game. Ahri's still very relevant. The Hecarim still very strong, right? But if Care or Shallow can get on this Jinx, it's going to be disaster for WE. And with the Hex Gates there, it becomes even harder to defend him. Now, WE, I think this is smart for them. They get there first. They get vision control. Very important. But FPX are going to start to approach. We'll see if
really
she can find a charm.
Look at all the stopwatches in FPX's inventory. They have 3 of them to pull the trigger on. They also have a 2-item spike for LWX. Yes, it's not the 3, but it is better than what Xing is able to put out here. It's really a question of how does that arcane buff help out Team WE. And in terms of plot armor, seems like they're going to get their first dragon. Oh my God, okay, I spoke way too soon because now you're getting Shallow in the back. Maybe they still get the dragon. Klid is in trouble now. Mega Death Rocket over there, but Shallow into the pit. It's still secured by Beishang, and FTWE are running. They do not want into this fight at all. Pew in the back. He gets one traded, but it's only Hung, and he's taken out. The beast is slain at FPX. They lose the dragon, but they take the fight.
Yeah, they crushed the fight, and Xing, I just don't understand how you're supposed to play these team fights in any manner. Shallow TP's in for the flank. It's a little bit late. They lose out their dragon, but who cares? It's 1 dragon for WE, and the crushing fight win you get will lead to Baron, right? Klid still up and available with the smite. Now, we do see Beishang coming over, but remember, it's a Hecarim. No flash, doesn't have the ult available. Blast Cone is down. You're really going to struggle to approach this one.
Yeah, I don't even know how he's supposed to get in here. He's going to try to just watch at this point as the Baron does go down. Hex Tech. What are you doing, Beishang? Okay. I think he thought, I don't know what happened. I don't know if he thought he was going to the Baron pit, but he did not go to the right neighborhood. They told him to turn left, and he turned right, and he went right down the cliffside.
Man, what was I am speechless. What was he thinking? Like, the Baron was already gone.
No.
Let's get the replay.
Okay, no, thank God.
First and foremost, right? So it's a slow approach coming out. Klid even gets chunked out, but look at Xing, right? Akali one side, Gwen the other, Leona on top of you. It's unplayable. It's actually unplayable. And as soon as this Jinx goes down, the momentum is in favor of FPX. They get a reset coming out, right? They chase down as many targets as they can. LWX ramped up, untouched in that team fight and able to deliver. Yeah, I don't know what Beishang was doing. That really felt like a desperation Hexgate. Trying to Hexgate out of this game, it seems.
He was just like, okay, I don't have flash, I don't have onslaught shad. How do I get over the wall? Oh, the Hexgate, let's do it. But hey,
technically,
somehow,
yes.
Technically, yes. It just doesn't go into the pit. It goes to their side of the map. I will say Phantom Dancer completed second for Xing does prioritize that defensive nature there for the Jinx, which is not something we see often whatsoever, Ox.
Yeah, and I feel like it's at the point where we're approaching critical mass, right? I feel like it's getting very difficult right now for WE, but we kind of need those picks, right? Remember game 2? where we saw WE just find the momentum with the Hecarim, with the Ahri, and they were able to get these solid picks onto the enemy team. If you can find one of those, that's the window. But for now, it really feels like the struggle is trying to keep Shing alive. If they're under a tower, he can just kite backwards. It is a bit easier. FPX aren't looking to dive as of yet.
Hung taking the brunt of the damage here, but it's the siege that matters. LWX trying to get the distance onto the tower, but the wave clear actually there from Shing. Still does have a decent amount of damage on the Jinx, so tier 2 tower will not fall just yet.
And managing to hold on, and now that's one thing to be said for FPX's composition. They are not good at sieging towers, right, grouped up, because there's the threat from the other side if they engage. Everyone is short range, right? If Zeri's in range at the tower, she's definitely in range of an Alistar combo. And so as a result, we just see them start to lean this pressure in, right? Akali go on top with the Baron, but it feels like they're kind of slipping away right now, okay? Akali will push that wave in. Only 30 seconds left on the Baron, so we get the reset. So overall, despite the fact FPX crushed the fight, they're 5,000 gold up, great, great, great. They don't really get anything off the back of that Baron that's that significant, right? They don't manage to crack the tier 2s mid or top. Remember, that tier 2 bot was taken ages, well, it was lowered ages ago. So ultimately, FPX amount of gold lead, but still a long way away from closing this game out. Problem is, back to those team fights, Shing surviving on this Jinx is not going to be an easy task.
Yeah, it's not. It's giving me some recollections to previous games in this series, especially the first one.
Actually, they get back in time to get that tier 2, so they get something more than, you know, I initially thought, but still not hugely substantial.
No, not just yet. It's just a little bit of pressure in the mid lane, a little bit more gold in their pocket. About 6,000 in the lead. RFPX here at 24 minutes in. Team WE looking to set up the picks. Let's watch. Does it come to fruition? Oh, the charm goes wide, and that will mean Xie does not start the engage for Team WE.
Yeah, and they wasted a lot of time there investing into looking for that pick, and that allows Shallow to crush this wave in. Elderbrix is there. Despite the Baron pretty much timing out for mid lane tier 2, they still get it. They still get this tier 1. So having tier 1 top lane, sorry. So it went from a scenario, I was like, they don't get a ton from the Baron to actually they get a sizable amount. All the towers outside the base taken. It's almost a 7,000 gold lead right now. And once again, I'm going to bring it back. I favor FPX composition in these team fights outright. Really difficult to see WE holding up. I think they have to give up this dragon. That's going to be the third for FPX. And, you know, WE are already out of playoffs with their 1 game loss in this series. It takes them out of contention, but they are still fighting to avoid the dreaded 17th place, right?
Exactly.
And FPX, they need this win, right? If they want to be in with a good chance of making playoffs themselves.
There's only 4 games left. You got to get every dub possible. I will still say, though, LWX hasn't used the stopwatch that's still in his inventory, is now on 3 items on the Zeri. You've got Zanya's completed for 2 solo members of FPX. The fights get worse and worse for Team WE as the 3rd dragon of the game goes to FPX with no contention from Team WE. That puts them on soul point, and that puts Team WE on a timer for 4 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yeah, Baron up sooner than that. I feel like FPX could definitely set up players around there, but we'll see if they opt to go for it. As you said, though, you know, they can play this one patient, confident in their scaling, and also having Hextech Soul they can lean on later on. There's no innate rush to force this, but they are trying to get some aggressive deep vision in. This is something I've been critical of FPX before, is not getting the deep vision to set up for the Baron. Now, what I will say is they didn't really have that mid wave cleared out. They should now get LWX to join with them, and then they can really deeply push in.
We're still seeing the pressure forward from FPX, at least with Xiaolahu on the side lane here and with Care on the top side of the map. They're hovering this 3 comp in the mid lane at least and making sure that Clid and Hung are staying together. Look at these flank wards though. Possibilities abound for Team WE, but it's all about pulling the trigger on those, which we have seen has been reluctant from the squad so far.
Yeah, but I do like this, the fact they have this 3-man moving together to secure vision. They even rotate up Shallow Hu to apply these pressure mid and top on the wave. You can get the vision, but you don't actually see that many wards placed down by Hung, right? He has a control ward next to where the Raptors spawn, but that will just get cleared out by WE when they want to, and has 1 other ward, so not really actually getting too much vision down. It's kind of an interesting one, right? He has 3 wards in pocket and opting to hold them. I guess maybe the thought process is trying to wait for the sweepers to get used. You can see Hidayah used his earlier. Beisheng's is now down. Does give a window to slap some wards in place.
Black Cleaver selected second for Clid here. Beisheng on the side with the engage. He pops the devastating charge. Will not find the charge to engage. FPX staying stalwart in this moment. There were 5 members of Team WE right there. And there was only 4 of FPX, but they stood strong.
Yeah, the threat, the Meganar, pretty big.
Oh.
And now WE looking.
W realized, okay, well, we should have gone the first time. Let's go ahead and make that happen. They get 1 off the back of it. Xing now excited, hung in some trouble. Look at LWX. LWX is slowly popping shots into Kadaya. Kadaya goes down. Now the resets are coming through. Team WE are running away, but you've still got to watch out for LWX and Care and all of FPX as they're running you down. You ain't got no escape. FPX have taken it. They are pushing in the mid lane. The fight goes their way, and Team WE are dashed in their upset hopes. Klid chasing down BuBu, trying to get one last kill under his belt. Heartbreaker available, but BuBu has Meganar. Heartbreaker from Klid still there, but he doesn't want to pull the trigger on it yet. BuBu hits the Meganar, and now he has a little bit of health back, but it's still the base being torn down one by FPX.
I think this should be enough, though, for WE to defend, right? BuBu bought some time. They get the mid inhib. And now they're actually steaming straight towards Baron. Shallow TPing in. They want to go for this quickly, but this could be a potential throw, right? WE are back on the map. Hex Gates will get them there quicker. This is the potential for them to get back into the game.
This is a flip Reno. Beishong, this is the moment. You can
FPX
pull
special.
it all back. BuBu has the Meganar ulti, but needs to build up the bar first. Halfway down is the Baron. It's getting go so low, and FPX are just going to finish it. No, Beishong in the pit. He can't get the smite. Beishong all alone. He is taken out. BuBu now has Meganar. Can he get the big Meganar ulti? 2 into the wall. Xing is on the back, but here comes the lightning crash, and here comes FPX. They are swiping the fight away from Team WE. Yes, they get LWX potentially here, and Xing going excited does make the difference, but you still got Klid on the Alistair. He's trying to help out Xiaolahu, the double engage. Xiaolahu is there with the damage, and FPX are picking them apart.
They're now looking towards mid, right? Only Xing left to survive, but Beishong is up in 10. I don't think FPX can end here. And you know what? I'm just going to flat out say it. That was a throw from FPX. They still won out the fight. They still got the Baron, but they got 10,000 gold ahead. And think how close that fight was. That was probably the biggest opportunity for FPX to lose the game. They do manage to hold on, though. They managed to get the Baron. They managed to get a kill advantage. And they're going to be able to, I guess, secure this Dragon in 30 seconds. I don't really see WE being able to contest this one. But man, it wouldn't be FPX without a Baron flip, right? The initial play from WE, I like. This is the correct play, right? You go for a pick. They managed to delete Xiaolahu. The problem is, you know, they just can't find the follow-through in the fight. As soon as we see this Akali come in and get on the Jinx, it's so hard to function for Xing. Just basically gets the lead here of the back of the Akali and then LWX. And they don't have anything to deal with the Zeri, who's just charging forward. So I like the play from WE. It's not enough, right? And now it should just be Soul picked up for FPX. But yeah, that following Baron play, one, it was a flip on the Baron, right? Beishong even got in the pit. And secondly, for a team who are 10,000 gold behind, it should not have been that close for WE.
Yeah, it definitely shouldn't have been. Now, it gets even worse, man. I just keep checking into these item completions for FPX, and the amount of time they can buy. They have 2 GAs, they have 2 Zanyas, they can buy stopwatches. Like, these fights are getting dragged out, and we saw last time when they do, Xiaolahu returning to the fight after dying early on, and it's just craziness that unfolds afterwards, and it's going to be very, very difficult for Team WE to navigate it. Although I will say Xing has completed the Lord Doms, the tankiness not going to be as much of an issue. Still positioning, that is the issue.
And it's still, I mean, at least when you're in the base, it's a bit harder to get approached on, but it's so scary with the Soul as well in hand. If you get caught by that slow coming off the Hextech Soul, it can be so difficult to maneuver.
Beishong using the devastating charge around just to threaten an engage there, but it's still FPX focusing this bottom side. They want to unlock the second inhib. Lightning crash from LWX. He gets charmed, but they're still moving forward. They're still trying to take him down. Onslaught of Shadows on the back. Again, FPX might find themselves in a difficult situation, but now the resets are there, and now LWX is popping off in the AoE team fight. They haven't even gotten a single person, and now they finally will take down the base. FPX resurge in dominant fashion. They had us in the first half. They lost the first game whole-handedly to Team WE, but Team WE will not play spoilers tonight. They will not play the upset. They want it. They don't get it. Turn on the Nexus. FPX will take the victory. They are one step on the long road to securing their playoff berth.
They won't get the pentakill, but they get the game a bit messy towards that Baron, absolutely. But the gold lead at the end was enough, and they convincingly close it out, right? 2-1 over WE. I think FPX fans would have loved a 2-0 here, right? To see more convincing play from the roster. But at the end of the day, a dub is a dub, and it keeps them on that path towards playoffs.
Absolutely does. We said at the beginning of the day, they need every win they can get. Dropping even one to Team W was not the way they wanted to go out tonight, but they still take the W. They still move forward in that trek. And Team WE, gotta say an adieu to these guys, at least in terms of working towards those playoffs. It is done and dusted. Their season will not have a post to it, but still, you saw Shie coming into the roster, having some sparking moments for this team, and there is a fire there. It might be smoldering, it might be almost out from this season, but there is still something to hold on to, I feel like, for Team WE and the past successes that they've had.
I think that's the thing, is that WE, yes, the season is essentially over in terms of playoffs, but there's still time to show what this roster can do, right? There's still time to show the potential leading towards summer. There's still something, even though they obviously can't make it into playoffs. But for FPX, very much the road's still alive, right? They still actually maintain their spot in 11th place, despite the fact they equalize wins with OMG and Rare Adam, just because of game difference, which is why it's so important to mention that one game loss to WE. That can make the difference when it comes to making it in to the top 10. So obviously not an ideal series from them. They would have hoped to be able to close this one out, but I feel like this game, right, look at the goal graph, very even in the early game, and then when it came to the team fights, I just think this was really hard to play for Shing on this Jinx. There was no good answers to LWX, and then on top of that, there was no way of convincingly keeping the Jinx alive when you have a Carly, when you have Gwen, when you have Zeri up in her face. So it became very difficult, and despite that little bit of throwing towards Baron, it's enough for FPX to close out the series.
That's the most LWX, making the power of Arcane and Jinx seem like it did not matter. That, I feel like, is the most impressive thing to me. Also, getting his hands on Zeri twice kind of helps in that fashion. The late game carry helps as well. His positioning, though, was very, very good in the last couple games. He was just completely untouched. And yes, Zeri makes it easy, but you still have to be able to execute. And I think LWX had himself a semi-silent performance, at least in the early parts of the series, but he glowed up as it went on.
Yeah, I will say we definitely see some Zeris where, despite having insane movement speed, still get clipped by skill shots and end up going down. So Pilot did well, and it felt like unpressured throughout that game, right? There weren't as many tools in that one to really punish the Zeri as like if they had things like the Nautilus. But ultimately, right, you have an Alistair, you have a Hecarim. If Zeri misplays, you can just get CC locked and go down. So just a good performance from FPX. Still, as I said before, would have maybe FPX fans hoping for a bit more, but they are still in player contention. And that's the main thing. If you get to playoffs, we saw that in summer last year when WE and LNG just made it to the first round and then made deep runs throughout playoffs. So step one is make it there. That is the priority. Good gameplay in playoffs can come second. And I think FPX, looking better, right? Gradually over time, they're looking like they are within a decent run. And we talked about the schedule earlier today, right? So they obviously played WE today. Next are against OMG, which is vitally important because they are right next to them in the standings. Getting a head-to-head would be huge. Then they're against IG, who are also a little bit below, but still contending for that spot and still very much beatable. And the final series against V5, a hard one by all means. And I guess for FPX, you're hoping it doesn't come down to that.
Yeah, you're hoping, but I still, I see a dream where it all comes down, all the stress, all the weight of the season comes to that final game. It would be a picture-perfect moment for FPX, especially if they could come out on top with it. But something else for me is you don't pick up Clid for no reason for FPX. You don't pick up Clid to be unsuccessful in your season. To see them starting to piece it together, and especially having Care come in and find a little bit of an energetic start to himself and feeding that into Clid a little bit helps.
I think energetic is a great word. That's how I felt about his 1v1 attempts in the mid lane in game 2 and 3.
Energetic.
Those are definitely energetic, right? I respect the confidence to go for those, even though they didn't pan out, obviously. But still, good to see positivity coming out from the side of FPX.
Well, and speaking of positivity, I am positively excited because we're going to send it over to Wendy and Care to hear from the FPX mid laner.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now I'm standing by with Care from FPX. Congratulations on today's win, and my very first question is about this champion Ari. It feels like Ari is a really hot pick recently, not only in LPL but in all the regions. And in today's game, the opponent's team Xie, he also picked 2 games of Ari. So also as a mid laner, what's your thoughts towards Ari and how to restrain the performance of the opponent's Ari in the actual game? 那首先恭喜凯尔，恭喜小凤凰获得了本场比赛的胜利。第一个问题也想问一下关于阿狸这个英雄，毫无疑问，现在在各个赛区，阿狸都是一个非常火热的中单选项。那其实对面也是2局都拿出阿狸这个英雄，想问一下，可能你作为中单怎么评价阿狸在当前版本的发挥，以及在实际的比赛当中怎么去限制对面西叶的一个阿狸呢？
阿狸的话，现在感觉就是一种很好开团的英雄吧，打架应该也挺厉害，机动性挺强。如何去限制他的话，你可以选一些对线强一点，然后可以选一些团战限制他，比如阿卡丽也可以，威古斯也可以。
So I feels like Ari is a champion that can be good at make the hard engagement. He can play so well in the actual team fights, and also Ari can have a very high mobility. So because of this, Ari can be a very hot pick recently. I think in the actual game, if you want to restrain the performance of Ari, maybe you can choose some champion like can have a very lane dominance in the laning phase, and also you can choose some champions to restrain her performance in the actual team fights. I feels like Akali or Vex can be a very good choices in this meta in facing Ari. And yeah, we have seen your Akali and Vex as well in today's game and performed so good. And let's move on to game 2. In game 2, it feels like the two teams, you guys really cat a bit around the Baron pit, but you guys were able to find a very good opportunity to rush that Baron and win the following team fight. So tell us more about the communication and some details around the Baron team fight. 那其实说到第2局，感觉你们好像其实在大龙坑附近是有一些拉扯的，最后你们找到了一个很好的一个时机点，直接就是 rush 掉了大龙，然后也赢下来了接下来的那一波大龙团。所以想问一下，其实可能你们在大龙那附近的一些沟通或者说处理是怎么样的呢？
第一是我们已经把对面的视野已经排完了，然后发现他们已经往中路走了，好像是想推进嘛，然后我们就说尝试 rush 一下，看他们什么时候过来，然后到后面觉得能 rush 掉，我们就先 rush，然后就说我可以看住凯恩，不让他进。
So after we have kiting a bit around the Baron pit, we realize the opponent's team, they have moved to the main lane and we have cleaned the opponent's visions around the Baron pit. It feels like maybe they would like to just use the wave to try to push the main lane. So it feels like this can be a very good opportunity for us to try to rush that Baron. And luckily we were able to just do this, and also we would like to try to put more attention on the opponent's Kenneth pathing. We try to restrain the performance of the opponent's Kenny in the actual team fight to avoid him to make the hard engage on us, and with that we were able to win the following team fight as well. And let's talk a bit more about game 3. It feels like in game 3 LWX and Zeri really performed so good, and you guys really helped him a lot in scaling up from the very early game. So what's the early game strategy from FPX in order to make sure LWX were able to just farm so well to just take control of the mid game? 那其实我们感觉到来到第3局，你们好像把其实前期很多的重点都放在可能让林伟翔的一个泽力能够很好的去发育起来，然后在中后期接关比赛嘛。所以说也比较好奇，你们可能第3局整个前期的一些节奏或者处理的重点会是什么呢？
就是说中路就是发育嘛，然后大家就多靠下路，比如推完线也会去帮下路做视野，给对面下路一点压力。就是保着翔哥发育。
So as a mid laner, I would like to do more farming in the laning phase, and also Cleed would like to just try to target more to the bot lane to help the bot lane, and also after I was able to clean the wave, I would like to just help the bot lane to do some visions to give some pressure to the opponent's team. So that's the main focus from us in the early game in game 3. Yeah, the game 3 is also a gorgeous victory from you guys. And my very last question is, and now the spring split, the regular season also have a couple of matches left. So which part do you think the whole team can still make some improvements on in order to have an even better performance in the future? 那最后一个问题也想问一下我们 Care 选手的是，其实现在春季赛的一个常规赛还有一些比赛嘛，所以说你觉得可能队伍哪些方面可以再进一步的做一些调整或者提高，能够在未来打出更好的一个成绩或者说效果呢？
感觉还可以在沟通和配合上面做得更好。
I think for the communication inside the team and also the whole synergy for those parts, we can still make some improvements on. And best of luck for the following matchups and congratulations again. 那再次恭喜你们，希望接下来比赛都能赢下来。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
拜拜。
Thank you so much, Wendy. And getting to see Care's face, getting to hear from Care is so important. It is so awfully important to be able to put these players onto screens, get to hear a little bit of them. Even if he was a bit reserved, a little bit shy at his answers, it still is nice to get to talk to the new blood of FPX. Now, I did hear we have our MVP, and rightfully so. It is the man with the plan. It is the lightning crashing around. It is Zeri and LWX.
Yeah, crazy amount of damage in that game, and it felt like in the team fights, the focus was on like the Akali and the Gwen diving onto the Jinx, but LWX was just free hitting constantly. It felt like the end of the fight, you'd always see the Zeri basically full HP, just dashing, diving around, cleaning up the fight. So really solid game coming out from LWX.
It was, man. The fact that both MVPs had like 89% KP is insanity to me, but that 39% damage on LWX is crazy. You'll see a little bit of that here. Let's get to look back at everything that happened in this game, particularly for FPX and the early advantage they found. Then we go to 27 minutes, 17 minutes later, and the chaos continues.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it's just, you know, even these fights where it feels like they find the early momentum for WE, they get that kill, just you see LWX just moving forwards constantly, just permanently getting damage down. I mean, this is the power of the Zeri. You know, we've seen Zeri open a couple of times in the LPL, and I definitely think there are champions and compositions that can shut it down. But man, if Zeri goes unchecked, it's a little bit insane.
Yeah, it really is. And you could just see that the CC was never landing. The setup for Team W was never there to lock down LWX. And if there is going to be a Zeri drafted, you have to holistically make sure that your composition can deal with that champion, can lock down. Having hard CC is so key, and landing that hard CC helps as well. But FPX, man, what a performance here to come back after. I got scared, man. I got scared. That first game, going to Team WE the way that it did, I thought it was about to be a downhill slope. And that second game, a little bit back and forth, all off the back of a quick LWX turnaround, as well as Clid, and making sure that those last couple team fights fall into place for them. It was impressive, and even so against Team WE, who, as we had kind of mentioned, were at the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, I have to say that one thing to mention is that even though FPX won, still some of those worrying trends. The Barons felt a little bit flippy. There was good, honestly, a lot of good to be said about them, but they still have a long road ahead of them to make it to playoffs. 3 more games, 3 more series, sorry. And especially this next one against OMG, vitally important.
Absolutely so. Well, also vitally important is EDG's hopes of locking in playoffs. We're going to step away for a little break, but when we come back, we have our second series of week number 8 in the LPL. Anyone's Legends trying to play the spoilers against EDG. You won't want to miss it.
Here you can see what they're thinking. Hey, we still have a lot of follow-up damage. Sure, Arliana does need to back off, but again, Elk is wide.
Elk is wide. It was ring wide.
Oh wait, Elk is wide.
It's Harry Potter. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, forget the replay. Elk is a wizard. Like that.
You're a wizard.
I don't know how. Got the Shy on your roster. Guess they can move towards this bottom lane. The inhib is open. There's a minion.
Nice.
Man, my team is very good. My team is very good. Very good.
Nice.
My team is very
Matt stepping forward with another point. Chalked onto the board. They're 1-0.
And now they can just look to take that wave in mid. The TP's already coming through the shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo?
How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
Oh my God.
What happened for Doggo to be there?
He's so far from home. He doesn't even have a collar. Nobody
He's
knows.
got Battlestar, but still gets the kill. And now the chase down is on. Invincible has to block for his team as the curtain call sends V5 away. The team. I mean, let's be honest. If you want a team with Mojo, this is your team. They know what's up.
Oh, the ulti comes in. Cole's now going to be the target, but that's just the support. Southwind has been left behind. Wait, did Cole think that Jinx was on the enemy team, I wonder?
And WE find a consolation prize at the end.
V5 need to stop this. Dragon is in 20 seconds. V5
Wait,
are
what
trying
are
to
these
stop
wards?
them from
How are you
resetting.
missing?
And wow, Super Mega Death Rocket with an absolute big one. Strive on the chase, the needlework. It's just a little tip. Tarzan, the what? Strive is a madman. That target selection lyric, that was insane.
That wave out, and it feels like they're trying to get pressure on that bottom side while they can. 2.5 minutes until that Baron comes up, so they don't need to worry about getting caught on the wrong side of the map. This is 9. He's found us.
It was at this moment he knew. He f***ed up.
He must have gone past that control wall to get there. Goes for the slice of Maelstrom anyway, but Viper flashes away. And 369, you know, it was a good attempt. I like the gumption there. You're down on death row at this point. You might as well try and make something happen, but it just cannot come to fruition.
Try and use their map pressure, use their mobility, look for picks, and see if they can kind of catch out Ultra Prime. Oh, they're going again.
Oh, they're doing it again! They just have no chill. EDG, these guys have families. Come on.
Very curious about that. So no TP available for ZDZ. Let's have a look at the inside. Oh, no! Or sorry, in the base, I should say, is actually just been saying, look, I don't care about the 1v1. So where are we going, observers? We're looking at one, the other. RNG, take the next. No, he didn't the inhibitor. No, wait, did he? Wait, no, the inhibitor respawn. We haven't finished. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Observers, please. Go back. Thank you.
Okay, they're gonna end it. They're gonna end it. They got it. They got it. They got it. They got it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
All right. I have one word. Fiesta. that was some. Hey, RNG do close it out. They do manage to. I mean, the rest of the team would join them for the back.
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds. The sun around the emotional landscapes. Right here, making memories with you. Sun, moon, you. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight.
Dear Mother, I'm writing to tell you about this absolute Chad in the LPL. Where do I even start? Well, when both teams are even in gold, Hung feels that FPX is at a great advantage, and thus he does not hesitate to start a team fight. When FPX is 3k behind in gold, Hung thinks that FPX is at a small advantage, and so he starts a team fight to secure their lead. When FPX is behind 7k in gold, Hung thinks that FPX is at a disadvantage, and so he looks for a team fight to regain control of the game. When FPX is 10k behind in gold, well then Hung just thinks that the team has reached a desperate situation, and they're only waiting passively for their death if he does not start a team fight. I know you love statistics, Mother, but in this situation, you can keep your statistics, because I prefer the magic.
Welcome back to the LPL as Shanghai and the beautiful night sky take place. It is time for our second series of the night, the second series of week 8 in the LPL. I am Bazell, joined by Ox as my co-host for the ship ride here as we get into anyone's legend versus EDG. Tonight, EDG, if they win here, will lock in their playoff berth. Huge news, but on the other side, anyone's legend still in the hunt are looking to play underdog spoilers as well and stop that lock-in for EDG. And Ox, one thing as we get into this one for AL, I mentioned, they're still in the hunt, and that means you're saying there's a chance?
Yes, there is, right? And, we talked about WE actually having a chance in the earlier series. There's more of a chance for anyone's legend.
There is.
But it's a little bit tricky when you look at who they have to play against. Today, EDG. Later this week, they'll have to play against V5. And then next week, they'll have to play against Top Esports. So it's
tough
rough, right? And I think as well, if you look at the standings, the way they've developed out now with FPX getting a sixth win, there's like a 2-win gap between anyone's legend and FPX. So, and it'd be nice to be able to go up against EDG and be like, we don't need to beat EDG, but AL really need to beat EDG. I'm just gonna flat out
They
say
really
it,
need
right?
to beat EDG. But that's where I want to look at their last series against IG and the fact that they were able to come out of that one with a lot of the style, I feel, for themselves on display.
Yeah, I think this was honestly a pretty solid performance from them altogether. I came into this thinking it would be IG favored overall. In all honesty, IG had been on a bit of a tear recently. But it felt like, especially when it came to the team fights, I think Betty it's just been stellar, right? I think him on picks like the Jinx and the Zeri, really able to just ramp up in team fights. And he's like that late game insurance for the team.
Yeah, he really is. And a lot of that, you have to get to late game, right? And that comes off the back of making sure the jungle mid duo, Xiaohao having that aggressive play style, mixes with Forge, and Chocho having been absolutely huge and key to Betty's success. I feel like their play styles together unlock just another level.
100%, and they're a really fun 2v2 to watch, right? I feel like Chocho, when he's on aggressive picks, is such a massive factor in AL's success, but just him and Betty working together, get a lead for AD carry. And you can see moments like this, right? Fight's a little bit close, you see a kill going down in favor of IG, but Betty able to free hit, able to ramp, able to find that momentum again. And particularly on picks like the Zeri, the Jinx, right? Those two big hyper carries in the game. I think they can really run away with any match.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of run away, they'll need to run away, as you said. Winning tonight against EDG would be huge in their path forward, but as well huge in a blockade of EDG. And speaking of RNG, they've been putting up a couple blockades of their own, it seems, as it's been a bumpy road, Ox.
Yeah, I mean, EDG were like front running and we had so much hype around them, right? We thought coming back off Worlds, world champions, looking solid, but these are their last 4 series, right? V5 2-0'd them. Then we have 1-2 against top esports, 1-2 against RNG. Like, they haven't been able to handle these top teams. And yeah, they beat LGD, but EDG should be beating LGD, right? Should be expected. But the fact they've struggled a bit, right? They were front running the tournament and now hit a bit of a difficult patch, a rough patch.
Now, I will say Flandre is coming in today to start off for EDG, so they're trying to rekindle some of that world championship feeling for themselves. But we'll see a little bit of the breakdown of where it breaks down. But starting off against LGD, at least they're able to come away with good graces.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, against a team like LGD, EDG can still completely crush it right into the ground. Like, the coordination, team fights like this, diving the tower, getting a spree of kills. And then even moments like this, right? The Zeri ramped up for Eric. This is like later in the team fight. And it looks like an opportunity for the Zeri to take over, but just very good responses. Mako flashing in to shut down this pick. And it just feels like, again, the team fighting strong from EDG. And when they're up against these weaker teams, it's fine. But often they just keep opting into these scenarios that are questionable, right? I mean, here, trying to go for the Alistair super deep in enemy territory right now. It's a bit of a no-brainer the enemy team's going to collapse.
Yeah, and this RNG series was a nail-biter, but at the same time, heartbreaking for EDG in the way it went down. And it's because of plays like this that they did meet their end. And just like...
Yeah, and I think we did see EDG bounce back in the second game, right? I think that's something that this game too, we saw them, despite going similarly aggressive in these scenarios, able to respond, right? And this is kind of the play like Xiaoshang's really overextended, but the rest of the team turns up. They're able to answer it. I also think the composition worked, right? I love this comp into the Zeri.
Yeah,
we talk about comps that can deal with it. Zeri, very fast moving. Look at EDG, the point and click they have. It kind of just guaranteed them a victory. And then this game, this was the final one up against RNG, and RNG really just found so much momentum. Xiaohu on this Vex in particular.
Yeah, the Shadow Surge connection plus the resets, it just meant the end for EDG. And that's where you're not wanting to see some of those early to late game flubs that EDG are putting out in some of these games. But that's where I definitely want to turn our attention to. We've already spotlighted one side of the matchup, but this bot lane is going to be on fire. You have the world championship duo of Viper and Mako against Betty and Chocho, who have been two of the best performing bottom laners, I feel like, personally, in the LPL. Betty is literally on another level. This is his best year, at least so far, that he has had in his career.
Yeah, I think for sure, right? Betty has looked like such a pivotal carry on this roster, right? And this is why I find this matchup really interesting. It goes without saying, Viper and Mako, especially the way they've played this season so far, it's been very much around them trying to find advantage in the 2v2. Karma and Ezreal have been such a big bot lane for them to really challenge in that regard. But I think Betty and Chocho are a bot lane who will match them and try and fight them. Do I think Betty and Chocho are on the level of Viper and Mako? No, but I think they will try and at least bring the fight to them.
Yeah, for one of the bottom of the standing teams, at least lower part of the standing teams, having a bottom lane that performs like this is so nice to actually be able to play around. And it shows that, they will have to put a lot of resources down here. They will need Betty to be the carry for them if they want to find success. But that is possible. It is a possibility. It's just going to be a tall one against EDG, who have their sights set on playoffs here in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing is for EDG, this allows them to lock in playoffs. Even if they don't win this series, they're still with a pretty good chance of making playoffs, right? The 8 wins, they're the next team who'd be able to lock it in. But even so, securing it now, get a convincing win against AL would definitely be expected, I feel like, for EDG.
As we take to the stage, anyone's legend coming out for first, as I see Forge on his pull out of the nice picture of them, as AL as a roster haven't had the most fighting of season, right? They're still in contention. They still have a lot to play for, but it has been a little bit rough for them. And going into EDG, taking any games, taking a win off of them would, first of all, be good for the later parts of the season for themselves, but also that momentum, that confidence building, being able to say at all in the LPL that you took down the defending world champions at any point is impressive.
100%. I mean, it's a big name to take. Maybe less significant now that you've seen V5, Top Esports, and RNG still do it, but I feel like AL achieving it would be pretty massive, right? And again, we kind of talked about WE still being in with the chance prior to last series. I think AL are in with a real chance. They are currently 12th place in the league. It wouldn't take much to bump them up to 10th. I do think their schedule is hard, but there's definitely potential there.
Absolutely. Now EDG, the full world championship roster taking to the stage. Flandre back in town, back and ready to go. And this tonight will be a statement game for this squad to be able to lock in that playoffs, to be able to say that they are ready for playoffs.
And you want to see a return to form, right? It's not just about securing a good seed in playoffs and making playoffs, right? Because they're still not locked in yet, technically. But I feel like it's about seeing the EDG we saw, at Worlds, goes without saying, but also at the start of Split, because they started strong.
So strong. I mean, EDG came into the Split swing. We said, where is that world championship drought you see with all of these teams every year? It was non-existent. But then you look at the details on it, and you look that it was a lot of the bottom of the tier standing teams. It wasn't the top table. And when they have gone against the top of the table, it hasn't gone well for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing to say is that it's kind of like LNG, right? LNG super hyped 7-0 came in, and then they faced a spree of strong teams and just kind of got bodied. And it makes it really difficult because I think at the end of the day, right, if you can pick up wins against lower teams, that's great, but you won't be facing them in playoffs, right? You're not facing WE in playoffs, so if you can beat them 2-0, great. That doesn't really mean too much. It's about how you match up with these stronger teams. And EDG, especially with the fact they've just come off 2 weeks where they lost to 3 of those top teams, expectations are high, sky high for this roster, right? I feel like, as it should be, they've kept the same lineup as when they won Worlds, right? Obviously, Flandre's dipped in and out a little bit, but I feel like anyone looking at this roster should be thinking of them as initially coming in the Split, we're favorites for MSI, right? And I feel like as the Split has progressed, it's very hard to call, but still, I think EDG should be at least front running.
And as we got to transition into the first game of this, and especially looking at the draft for priorities, we've seen the Zeri already come out tonight. I hope we get lucky and get it again in this second series, but I expect there to be a lot of focus again towards the bottom lane. That is where we're looking at the engaged champions. Super important for the supports themselves, but as well as getting those ADCs, getting the late game powerhouses that Viper and Betty can respectively carry on, and also looking for the facilitation tools. Looking at this jungle matchup as is tradition in the LPL.
You know what I fully expect? I think Betty is going to play either Zeri or Jinx.
No
if they're
way.
left open.
No way.
Yep, bold, I know. And then I could see EDG just not even opting for like an Aphelios trade. Could go for like, we are going to punish you. If it's Jinx, they could take the Karma Ezreal. We've seen them play quite a lot. If it's Zeri, I could see them go for like Tristana Nord. Like, I really think the operation sort of goal for EDG so far this play has been, you know, Mako and Viper crushing bot lane 2v2. It's not been enough. Like we saw last series, both bot laners, Zeri Jinx taking Cull, following up. That doesn't feel like their style from what we've seen so far. And, you know, maybe they come in with a fresh perspective and like, we're going to change that up. But from what we've seen, it's pretty effective, especially against the weaker teams, right? A lot of the weaker teams just cannot manage the pressure that Viper Mako can put out in a favorable bot lane 2v2.
And like you can't, there are no ifs, ands, buts about it. When you put these names onto paper and you look at the matchups and you see the amount of competition that anyone's legend is going to have to go up against tonight, yes, that bar of execution is high, but that's what we love in the LPL because it's anyone's game. Crazy is our game, and crazy will be this series. Anyone's legend starting off on the blue side, Rise, Caitlyn, TF banned away, EDG on the red will ban away the Zeri, so I don't get my choice, and Xin Zhao also banned.
Interesting, we get a Jinx ban here just to really thin the pool of Betty. I would honestly respect it a fair bit, but ultimately, I feel like in this situation, we've seen, I mean, this is Jinx first pick in my mind for sure for AL, but regardless, you know, Caitlyn banned away is something that EDG can definitely apply pressure with in the bot lane. The Rise and TF, strong picks, but also they allow Scout to cover the bot lane, cover that aggression, make sure that they have the roam in backup. Now, typically we see like AD carry support and AD carry jungle picked up in this rotation, and it is going to be Hecarim and the Aphelios, so not really going for, you know, Karma Ezreal or something in that regard, going for the handshake we often see in the AD carry role.
I'm just glad that my very obvious decision to push that ADCs are going to be important in this one actually panned out instead of it going the completely opposite way. We also get the Aphelios for the first time of the night, which is going to be very interesting. It's instant lock-ins across the board, though. You saw that Aphelios Hecarim? Well, anyone's legend lock in the Lee Sin LeBlanc.
Yeah, that is a hard mid jungle to go up against, right? And we've seen teams apply pressure to Hecarim if they had mid prior. Now, EDG can pick a mid laner to match and negate, and it looks like they might go for that. We saw this matchup earlier, well, actually last week from Scout into the LeBlanc, and he really just ran away with it, constantly finding like charm flash opportunities to pick off the LeBlanc. So, you know, I like the EDG match to try and not give too much in favor to AL's strong mid jungle combo. And now both teams have a jungler and mid and AD carry. We're looking towards top and support. I think in particular, Gwen still available, Jace still available. So a lot of power picks on the cards.
Indeed, I just think it's so funny that, you know, we were listening to interviews in the last series itself, but just generally seeing the Ahri come in. It's all about the engages, man. You're just getting so much engage potential from this pick, as well as, you know, pairing it up with the jungle. The fact that EDG have the Hecarim and the Ahri, I'm very terrified for how these the fights start off, at least for anyone's legend. But now in the second phase, that's where things get whittled down a little bit more. We get the Tom Kench banned by EDG, Gwen banned by anyone's legend.
Yeah, so EDG trying to thin the tools they have to give peel to the Jinx. Bear in mind, LeBlanc Lee Sin, for the most part, pretty aggressive, right? Obviously, Lee Sin can kick targets off the Jinx, but having an element of protection really valuable. Getting rid of the Tom Kench and also the Alistair, who can play that sort of peel duty, staying on top of the Jinx and knocking things away. The AL, they ban away that Gwen. They could look for a support ban here, right? Potentially something like the Nautilus or maybe the Leona, depending on which one they favor. But Jace could also be something they just opt to take off the cards. There's a lot of options, and I feel like EDG pretty comfortable, right? They end up going for the Thresh ban, and here you could take top and take something that's strong blind, right? You could take the Jace, you could take the Gnar, or you could just pick support here if there's something you're like, we are comfortable regardless of what you pick into this. And looks like that might be Nautilus in this situation.
Giving Flandre the counter pick in the first game coming through in this series itself. Nautilus locked in for EDG, so keep on piling the CC and the engage, Ox, because apparently that's all EDG want. Look at the amount of CC and the time that they can CC people with the setup they have already. You gotta find an answer to that for anyone's legend. They look like they want to at least try to get that good matchup, stable matchup at least in the bottom lane, at least for Chocho to have something to stand on and something to say. And I see the Leona as a good answer to that.
Yeah, full bot lane trade-off, right? Aphelios and Jinx, and then Leona Nautilus. Very, very common picks. Both of those most played in their role for the LPL, so nothing too crazy there. Now, there's just one in ZDZ, what is going to pick the top lane, right? You already have that really strong mid-jungle, so I would prefer something in the top lane that is going to at least ramp up a bit, and Camille definitely fits the bill, right? Gnar was being hovered before, but I feel like as much as Gnar is a fine blind, I want something for and Xiao to play towards, right? Not just the Jinx, but also a top laner who can benefit. And it does mean that EDG probably just going to take the Gnar here, right? Going to hold up pretty well against the Camille. Yes, the Camille can definitely set up ganks, particularly Pro 6, right? With the ultimate, but you are pretty solid in those team fights. And I kind of feel like, you know, for me, anyone's Legends composition, I am looking at that mid jungle, particularly level 3, right? Level 6, Ahri and Hecarim get a lot of power, a lot of mobility. But level 3, Lee Sin, LeBlanc, super strong. I want to see ganks mid. I want to see players around the map. And I want to see these sides snowballed. If Camille and Jinx get ahead, I think anyone's Legend take this game. But I do worry EDG have a lot of team fight tools at their disposal. And we saw how strong the Hecarim Ahri can be at just punishing targets, right? If anyone's Legend on ahead, I feel like I really struggle to see Betty playing these team fights out without just being collapsed on.
Yeah, I love to see a little bit of the comfort coming out, though, right? Camille being the most played champion for ZDZ. Obviously, Betty with the comfort champion and Jinx. This will be his 17th game comparatively to the next highest champion for him being played was Aphelios at 4. It's incredible. And this is the kind of stuff you need to make sure you grab for anyone's Legend when you're going up against EDG, because we've already said so many times, like, this is going to be a difficult matchup. But with this early aggression, with the fact that they're trying to catch EDG off kilter and put them off balance a little bit, that is what you have to be executing on for anyone's Legend as we come into this first game.
Yeah, so we can talk a bit about this mid jungle more in depth, right? We saw Scout play this matchup last week, and Charming, so effective. You can catch the charm at the right time. Not only do you stop, well, CC LeBlanc, but you can also interrupt her distortion in midair so she doesn't get the damage, right? Especially if she like QWs, you can't proc it. Really powerful tool. So a lot of skill expression, really fun match to see. But I will say, we've seen time and time again Hecarim get punished in the early game. I want to see that from AL.
Gotta see some punishment today as we hit the Rift for the second series of the night. EDG attempting to lock in playoffs tonight for themselves. And AL want to play spoiler. We'll see how game 1 goes down as we get to it.
Yeah, early vision, vitally important. And again, I want to see AL trying to pressure the Hecarim early. Time and time again, we've seen those invades. Try and make things happen. Try and force him out of his own jungle. And that's the thing. Hecarim particularly weak on his first clear and pre-6 just because you don't have a dash that can go over walls, right? Especially if you're against Lee Sin, LeBlanc, Camille, right? If they invade your jungle, they can all hop over walls and you just can't. Pre-6, right? You have Ghost. You really can't do anything.
Yeah, you absolutely can. We'll see the early invade from EDG here just a little bit. Try and catch out who is down here. Play a little bit of that vision game, but so far not going to be so for either side, actually, it looks like. We do finally get the vision from Forge up towards that chicken camp. So opposite side starts for these junglers will mean a little bit of discretion in where they want to path to it.
Yeah, and I like this ward from Scout, right? Just walk in very late as the minions have already crashed, just to grab that bit of vision. So if Xiaohao does path down towards the Raptors, you'll see. If he doesn't, you also get that information as well. Just that's the main thing for me. EDG is tracking this Lee Sin and surviving till level 6. They get a lot of momentum at that point now. I'm looking at Betty, right, on this Jinx. And that's actually the interaction I was talking about. You know, I'm going to hold that point. That's the interaction. Mako, you Q the Leona as she's popped her E, right? So you interrupt it, and it just basically means the Leona can't get on top of you. The thing with Leona is, into most melee champions, she kind of just stomps them, because once she's in melee range, your Q is a 5-second cooldown. Does so much damage with your passive. So interesting enough, Nautilus kind of wants to play this lane like kiting backwards, right? Whenever Leona wants to go in, you try and interrupt it, and you just keep her at like arm's length away. Well, slightly longer than arm's length, because if she's arm's
an
length,
anchor's length away. How about that?
Anchor's length, perfect.
I got your back, dog. I got your back. But it's still all about, you know, who the ebb and flow of the engages down there. It is so funny to see the Zenith blade take so long that you can throw out a gigantic anchor in time to stop it. But hey, swords and anchors fighting another day here in the bot lane against EDG and AL. Do see the pathing still going pretty nominally for both junglers so far. Just going for the full clears, at least for both sides so far.
Yeah, and we see the pressure coming out mid, right? But fortunately, Xiaohao's been tracked. They know where he is. Bot lane at the moment for EDG are pushed in, but the wave is going to bounce. That's the concern. That's the gank angle I'm thinking for the side of AL. So could see an opportunity if EDG are forced forwards. You can see a little bit of trading coming out from Betty, but he's specifically not trying to hit the minions. Potentially set something up, but the time being, Xiaohao's going to look through the jungle. Nothing there, but the information will be provided. And I think ultimately for JJ, he's done a full clear, right? And got a scuttle. He's been untouched. This is pretty good for the Hecarim. This is kind of what you're hoping for, right? And again, once he hits level 6, things do become trickier. The Lee Sin and LeBlanc definitely still have that agency, but a bit of power goes in return.
It does, and we'll get the reset coming out already from JJ, meaning he'll be back on the map a little bit quicker than Xiaohao, unless Xiaohao wants to stick around and go for something. But the way the wave states are right now, it looks like nothing's going to happen too fast, too early on here. We do have Dragon at about a minute, and with JJ pathing down here, maybe it's a signal of the early Dragon stacking for EDG, as it is a Hex Tech Dragon to start us off. He's going down the lane right now.
Yeah, I think the critical thing here is that the wave is pushing out, so you just kind of want to be in position to cover and make sure your bot lane is okay to push this one out. I think EDG have seen that Betty isn't there, so they're just going to know they're comfortable to push this in. No real contest coming in.
Jojo with the stutter step. I love it.
The critical thing there, though, is they stop the freeze, right? If Jojo freezes, that can be pretty painful, but very much this is just EDG like, okay, support the lanes, make things easy. And JJ still just farming, right? He is just continuing on his journey through the jungle.
I didn't know that this is what we came for in AL versus EDG. I saw the Lee Sin. I was like, oh, yeah, early first path going, ganks, find something, skirmishing. We got JJ. No, it's just going to be the farm fest for now until we get those big objective fights. Obviously looking at the 8-minute marker for the LPL where we get the 5v5 team fights. Although we didn't get that last series, it is JJ going for an aggressive path here towards the bot side, though.
Well, critically, I think the thing I would say is that we'll get some vision just to build it out, but it's mid lane, right? There's a lot of setup for Forge onto Scout, but Scout has been pushed in this whole time, so he's not really being threatened by any ganks in the position he's in, right? For the most part of this game, he's been in a really comfortable spot. Now, the good side of that is you can't get ganked. The bad side is it leaves your jungler vulnerable, but JJ's just dodged Xiaohao completely so far, and he's continued to farm, so AL, things gone slowly. Not exactly super favorable. And again, I will say that, right, the Camille and the Jinx, very, very strong in the later stages, very serviceable. When it comes to the mid game, Ahri, Hecarim, really powerful in those team fights and can be a bit concerning. Now, AL would toying with the idea of starting up the Dragon. They do have priority mid, but I feel like this is a bit risky.
Level 6 has been marked for the mid laners as well. Trying to get some mobility from them here now that we've gotten that at least surpassed. JJ moving into the pit, but the engage comes in from Mako, and now we're looking at first blood potentially. It's still the knockback going on to Xiaohao, putting him away from the fight. Mako in some trouble here now. The Rockets just don't have the distance just yet. Betty firing away. No first blood to come.
Yeah, a lot of damage committed onto this. Oh, Flandre.
Flandre's going for it, though. He's like, man, y'all didn't get the kill down there. All right, I got to make something happen up here, but won't be so. ZDZ beautifully using the Hex Tech ultimatum.
Yeah, dodges away from the follow-up stun. And that's the thing with the Nage, you kind of just throw your ult out whenever you have Mega because it's such a short cooldown. But yeah, we saw a scenario where basically EDG committed a lot of damage onto Xiaohao, who just dashed out. And then there was the turnaround, right? Again, you're in melee range as Mako off the Leona. You will just end up being beaten up in that scenario, so have to flash away. And nothing really come for it. Still quite slow-paced, but still, it feels like the teams are kind of testing the waters in this situation.
At least, and not exactly for the fans of the high adrenaline, high octane LPL, this is exactly what you're getting, but that's where the late game team fights in the LPL pay off dividends. The fact that we get to see so many sporadic, crazy fights and then ending up in usually the 80s versus 80s, last to the death gun show going on there. It's always a fun time. We also have level 6 almost achieved for the bottom lanes here, which does help out a little bit more in terms of the engages. As speaking of engage, Mako will push AL off of the wave here, trying to get that to crash.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth, and Viper with the red-white weapons, scary to go in there, right? He can really just shred through basically anyone in the 2v2, and Mako consistently looking for damage here.
Viper also putting in some work on the Chocho, but Betty hits the flame choppers. Moonlight Vigil has to come out to get the healing from the Severum version of it. Betty again still is good on the Jinx, as is most of LPL, but him specifically will always find damage windows.
Yeah, I think as well there, if you let yourself get low against the Jinx, there's the potential for the ult to come out. But you know, EDG's bot lane fishing for advantages, as is kind of expected at this point. This is really what they look to do consistently. So we can kind of take stock of the game, right? I think we kind of set up this mid jungle of Elise and LeBlanc. Like, don't get me wrong, they don't just suddenly fall off post level 6, but I was definitely looking. Ooh, ZDZ has to flash.
Oh my god, Flandre is just taking it to him up there. Burns the flash. Now ZDZ in a little bit more trouble as JJ will be taking the Rift Herald #1 of EDG.
Yeah, so a lot of pressure coming out top lane. And kind of what I was saying is like 3-6 is where the Ahri without the ult and the Hecarim, well, obviously without his ult as well, are vulnerable. The fact they haven't found their window just kind of means that EDG are kind of smooth sailings with this one. They are going to pick up that first Herald. The trade-off is a Dragon on the other side. Personally, I think a lot of teams would rather have that first Herald, can translate into a fair bit of gold. But at least AL trading it for something.
We have Chocho and Xiaohao down here trying to at least secure a little bit of vision around the Dragon Pit. Mako will be clearing that one out. The push enables Scout in the mid lane to get his back off. Actually, he did not complete it. He was backing for a long time. Decided not to take that one. And we're back to focusing towards this farming style play for both these junglers.
We scaling. We just
scaling, boys.
Up, right?
We scaling.
Everyone's taking
what
it
kind
chill.
of scale though? Is it like one of those like old timey like
Lizard.
silver scales with like the chains?
Lizard scales.
They're lizard scales. That's not scaling.
I mean, that's scales, right?
Yes. I mean, they are technically, but I don't know if that's how
I know
you
where
want
I'm
to
going
use
with
it
this
in
one,
such
right? I
situations.
have no idea
But
where
I know where
this is going,
Xiaohao's going. He's going to bot lane. He'll be spotted out though. Double wards from EDG prevent that move up to the second brush. The control ward though from Chocho will make sure that that goes down. He's spending a decent amount of time here. We'll be getting the back off as we speak.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I don't really think of Lee Sin as a pick to scale up, right, and farm up. And so far, JJ's been having a pretty chill time now. The wave is pushing out here, so the Hecarim's going to show up. Might actually end up using the Herald to apply some pressure, right? See if that ends up coming out, but could just be walking in the wave for his bot lane. I don't think there's too much emphasis to need the Herald right now. And again, this is kind of what we're seeing, right? I like this play from JJ. He knows that if you gank, there's risks, right? There's the potential that Lee Sin's there. You get the turnaround. All he's doing is just enabling his lanes, helping them walk in the waves, and then he's able to back off again and go back to farming up the jungle, which he's comfortable doing.
And that's where the trigger pulling later on is so impactful for the team of EDG. We already stated how much CC they have, how much lockdown they can chain together, and JJ will have the Onslaught of Shadows. He already does, but he doesn't need to use it until those big team fights come, until he can land, you know, the 3-4 person fears and completely change the fights.
For sure. And I think particularly looking at Betty, right? I think this, if the Jinx survives in the team fights, I think AL in a really good shot, right? The Jinx and the Camille in particular scale exceptionally, but there's a lot of tools from the side of EDG to shut that down, and we're seeing some of them at play here as JJ goes for a dive.
Rift Herald spawn first, and ZDZ will be able to back away. Xiaohao Forge on their way here. Wow, we're getting everybody coming this way except for the ADCs, even though Viper is walking up this way. First tower will go down to EDG.
Yeah, and you know, that just came for the natural pressure from the Gnar. If that tower was healthier, I don't think they would have gone for that play. Flandre procs to demolish. They managed to get the full thing. And with that, they're over 2,400 gold ahead. 11 minutes and 0 kill game to be this far ahead. Pretty solid. It's kind of showing the value, right, of having the Herald over that first dragon. And we'll see if they can continue that momentum. You can see a lot of that lead is in the top lane. 1,000 gold lead between Camille and Gnar right now.
And that's where it's so interesting, because we were saying how Anyone's Legend drafted this very aggressive style comp, looking for picks, looking to get active with Xiao, but Xiao bought into this farming style. We'll see if it pays out as mid lane now. We're getting everybody joining. Chocho locking down Scout. Scout is burning and he goes down. JJ with the Onslaught of Shadows though is turning it around. Look at the AoE damage. They get one, but they can't follow up anymore unless JJ wants to activate that devastating charge. And Mako is right there to back him up. Still a bit of an uneven fight. The clear will be there, and EDG respond.
Man, I could not believe Scout nearly actually lived there. Pop the potion to try and survive the ignite. Does go down. There's a trade back, but obviously first blood is worth more, and the kill went on to Mako.
Oh no, they knew.
Is he looking?
Oh, beautiful. Hextech ultimatum gets him away from the Mega Gnar ulti, and now Flandre is forced to flash after the stun, also with a nice cheeky little sidestep.
Yeah, managed to disengage, but I like we're seeing some proactivity from AL. It does feel slower, right? I would have loved to see this sort of play earlier. Like, this play on a Scout goes a lot smoother if he isn't level 6, but obviously layer the CC quite effectively. but it's that interrupt from Mako.
Yeah.
The ultimate actually stops the Sonic Wave, the recast from connecting. And so as a result, Scout nearly lives, but still not quite enough. But they managed to trade a kill back.
And those are the kinds of plays you needed to see, as you kind of mentioned to earlier for anyone's legend. You pick out, and I was kind of highlighting to it earlier before that happened, was you got the LeBlanc and the Lee Sin. You need to get ahead on this. You need to get those Dark Seal stacks going for Forge, and especially be able to blow up the back line at any moment to have that threat. But until then, you have EDG who are forcing big fights because they have the team fight advantage. Speaking of, Dredgeline misses. Scout getting locked up here under the tower. Not just yet, but Zenith Blade connects. Might have overextended Chocho, though, and he almost dies. EDZ wait for the hook shot. Forge over the wall. Mako almost dying, but they do get Scout after all. Poor Scout.
A bit overzealous, and they lock down Scout. Now Viper does have the Cleanser Flash, should just be able to walk this one out. Doesn't even have to use them, but ultimately an overzealous attempt from EDG. The response comes in quickly, and now AL should be able to pick up the second dragon.
Stacking up the dragons is now the name of the game for anyone's legend. EDG wanting to put a stop to that. We are a bit later in those dragon stackings, though. Second dragon at 14.5 minutes, and Flandre constantly pushing this top side while ZDZ was away.
And Infernal Soul, a big one, right? Firstly, gold lead is closed a bit, right? It was about 1,500 before, just 1,000 now, but also an Infernal Soul for AL would be absolutely massive. Now, we see the replay. Critically, the CC doesn't connect, and then they kind of back away from the dive. The Scout, it's not so easy to back away when there's a Leona on you. ZDZ dashes in, tries to catch out Scout. This rocket combined with the damage from LeBlanc is enough to take down Scout, and just a little bit of an overzealous dive that EDG were hesitant on committing for. I will say that they only lost one member, right? It could have been worse if they committed heavily and lost multiple. In return, we see AL setting up a play on the bot side. Resets came out from EDG. They're looking towards the Herald, but AL should just be able to pick up this tower instead.
This is spicy. They're waiting in the wings to see who comes. Flandre not going to fall for it. Mega Death Rocket kickback. He did fall for it. He's almost Meganar, though. Can he get the health increase? No, the stun, and Xiao gets the kill.
I just feel like, why is Flandre there, right? This is not like, I know we obviously see it from the observer's perspective, but it is not exactly subtle, right? Your entire team's going towards the top side for the Herald. They don't see anyone. Oh, I wonder where they could be, right? And he just shows up, I guess maybe a bit overzealous, thinking he could survive this. But either way, gets taken down. And not only do they get the tower for Betty, but they will also take that kill as well.
Really good to be getting some resources for Betty here. As we said, the main carry, it feels like, in the late game, but Forge and Xiaohao's connection this game has definitely been a difference maker. We'll see in the replay, in the picture-in-picture, that unfortunate setup of events against Flandre. He tried so hard to get the Meganar.
Yeah, it was close. I mean, I still think he would have probably died even if he got it, but at least would have lasted a bit more time, right? It would have looked a bit more impressive. Either way, it's now a situation where AL actually have a gold lead on the back of that, so this is pretty positive, right? Gold lead and 2 dragons in pocket. But my concern is this next dragon fight. I think if AL can navigate it well, they could be in with a good chance. If they win that next dragon fight, not only is there the chance of the Baron spawning 30 seconds after, but also just the gold lead it would give, especially if it's on a Betty or ZDZ, would be substantial. And they are going to throw it on the Herald mid from EDG and look to just take down this tier 1. I don't think the AL will be able to defend this at all, but they should be able to keep the tier 2 alive.
Trying to even back out the gold lead here for EDG as we see the side lane push still from Flandre. That will be important as he continues to keep
it alive.
The side lane. Yeah, I can't believe.
I mean, just
honestly,
right. It's not.
I mean, it's a breath away, but you know.
I wouldn't feel safe standing on the tower. That's all I'm saying, right? But
the charm and the sonic wave. Oh my goodness, Xiaohao, yeah, flash over because they were gonna chase that.
Yeah, and actually, I love this timing, right, from EDG. Oh, more fights coming out. Yeah, but I love this timing because you think about what's been from EDG, right? It's the Nautilus Assault. It's right now the Ari ultimate. Those are going to be backup for Dragon. But you just burnt Lee Sin's Flash, which is by all means a very powerful tool. I think we can all work out why. And that's not going to be up for the Dragon fight. So I love these plays. They normally come about like 2 minutes before the objective, where you just look to burn summoners from the enemy side. EDG, I mean, if they got the kill, great, but they didn't even need the kill from the Lee Sin. Just burning the summoner is enough. And by the time we get back to the next dragon, they'll have those tools available once again. Xiaohao will be a little bit neutered.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking at item completions here as well, seeing if we get those second item spikes for this next fight as well. And it looks like we'll be a little bit far off of that one, and the resets probably won't be there just about for EDG. But I presume that EDG will have a full fight for this, right? They have TP away for Flandre. They have the strength, at least in their first mythics completed and their team fight potential that they have. They aren't scaled to the fact that they can automatically win these fights, and we've seen AL trudge back into this game and even the gold lead up for themselves. But it's all about the concerted effort of EDG as a whole in these front-to-back fights.
And that's something I'll say is, even if it goes late, I still don't think it's ever a clear-cut thing for EDG, just because Jinx and Camille, right? But they do have great tools, and that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking at what JJ and Scout can do. We saw this combo last series, where the Hecarim Ahri just dive together on a target. EDG pushing up aggressively, trying to get mid-priority, and they will just be able to force AL back to an extent, but still hard to approach that Jinx. Now moving into the river, remember, watch the engage. Viper chunked.
Mega Death Rocket will be body blocked by Mako. Dragon is going to be started on point, but it's still 12 seconds away, and ZDZ is getting a free tower on the side lane, and he has TP available.
Yeah, so we'll actually pull the trigger now to join.
They're still getting a lot of pop damage there onto the members from Viper as well, but EDG have backed themselves into a bit of a predicament here with the flank coming in from Forge. AL waiting for EDG to start it up so they can position around the sides. ZDZ with the hook shot over the wall and Forge over the back with the distortion. Keep an eye out for how they position around this as JJ taking a lot of damage. Solar Flare connects. Glacial Augment slowing them down. They're all grouped up, but can it be enough? They're trying to get Viper, but Viper is kiting the beautiful movement, but AL now have Betty online. The excitedness is starting to happen, and Moonlight Vigil Mega Gnar into the wall is not enough for Flandre. A double kill for Betty. Oh, is it going to be a triple? Betty wants it. No, it's Forge. And 7-1 is anyone's legend, and they are upsetting EDG in this first game.
And they crushed the approach on that fight. Both Forge and ZDZ approaching on those flanks make it so difficult for EDG to try anything. If EDG dive forwards, they just leave their backline exposed. You kind of see the setup in this situation, right? ZDZ there at top, just off the screen below, is Forge on the LeBlanc. And then they look for this engage and see how they dive in basically simultaneously. Viper really threatened, right? Scout locked in the Hextech ultimatum, just nothing they can do. And all the meantime, because the Hecarim and the Ahri were playing defensive, because the Gnar was playing defensive, look at Betty. Basically full HP, untouched.
And as goes the tale of the take, a lot of the times when you're seeing Betty popping off of these team fights, he just seems to have invisible armor around him. Maybe it's the plot armor, maybe it's arcane, maybe it's powder, who knows? But it just doesn't seem to be the focus of enemy teams when Betty is popping off, and that is all that anyone's legend want in this game, as now we get the reeling EDG on a 4-minute timer for the next dragon. Infernal Soul, as you said earlier, Ox, is crucial to continue to press down the defending world champion.
I mean, if they get Infernal Soul, it's the fact that LeBlanc becomes from a massive threat to unstoppable, right? If you dash in and just burst with Infernal Soul added, you can really chunk people out with the poke, and that's such a threatening aspect of LeBlanc. Everyone thinks about her ability to 100-0 target if she has time to land the tether, but if she just dashes in, QR, and then dashes out, that can take Viper down like 40%, and with the Infernal Soul, it's even worse. So very scary. Jinx as well with the long-range autos, with the ramp, with the AoE damage. EDG, about 2,500 gold down, right? And there's still definitely things they can do. They do get that mid-tier 1 eventually. They'll close the gap a little bit, but I want to see them being proactive, right? Using their engage tools. If they let AL collapse on them in a flank like that, they're gonna have a rough time.
And you can talk about scaling all you want, right? But it's all about like who's getting the gold at what moments. And we already said that ZDZ on the Camille will be scary. Already Forge looking terrifying, and you have that front-to-back team fight. But when you get picked apart like you did last fight, that can't happen again, is all I'm saying. And EDG definitely will take note of that, I believe, as they go into the next one. We have about 2 minutes and 50 seconds for that. Baron on the table, but is not a threat, right? The main focus right now for anyone's legend is this dragon stacking. They can secure this Infernal Soul, as you had said. It just makes everything so much more plain and simple. Just go burr.
Yeah, literally, if you get this, it gives you such a massive power spike. And the problem is, EDG is going to be in this awkward position that often happens with when one side has dragon stacked and the others doesn't, where the fight isn't the main focus, right? If EDG win the fight but lose the soul, they're still in a rough spot because the soul is there forever for AL. Whereas on the other side, if AL miss the dragon but get the fight, they then get Baron, right? If they win the fight by enough. And they're not really that bothered about EDG having one dragon, because 5 minutes time, they'll be able to try again. So you often see that happen. And sometimes you'll have scenarios where, like the Hecarim, like JJ will have to dive in to smite. And as a result, you don't have that front line engaged. And it gets very messy. So EDG are 100% on the back foot in this situation. And they're going to have to be pretty creative when it comes to this next dragon and sorting it out. It's a minute 45 away, right? And they do have these tools. You can see Scout and JJ moving together. These are the two I'm looking at who have the agency.
Setting off the engage is so important. 2 item spikes also important, at least for EDG, to feel like they have something to lie on to here, as the mid lane is the setup. The bait, the trap will not be sprung this time around by AL.
Yeah, fishing for someone to face check, right? I think it's a critical thing. But ultimately, there's no reason for anyone to really go to that top side of the map, right? For the time being, they have a ward on Baron. They know no one's doing it. The next objective is going to be that dragon. You know, EDG will take away the scuttle. That does relieve some pressure, because there was obviously the risk that AL could rush up towards Baron if EDG overcommitted bot side. But at the end of the day, they just need to try and find a setup here. It's 58 seconds before that dragon. AL got their resets in early. They have control in the area. You can see Mako's only just reset now with Viper as well. So they're going to be slower on the objective. And that's where things get difficult, because as they push through onto the objective, that's when ZDZ and Forge can flank around the side as we saw before. And that's where things get painful.
And the timing works out so nicely for AL. They take the top side, tier 2 tower, and now ZDZ will head this way. He has TP, so he can keep the pressure up there while EDG try to get priority in mid as well. Forge getting engaged on. Onslaught of Shadows with the kick away onto JJ. Now the TP coming in. JJ not having a lot of health, has to get out of dodge. The dredge line not hitting from Mako is huge. Now ZDZ potentially threatening the engage. Gets the depth charge used onto him, and it's just a back and forth fight here. But AL not having utilized a lot of their tools. They still have Hextech. They still have Solar Flare, and they're moving on to the Dragon. EDG are forced off, and that is Infernal Soul for anyone's legend.
And that's enough, right? JJ goes in, doesn't get the kill, and then is chunked out. And that is enough. They know that if they lose the fight and the dragon, that's also going to mean Baron. That's going to be the game. So they let it go. But man, this must feel so bad. Giving over Infernal Soul at 2 minutes 50. It's a LeBlanc. It's a Jinx as well. The burst damage available to these two, especially rapid fire cannon for the Jinx, that long range auto going to hit even harder now. And I mean, particularly, I'm mostly just scared about Forge, right? Yeah. You'll see a moment that will happen. I'm predicting this, Mazel, right? At some point in this game, Forge is just gonna like dash forward, do a little combo, boom. Someone just you'll blink and you'll miss it.
Yeah, no matter.
It's enabled even more so now that he has that Infernal Soul.
No matter how many bodies Viper has around him, doesn't matter when a Fed LeBlanc with Infernal Soul will pop on you and you don't have a Tom Kench. Like, you're gonna die no matter what. Also, the Lord Doms for Betty is so big here. They're getting tanky on the other side, but that doesn't matter anymore, especially with how far Betty is ahead. The Baron being started by AL means EDG are being forced yet again. Banshee's Veil been popped by Forge. Baron about 3,500. JJ, is this the miracle steal? They are forcing this. Moonlight Vigil into ZDZ. I was going to say, AL, you don't need to do this. They still are hovering around at 3,000 health. They do not want to let this go. They smite it down. JJ in the pit. JJ dead in the grave. And EDG running away here. I don't know if they can make it out. They have Betty chasing him down. The Rockets, the Mega Death. Is it going to hit? It's still Chocho following him up, but Chocho dies. Hextech Ultimatum on the Viper does get the kill for ZDZ, and Betty's now getting excited as well. It is tragedy for EDG. All they had to do was pick this series up easily to get their lock into playoffs, but AL say, no, no, no. You have come to our rift this time.
Baron secured and a bunch of kills. And the thing is, right, we often talk about Baron setup. It is so hard to win a smite fight against a Lee Sin with the execute damage. Really nice setup from AL. They felt confident to win the fight with Infernal Soul, and now they'll take that mid inhibitor. 6,500 gold lead to AL. Infernal Soul in pocket. Baron still at play. EDG. These are the world champions, Mazel. The world champions, and they are getting stomped by AL right now.
And look at the kill participation for AL. Everyone is performing. Everyone is a part of this show. JJ missing the smite.
Yeah, so hard to compete with the Lee Sin with that execute damage. It felt like AL were on the same page to sync that. But honestly, I feel like this wasn't so much about the Baron. It was about baiting EDG into a fight. And similarly, Chocho there, suicides to allow his team to follow up. The chase down potential for LeBlanc, Camille, Lee Sin. Jinx, all of them able to follow up and chain together these kills. And now, taking stock of where we are at, right? 2.5 items pretty much across the board. 3.5 for Betty right now. And Medjai's finished for Forge. It's really feeling rough for EDG. We talked about the engage potential that the mid jungle has, but they just haven't really shown up. And the thing is, Betty is so strong right now. We talked about this Jinx being a signature for him. And I mean about every other AD carry as well, to be honest. And it's feeling desperate now. Level 15 on Betty, by the way.
Yeah.
Same level as Flandre, highest in the game. Well, higher than anyone in EDG.
NBD, man. No big deal. Betty popping off here. He is insane on this Jinx, but the whole team coming together. They want to end it. Excited for Jinx will help these towers go down, but it's impossible to even deal with the damage that's coming out from AL when they go for the pokes. When Forge is able to get the quick distortions in, some AoE clearing from EDG will help them for now, but it's just a slow and steady burn that AL is forcing onto these world champions, as you were saying.
Yeah, and it feels like EDG just desperate at this point.
Oh, there's the desperation. Flandre doesn't get the Mega Gnar, and now they can turn it. Look at ZDZ getting the re-engage. Chocho goes low. Mega Death into the distortion. A double kill for Forge. The world champions are cut. They are bloody, and AL take game 1.
I'm just going to say it. If you flip the names, that would have been the expected result. Not only do AL win game 1, but they stomp it, right? They absolutely crush EDG there. And it just didn't even feel close, right? It felt like the early game, EDG were holding up okay, right? And then it got to the point, there was that dragon fight. The beautiful approach from the solo laners on the flank just gave no room for EDG to function, right? The target selection was excellent. You know, Forge knowing that he has to jump on the Aphelios. And on top of that, also, it was ZDZ using the Hextech Ultimatum on the Ahri, giving Scout no room to navigate. But, you know, we saw WE with this Hecarim Ahri combo earlier today in the series before. They would like look for picks, they'd play aggressive. This Hecarim Ahri just kind of sat there, right? We really didn't see anything from EDG. It just didn't feel like the same team we saw. I mean, obviously, you know, the World Championship. It didn't feel like the same team we saw earlier this split. They felt really lost.
That's the biggest thing for me is they had the pieces of like we already said they had serious strengths coming into the team fights around objectives, things along those lines. It was completely focused. AL got all 4 of the dragons off the back of great macro play, and this is so interesting. We said that EDG were having a bumpy road of it coming into this one, and it continues to be bumpy, right? It's still a best of 3, and then obviously the world champions deserve some slack. They deserve to have a chance in this series still, but when they lose like that, when they lose to AL in dominant fashion like that, just getting pulled around the map because they didn't do anything proactively, there's got to be a complete change up for them.
And I think in particular, look at the mid jungle, right? JJ 5k damage, Scout 5k damage. I mean, they felt invisible, right? Forge was super impactful. Xiaohao making these great moves, these great kicks, and it felt like the game, you know, it hit that mid game. I was expecting EDG to really ramp it up. Nothing came from it. 4 dragons easy, giving up the Infernal Soul. It's not even like EDG tried and then weren't able to execute. It just felt like they kept opting out of these situations until, you know, AL hit critical mass and the game was over. So I think perhaps a revisit towards the draft, but also it just felt like the gameplay wasn't there. It felt like the coordination was missing.
And again, it's just plot armor or something. Betty armor.
Dude,
no,
Jinx,
it's Betty
man.
armor at this point.
Nah.
Like, they just win. Chocho and Betty just win against Viper and Mako and made it look easy in the late game.
You know,
like that is impressive.
We talked about this yesterday on the last day. I'm just gonna say, right, Jinx, if you're a lower ranked team, pick Jinx, get to the team fights, play around her, boom. And okay, I give AL more credit than that. Betty's really good on the Jinx, and they also were so good in those team fights. But man, Jinx just works, right? And I think EDG, you had to pick it yourself or ban it away because they did not have a handle on it in this game.
You know, LPL teams don't like to ban Jinx away. That's just uncommon. That's just unheard of, all right?
That's
so
uncool.
Let's go ahead. Yeah, it's uncool. She's from Arcane. Let's go ahead and send it to a little break. See if EDG can find a bounce back in this series as anyone's legend take game number 1 of this best of 3.
I don't know. They've got their ultis available, and Herald's not going that fast. As Mark gets the Dredgeline in, Ignite down, and with 10 kills and ready for some more. Making up for game number 1 as Weiwei started off on the end. Crescent Guard with a 2-level lead in the jungle. Weiwei having a great time as everyone's forward. Look in the back line. Knight with a Shadow Surge. He's got to reset. He's got to reset. We want to see him go in. He lands on top of Fofo. Will he take it? The eye of the Herald popped. It needs to go down. He's taking yet another kill. Shadow Surge was not taken and completed as he picks up his double. And when you think top esports are out, just remember that Knight exists.
I mean, I think he still, as Yukai, can come back into his mid.
Oh no, he's going to go straight in on top of him. He gets some full damage down, even commits his flash. Nika should just about survive. But then the Ignite does give you vision, so if you're in the Shroud and you're ignited, it will still be able to kind of point you out. As you can see a flash forward as they go in. They're going to try to get him underneath the tower, but a knock-up. Cheated is dead. LNG's bot lane not to be caught out. They get a perfect combination. They stop that gank dead in its tracks. They want this tier 1 tower real bad, and LGD knows it. Shadow behind enemy lines. This is an opportunity as Mako goes into the tower. TP being channeled, but Shadow's too late to the play. His teammates are already falling. Gets an ulti on in, but it just doesn't matter as the Gnar comes through. Shadow late to the play that he was setting up. Trying to chase them down, they're trying to find the opportunity. EDG continuing to move as a group. No rise in this game, so there are no realm shenanigans. There is no way out. And now with TP from Xiaosheng behind the play. EDG go for the engage, but the Shadow says Xiaohu with one already finds a reset for himself. Can they find more is the question. EDG trying to disengage, but Viper doesn't have a way out. Slammed into the wall, walloped down, and now Xiaohu finds the back line. RNG just say no to EDG. They're not allowed to do anything. They're not allowed to go anywhere. Not even you, JJ, as Xiaohu shuts them down.
Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love me for real? Do you love me for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. Why do you speak on my name? Do you love me for real? Why do you treat me so bad? Do you love me for real? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Do you love me for real? Why do you leave me into? Do you love me for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, give me that, give me that.
Like a siren without a warning. You never know what hits you if you wake up in the morning like a temptress in a red dress. Seduction is destruction, so you better get a move. Danger, danger, look where you're going. The heart is open, your body
And we are back. What a beautiful skyscape. I never get tired of seeing these shots. And here we are in the final series of the first day of week number 8 in the LPL Spring 2022 split. I'm Mazel, joined once again by my good friend Ox. And it's been a day, dude. We had the first series go the distance. Now EDG lose their first game to AL. Forge picking up the MVP. What isn't possible today?
I don't know, man. I mean, this is deserved 100% by AL and Forge in particular. Monstrous on the LeBlanc, but EDG, who is this team that we had in front of us today? Honestly, it did not look like EDG. I'll tell you that much.
It has its issues for sure, not looking like its previous iterations, but you still have the strength that EDG posed, right? It was a little bit of a soft and easy early part for AL. They definitely bought into the farming nature that EDG were trying to go for, but this time around, I expect EDG to completely turn the car around, get something going for themselves that is tried and true. They're on the blue side this time. They ban away the Jinx. Oh my God, this is the first time I've ever seen that ever in my entire life. Holy cow, round of applause. They just deserve an award or something. Galio also joining the ban table. Win 2 by EDG. TF, Rise, immediate bans by Anyone's Legend.
They worked it out. They solved the problem. What can you do against Jinx? You ban it, right? Eliminate one of the big picks for Betty. Now, feels like Anyone's Legend, they banned Kate last draft, but they go for the Viego. That means Caitlyn and Zeri both available as options for Felios as well. But look, EDG instantly locking in at Zeri. Now, it'll be interesting to see if we get like the Tristana coming out. Tristana Nord, it's like the bot lane answer that we've seen into the Zeri, because obviously the point and click CC of the Nautilus, and also just the fact that the Tristana can jump on ahead and stomp her. But bare minimum, I expect to see something coming out in this rotation to deal with it. Although actually, they might be toying the idea with that Lee Sin LeBlanc that was so devastating last game.
Yeah, I mean, go to what feels comfortable, go to what feels good, and they do lock in the Lee Sin for Xiao Hao and see how that kind of pans out as their first pick, because now you look at the way that kind of the first game of the series went, their priorities, they're keeping the same here, and they know what they want to go for as their second pick is to that LeBlanc.
Yeah, so the problem with this a little bit is before they picked this in a circumstance where they knew what the enemy jungle was, and as well they're now in a position where their third pick, they can only take either AD or support. They can't take both. So for me, for EDG, they'll just pick something like the Xin Zhao, which has a bit more early pressure than the Hecarim did. But let's just see what they go for. I think EDG could just go for the Nautilus in this situation, right? Partly as a denial, and also because it's honestly pretty good into both Lee Sin and LeBlanc, right? We saw Make with the last game. Pretty comfortable, but we'll see if they opt in that direction, or they want to find a mid lane answer, right? The Ahri, not exactly working out for Scout, but if you are going to pick something to respond in the mid lane, it kind of has to be now, or you will get targeted.
And I was also wondering, they saved counter pick for Flandre last time around. Didn't necessarily work to their advantage. I was going to see if they up that priority a little bit. No, it's the Vex that takes center stage. As we get to see this in the last series.
Yeah, so should be able to hold up decent. And I think the main thing with the Vex is if Lee Sin and LeBlanc dive in, you just pop your W, right? Catch them both with the fear. So should fare reasonably well, I feel. But now, AL, I talked about the picks like Tristana that we see into the Zeri as like a counter in lane. Looks like they're not going to try that. And they're just going to pick up the Aphelios instead. So it was important that they secure the AD carry pick, but not necessarily a fantastic response into the Zeri. Kind of need Zeri to step up to you and stay in range for you to deal with them. Now, AL, I feel like, in this scenario, you can ban away top laners. That might counter what you want to pick yourself. Supports, I guess. But really, right. I think EDG, could ban Nautilus here. I think is the main one for me.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see what AL do. They go for the support, so Tom Kench banned away against Mako, and keeping a little bit of that safety away from not Flandre, the one who locked in the Zeri, Flandre, but Zeri itself, right? And I think that when you're looking at the composition, and especially you see JJ on the Xin Zhao, that gives me a bit of reassurance for EDG themselves. A lot of utility in that pick, but also the aggression, right? Which you did have on the Hecarim, and it was so interesting to see it not work out that way. But it feels a little bit more stable, and especially with the combination of Scout on the Vex, once he hits that level 6, there's a lot more proactivity for EDG, which exactly was the turnaround we wanted.
A lot of threat, right? And I do find the Tom Kench ban a little bit weird. I like the Camille ban though. I feel like Camille is something that's really good into the Zeri, right? Because you alter and you can't outplay it. She's kind of trapped there. And now for EDG, I want to see the Nautilus ban. Personally, I think it is the best support answer into this area. I think everything else you can get outplay. You can take cleanse into, and your movement speed just makes it hard to land skill shots. We're actually going to go for the Tryndamere ban. So potentially concerned about that as a counter pick. I think for AL, I think the Nautilus makes sense. I feel like that is the preferred pick here rather than the Leona. We'll see if they feel similarly, but maybe Chocho wanting to have an advantage in the matchup. But the trade-off is you're going to be less effective at dealing with Zeri later.
That would be interesting. I would love to see the fact that we get this support counter pick, because again, we were talking at the beginning of this, how important both these supports are, how important both these bot lanes are, and that's what we'll get from anyone's legend. So very exciting. They do also lock in the Graves for ZDZ, so you'll have a little bit of that overall AD strength in the top side.
Yeah, and I think one of the big answers to Graves is a Tryndamere. So with that off the cards, you feel a bit more comfortable. But Jace, we've seen this matchup a lot more earlier in the split, just Jason to Graves, and both seem to be pretty comfortable with it, right? Graves can push the wave quite effectively, but Jace, I mean, does similarly, can trade well with them. Both looking to scale up in the late stages now. EDG, I've been saying all draft phase, where's the Nautilus, right? This pick is just front and center in terms of priority, but also in terms of dealing with the Zeri. So feels like EDG could be toying with going in a different direction, but I feel like you should just take the Nor in this situation as a denial, right? That's my view, is deny it from anyone's legend, because I think if you go Leona, they are probably just going to take... No, I say Nautilus. Maybe they go for the Alistair. We've seen that rise in priority a little bit more, but we'll see what Chocho actually wants to pick up.
This would be a spicy pick into the Leona for Chocho, as it is, you know, something he has played before, but it fits his style to a T. I still expect the last switch up to the Nautilus. He's just too much of a powerful pick and too common in the LPL, right? For Chocho himself, right? 10 games each on the Nautilus Leona, and it will be the Nautilus as you see the smiles come out.
I'm just gonna say, right, I find this so weird that we get first pick Zeri, we go through the whole first pick phase, we go through the next ban phase, and then through another pick phase, and we get Nautilus last pick, right? Like, in my mind, this is like such a priority if there's a Zeri in the game, because press R, point and click, there's no real thing that Viper can do to outplay that other than jump over a wall and be 3 miles away when you eventually get knocked up. But either way, I think EDG have a better composition this game, right? Zinzao can hold up a bit better than Lee Sin in terms of the early pressure. I think Scout clearly wasn't enjoying the Ahri matchup into LeBlanc. There's a lot of threat from this Vex. If you go too close, you can just pop W, you're feared. You can't really outplay it as easily as you can outplay the Charm. You know, I like EDG's composition more in this game, and I think that honestly, if we get to the later stages, their team fight's pretty disgusting.
We said that last time. That's what we said last time. It was the same situation. Not the same, obviously it's a little bit different, but I just think it's so funny that we were like setting up this late game and then we still see the Lisa and LeBlanc, and there's that potential for it to just snowball out of the way and completely into EDG's path. So I love that we got the first game that we did for anyone's legend, because that literally throws everything up in the air. What can happen tonight? Can EDG even lock in playoffs tonight, or will anyone's legend take it home with a 2-0? The world champions have their backs against the wall here in this best of 3, but they have adapted mid-series. They have found what typically works for them, at least, and finding comfort and a little bit more volatility and progressiveness in the early game is so important. It's all about execution now. As EDG versus AL starts for game number 2, we get the spice.
So yeah, we talked about this in the previous series. Like, so many teams will just go up as a group to top to try and get some sort of pick, get a ward down. We often see it traded off. Now, Andre could actually get caught out here.
They all just completed their backs. Okay, well, Andre's like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna back out.
Yeah, I'm gonna not. Thank you very much. Now, we do see the Cole coming in for Viper. I will say Zeri, not necessarily the most impactful in lane. That's perhaps why we saw the Leona priority come out for EDG, is that obviously Leona can kind of check Nor in lane. Nor can't really engage that easily when there's like Leona can just stun you and keep you locked down. So potentially that's the thought process. We also see Chocho going for the aftershock, which makes sense, right, in this situation where you need a bit more bulkiness to survive. Like going into melee range of Leona. But ultimately, you know, we still have this decent LeBlanc that, as much as, right, Forge popped off, don't get me wrong, and Xiaohao had a solid game, but the early pressure wasn't really there put out for them. So it'll be interesting to see if we get a bit more momentum. We see junglers starting on the opposite side. DJ will be in position to assist his bot lane, but we could see Xiaohao go for an early gank on a Flandre and get that rolling. I do feel like this top lane matchup could go a bit one side or the other if there's a bit of effort from the team coming in.
I always love to see a little bit of capitalization on Zeri's weak early game, but it does look like Xiaohao is going to go away from that this time around and see if, checking back in on Betty and Chocho later will be where it's at, as we do still see the full clears coming out on both those sides. I still want to keep a side eye on this mid lane. We got to see the Vex LeBlanc last time around in the last series, and it was that same volatility that I'm talking about, but it's the level 6 that really matters. So it's not going to be until we get the jungle pressure or until we get movement out of the lane that we'll get that first blood, and especially the early skirmishes that we know and love.
Well, I will say Scout has the Ignite here, right, for a bit of extra pressure in the lane and matchup, but also Vex really easy just to push the waves in, right? And then also if Forge tries to contest you in trades, you get, whenever an opponent dashes, you get that empowered auto, right, that you can proc with your abilities. It just becomes a little bit more precarious. So I think we should see a bit more early pressure coming out from Scout and ability to impact the map. Time being just farming up here. And again, I would love to see jungle and support intervention mid, right? If you get an early gank off on either of these two, it can go a long way.
So Viper and Mako took a little trip together. They went on a little scenic route, maybe had a little picnic in the enemy jungle. It was, they were primarily there to spot out Xiaohao had started on the bottom side. They do spot that out. But my question is, what do you think Viper and Mako would bring to a picnic? Would it be?
I haven't.
What would it be? Nothing.
I have no idea. What would I bring to a picnic? I don't
What
even
would
know
you bring
that,
to a
right?
picnic, Ox? That's the question.
I don't know,
Now
man.
it's the most important thing. Sandwiches?
I don't know.
Bread? Drinks?
It depends what other people are bringing. I feel like you sprung this upon me, and
it's perfect.
I'm not prepared.
All right, well, EDG have set up their picnic here at the bottom side, at least maybe a little bit camping for JJ. See if they can get the barbecue started for Mako onto the engage. Betty getting so low. Tower shots are starting to come through, though. They get the 1-for-1 trade. It's a 2-for-1. And now JJ in some trouble. The flash, the stun, Forge is here. But JJ putting in some serious work. This is the early game skirmishing that a Xin could do, and a kill goes over to JJ. Now he's feeling confident to take it to Forge, but Forge is about to get his resets back. He's about to get his cooldowns back and Xiaohao back. JJ trying to back away at this point. He does not have flash. He cannot get away. The side steps aren't enough, and Xiaohao, he doesn't get the kill. I thought JJ could potentially get Forge. It's just chaos across the rift, ending up at AL with the gold lead.
Yeah, what a mess, honestly, coming out from EDG. Going for the dive. I mean, I think, they don't even deny too many minions away from Betty, but ultimately trying to find the successful play. But the problem is, I think Chojo just does a beautiful job here, okay? Q's to interrupt the Zenith Blade for Mako again. That interaction we were talking about earlier, it means he can't lock down Betty quick enough, and then the tower shots ramp up, and we manage to get those 2 kills. But unfortunately, Forge missing the chain here means he doesn't proc the Sigil of Malice. And that difference, that extra level of damage and burst not available, means JJ is able to trade back a fair bit. So it's not a disaster for EDG, but man, credit to Chocho, completely outplayed them in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, EDG were walking into the campsite. They didn't see the sign said no camping here, and Chocho made sure they definitely knew at the end of that one that they do not want to come back that way. We do still see no early priority because of that early skirmishing into the dragon, but we do have at least full clears coming out from both these junglers now. That means we'll see more priority on the next movements, the next strategies, especially around these neutral objectives.
Yeah, one thing I will say is that Forge fell very behind in terms of farm by going for that teleport to match. So 30 CS to 46 right now. Does have a few extra minions to pick up, but it was costly, right, to go for that play to defend on the bot side. So there was some trade-off in that regard. But still, I think AL pretty happy with how it panned out. Now, EDG going to start off this dragon. No real contest to come in. Xiaohao currently on a reset. And, I'm just going to say, based on the previous game, I think securing early dragons probably pretty good for EDG. And not letting AL get like a 25-minute Infernal Soul.
It's going to be funny when it's not Hextech or Infernal. It's going to be like Cloud Soul or something. It's like, man, come on, one time. But still, early stacking for EDG is so important. We saw that proactivity not being there in game 1 was the bane of their first game. So having that and having JJ out on the map actually showing his face is important for this second game and the turnaround for EDG after that, because even though the chaos goes through the window in the first bits and we're 3-2 early on, it's still showing that EDG know they need to rely on something else other than blood.
And, you know, they have late game tools, right? Talked a bit before about how they have a lot of team fighting power, especially as I feel like there's ways to check Viper. I think the Nautilus ult is a big one, but, you know, he can really ramp up in a fight. I still think AL, right? We talked about this mid jungle, this LeBlanc, Lee Sin, and how much they did even after level 6, right? We're talking a lot about how level 3 they had an advantage. Here, we just saw Forge really pop off when given the window in game 1.
JJ forcing this. They knew there was a control ward there, and they still want to fight over the blue buff. Level advantage is still there for Scout as they move in. Now you got Forge into the fight, but the blue buff is already taken. JJ going on Chocho. Scout gets Chocho, and now the resets are available. Shadow Surge forward onto Betty. The fear cleansed out of immediately, but there's the Ultra Shock laser, and there's the double kill for Scout. Missing the Shadow Surge by inches, but it's still a turnaround for EDG.
This is the EDG we expect, right? Proactive play, aggress the enemy jungle, Hex Flash, over the wall from Mako, and the follow-up is there. Critically, this wasn't under the enemy's tower at level 3, and also they had numbers there to offer up. So we see critically Scouts coming over, Hex Flash comes in, stun on Chocho, the Glacial Augment, Freeze Rays, pretty spread evenly across everyone, and it's just really easy for them to find the reset. Also, Scout landing that double fear. The damage follow-up is huge, and then obviously doesn't find the final ult to kill Xiao Hao. I'm not sure if he would have gone for it anyway, honestly. On the tower would have been a bit risky, but at the end of the day, EDG managing to find an advantage. 700 gold up, and they have that first dragon in pocket, so a good start from them. And it's this mid jungle we talked about, right? This Xin Zhao, Vex, both of them 2 kills in pocket now.
Yeah, and that's a huge difference from that first game. Now we see JJ also going. Oh my god, the lightning crash, and Betty's not level 6 yet. Can't get the distance on the damage from Viper, though, but that's the scary part about it. He's still being able to put down the poke as well. Yeah, it's just not a problem there as JJ's forcing the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Chocho bot side means no real threat off this play. You can see that Mako made his way up there. And just Viper confident enough to challenge them 1v2. We'll be able to clear out these minions, so nothing gained on the bot side. Often we see at least a plate, right? Ideally 2 traded off in this scenario. But it feels like Xiao Hao kind of behind on the play there, and a Herald taken. You know, sometimes we throw around the word like free, and we're like, no, I don't want to say free. I want to say free. That was free.
Sometimes you just gotta say it. It frees you to say it. Sometimes.
That was a free Herald for EDG, so, you know, they'll take it.
Make sure to get that in there a couple more times as well. Now the question is, where do they adapt this Rift Herald into, right? JJ obviously looking into mid lane. I think that's absolutely priority number 1, as Vex and Scout himself having such an advantage in this mid lane already will just continue to press it in to Forge, who at this point just has nothing to say about it. And the jungle duo of the LeBlanc and the Lee Sin not having the same proactivity, not having that same edge in this one.
Yeah, I'm gonna say they didn't do this. This is like kind of similar to the impact they had last game in the early game, right? They weren't really that proactive early. It was kind of on the mid game where they stepped up, which is why I was a bit confused. And this is the same, except EDG have a more proactive mid jungle, and they are making things happen. I love the Herald play mid. We often see that you get 2 plates mid, you lower its health for the second Herald. But because it's a LeBlanc without wave clear, because we get the roam up from the bot lane, EDG don't just get 2 plates, they get the whole tower mid. And now, if you set up vision around mid, Vex will be able to push the lane up, and it makes it so scary if you're in the side lanes for AL. If you get that deep push, very easy to rotate over and apply pressure. Particularly with the Vex post 6, dives are so easy.
It really is, though. It gets so much easier just because the resets come through, the range you have as well. Now we have 30 seconds till the next dragon spawn. See if EDG put that priority back into that resource to do the stacking that AL did last time around. Luden's Echo completed for Scout, way ahead of Forge here, who just got his reset off, but was not able to buy the same power.
Yeah, so ZDZ picking up the Hullbreaker, so a lot of pressure onto the tower if Flandre is missing for like, you know, 3 seconds. It feels like you can just pick up multiple plates, got 2 there. Obviously, Flandre with Eclipse does have the ability to heal up, so if they take some heavy trades, he'll be able to benefit in the long run, but the problem is that Hullbreaker just makes the grave so incredibly bulky. Now, EDG trying to get control of the area and looking for potential picks.
Scout's just looking for it as well as Mako, but they don't find it, and it's still the dragon priority from EDG taking that priority as they are taking their second dragon of the game. Xiao Hao down here, but just a little bit too late with Chocho.
Yeah.
Oh, lightning
Betty.
crash over the wall. Betty didn't expect it. He had the flash out. Didn't burn the cleanse, but that is a big cooldown for an ADC who needs to stay safe.
Yeah, is it a Rek'Sai? Is it a Bard? No, it's a Zeri flying over walls near you. And Betty burns flash and still has the cleanse. Fortunately, didn't get connected on by the solar flare, but it kind of just shows the threat that this Zeri poses to anyone in real talk. Now has the Triforce completed, did just cash in on the cull, so a lot of momentum in favor of EDG. They're 2.5k gold ahead, looking to try and apply some pressure top. And this is what we're talking about. There was a deep push in mid, right? Thanks to the fact of taking that tier 1. Now EDG can apply pressure top, and ZDZ has to play very afraid right now. They won't add any more pressure, but you have to pay so much respect.
You really do. And 4 minutes from now, we have the Infernal Soul, which, you know, EDG getting lucky on the Dragon Pull this time again. But they are in position for Soul Point. They are the ones that, if with Soul Point, can force any fight around the map they want after that, right? Around the objectives, at least. And when the Baron starts coming into play later on, that becomes so crucial. But the next thing on the table is the Rift Herald. And we want to see a little bit more of a, I'd say, presence from AL around this one to make sure they can at least get something for themselves in terms of neutral objectives.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been a monopoly from EDG on these neutrals. And they've been very proactive this game, which is what we want to see. It's just so weird that game 1 can be so inactive, and then game 2 just so much more momentum. And even here, right, they're just leaning up, denying ZDZ, forcing him away from the tower, allows Fondre to push up and get some damage. Now, we do see the opposite happen on the other side, coming out from the side of AL, looking to get some plates. And they will go to Betty, which is, you know, a pretty solid investment, all things considered.
Still needing to catch up in gold, will do so at least with some of those plates going down towards his way. And Viper making it to the lane. We have the split pushing vision going on here. Actually, Viper going forward. Betty,
Oh my Lord.
Betty, he can't even get the Moonlight Vigil off. Viper with the solo bolo.
There's 3 of them there. There's 3 of them there from AL, and he just steps up and kills Betty. Like, how is this allowed to happen? I have no idea.
And now JJ steps up, doesn't get the blue buff, doesn't get engaged back on as Chocho misses the dredge line at least. Meko and JJ keeping it up here. Viper taking some tower shots to join them.
Man, I mean, just Viper's playing this Zeri so aggressive and finding these windows. Just kills Betty. Now going to be able to pick up this bot lane tower himself. And obviously defended his own. And, you know, Viper's so confident to step up here. Minion wave vanishes. The tower hit connects and then just chases down Betty. Remember, no flash from earlier. And the thing is, Xiaohao and Chocho knew that the enemy team were coming and they had to get away. We weren't really in position to turn around. And now, gold lead, 3,500 in favor of EDG. 2 dragons in pocket still. And I'm scared because this Zeri is fed, right? Fondre getting fed. Going to pick up a tower here on the top side. Everyone on the side of EDG has a gold lead. Apart from Mako, but, you know, no one's really too worried about the support. But
Hey,
across
he
the
has
board,
a gold lead. It's like 30 gold, okay?
Well, you know, we'll take it. But everyone else is like 1,000 plus, right? That's the thing. It's like, even if you kill one member, everyone feels like they're pretty ahead in terms of gold. And pressuring this tier 2 mid, Forge not with the best wave clear, can't really hold up. And they're getting a Herald at the same time.
Wow.
Like,
What is
they're getting so much.
This is insanity. The fact that we've seen the turnaround from EDG. You asked, where is this World Championship team? Where is EDG? Well, here they are, taking complete dominance in the early game of this second game of the series, and it was non-existent in the first one, so lovely to see them show up here at least at some point. Right? Fashionably late are the world champions.
Yeah, but now they are really making their impact known. It's 55 seconds until that Dragon Scout. Probably going to push this wave and then reset, I would assume. And then I want to see, you know, EDG can just keep chaining this together. And I talked about the impact of the Infernal Soul last game, but Jason Vex with Infernal Soul is... Man, that's just not even fair.
It really isn't. And AL still have something to say about that. Still 2 dragons away are EDG from that stacking, and AL maybe not putting the priority around the bottom side just yet. So 3rd dragon should go over to EDG if they pounce on it. But interesting to see the focus from AL towards the top side.
Yeah, I feel like their plan is to cross... I respect this plan, right? You go top, you pick up a tower, you have objective bounties, there's a lot of gold. You cannot contest EDG right now at all, period. Your goal is just to trade cross map and mitigate.
Viper. Viper's an ADC. Look where he's at right now. He's taking tower shots. He don't care. He's under the towers as now focusing back on the tier 2 here. Rift-Tail charge secures that one. And it's just race-breaking skills coming out from EDG and confidence from Viper.
Viper is so bold this game, honestly. And AL will pick up that top lane tower, has an objective bounty as well. I still think this is the right play, right? You lose the tier 2 bot, you lose the dragon. But I'm going to be real with you. I think they lose those anyway. AL is so far behind right now. 4,000 is the goal difference. 3 dragons in pocket for EDG. But at least they're doing something, right? At least they're trying to make something happen on the other side. And there's the hope that something will manifest out of them getting a bit of gold in the later stages. But I'm still concerned. I just think the team fight from EDG is so stellar.
Yeah, I mean, at this point...
Runan's now picked up for Viper as well.
At this point, I mean, all eyes on Betty, right? You're not going to have the damage for Forge to pick out members. You're not going to have the damage from Xiaohao to really separate the fight. It's just going to be the Dragon Rage kick, hoping that it goes right into the mouth of Betty and trying to get Aphelios in a stable place for the fights, right? And we've seen Betty do it time and time again, usually on the Jinx, as we were saying, but not this time around. Could be a tall test, but a passable one for Betty himself.
Yeah, I just think it's so hard from this position, and Forge might be caught out.
Especially if you keep getting caught out. The flash burned by Forge as well, so 5-minute cooldown on the books. EDG pushing topside.
It just feels like AL, as much as the cross mapping's good, it really struggled to see how they're going to be able to contest them like head to head. Now, AL trying to defend this top lane tier 2. The wave has been pushed up here, and you can even see Flandre moving over to cover mid wave. A proactive move from the whole team, but I do think AL has got the Infernum on the Aphelios, should just be able to clear this wave out.
And I was talking about Forge not having the possibility to, you know, blow people up just yet, but he's not stopping trying, all right? He's going for the pokes, and that's what really matters. Speaking of terrifying,
he lands one Q to 70 damage. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's progress, all right? It's progress. That vision toggle was terrifying, by the way. Literally, AL can't walk into their own jungle. Xiaohao now gets the Shadow Surge onto him, but they're not going to pull the trigger on that because all they wanted was a tier 2 tower.
And it's just really great seeing this proactivity from EDG, right? They lean up towards the top side, get all this vision control, crush the wave in. They then have Flandre pushing mid. And then on the next wave, they already have the vision set up. They rotate over. AL just can't contest a 5-man strong. And I think EDG doing a really good job of snowballing this mid game, right? Kind of what we should be expecting of this team. But you give them a lead, and I feel like EDG are so good at just ramping it up for the most part. There's definitely been instances this split where they flaked a little bit. But so far holding strong. And we talked about that time of last game. 2-minute 40 on the Infernal Soul. And, you know, this is a rhetorical question, but it's kind of like, what can AL do to stop them?
It's all Betty.
Before that point?
It's all Betty. The only problem is there's so many catch-up
like,
potentials.
unless EDG, like, all 5-man stack and he gets a big Infernal, it's so hard to see at this point. And the thing is, they have pick potential, right? If LeBlanc can find something, but it feels like EDG are very measured with their movements around the map and aren't really given too much room for that to happen.
And now they're just positioning around the Baron pit, just make sure their vision game is strong, just in case AL want to move up a little bit. They can find some picks themselves. But as you said, you know, 2 minutes on the Dragon, that's all EDG are looking for. They want to find picks, and they want to take the objective.
And I feel like you have another window where you got to start thinking as AL as how we're going to approach this one. I mean, we saw last game, EDG just gave up the Infernal Soul, right? When AL win favor. But I feel like if you do that, I don't see much hope, right? In all honesty, for AL, if that ends up happening. I think getting some vision now. Resets have started to come in from EDG. You can see Mako in particular will reset to restock his wards. That's a potential window to move in. But unfortunately, Chocho also going for a reset at this point, and it's going to be difficult. I really think a pick is what is needed for AL to come out ahead. So I'm watching Forge on this LeBlanc. He's pretty farmed up. Level 13. He is obviously down in gold, but there's still potential.
There is, definitely. I'd love to see, you know, second item power spikes coming through the Bloodthirster for Betty himself, trying to make sure that that defensiveness comes through to some extent and get that survivability at least, because you might not have a LeBlanc or Elisa on the other side. You're still going to get blown up, my friend. And got to be able to dodge some of those for sure. And
look at these item spikes, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I was just
Shadow
about to
Flame
say.
for Scout with a triple pen combo. And then critically, look at Flandre's mana immune. It's 9 stacks away from being like this huge mid-game spike for the Jace. I feel like this is really, I won't say unwinnable, but I will say exceptionally hard for AL to win.
Viper again taking the aggressors. Oh my god, Betty. Oh no, Betty. Mako goes in. Betty gets out because of that blast code, but Viper is putting on the pressure constantly. Forge found JJ. Sonic Wave does not hit onto him. Collateral damage, everything used at this point. They still don't get him. Now AL moving forward for this fight in particular. Moonlight Vigil, Dragon Rage Kick, and Depth Charge available for them. They've got to pick apart the fight somehow, because if you take a full 5v5 at this deficit, at this team, it's not going to matter how much ultimates you have. As we see EDG moving in on the flanks here as well. Scout has the Shadow Surge, has everything. Lightning Crash from Viper goes gold immediately. And here comes the pick apart. AL absolutely have no chance. A chance, maybe no chance, because that is a full team fight win. EDG are wiping the floor with them. It's a full ace. At this point, feels just like the game is over, even though they still have to go through the trials and tribulations of taking the Nexus.
It's 7k gold lead. It's the final soul. I think they're going to go for Byron off the back of this. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even close. There wasn't even an inkling of hope. There was the start of the fight when they managed to burn JJ's health bar down, but then he goes towards the Krugs, heals up with Smite, and AL just flop, right? And, you know, in fairness, it's kind of expected. EDG with this much of a gold lead, they are going to stomp you in a fight. But, man, it's like there was just nothing going for them in that fight.
Did you know, when you came into this, were you like, oh, Viper's going to be the engager for this team? This is going to be the forward engage will be Viper 100%, no problem. Xiaohao, though, speaking of something serious, tries to get the Sonic Wave. Will not be able to get into the pit, just denied by Mako. The kick actually through, and yeah, no matter what, Xiaohao trying his darndest will not make it in there, and the Baron secured by EDG.
Well, you know, I'm going to say at this point, I think we have to kind of expect Viper to be in the engage. With the way he's been playing this Zeri, he is just diving in at any opportunity, really playing on the aggression. And we're going to see the replay of this, right? It's just, they just crushed them, right? The poke is coming in for the Jace, which is so difficult to deal with. Viper dashing in, stopwatches the Dreadline, and Xiaohao ward hops in. He's like ready to commit onto the play. Yes, the follow-up comes after, but by that point, so much had been invested to deal with Viper. The rest of the team just flies in. Scout one-shotting Forge. It just didn't even look close. It was a really nifty trick coming out from Viper. I actually loved the little dash in, ult stopwatch to bait them in. But man, with the gold lead, with the item spikes as well that EDG had, it just wasn't close. And now even more, Flandre's picked up the Soreldas as a third item. Those shock blasts, not only are they going to hit, but also slow you down. And Viper as well, third item with that Titanic Hydra. It is just, it's kind of critical mass already, right?
Yeah, it absolutely is. I knew coming into this one that we were going to have a full game night. We were going to go all 6 games. I didn't say it to you, I don't think, but I called it in my brain, because when you have this kind of matchup, there's no way it can't go the distance. And
I do that all the time as an analyst. Something happens, and I'm like, I knew this would happen. I'm so smart.
It's called results-based analysis, Oxen. Results-based analysis tell me that anyone's legend are getting wiped off of Summoner's Rift for the 2nd consecutive time in a row. Betty and Forge, the only ones left, but Viper, Ultra Shock Laser into the wind becomes lightning to finish the deal. Here comes the game. 25 minutes, 15 seconds. They are on to the Nexus Towers. And game number 2 will wholeheartedly go to the defending world champions in EDG as they make the push to lock in spring playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, JJ finishing off with the wind becomes lightning. AL became dead in that one. They just got absolutely crushed. And it's kind of interesting, right? Game 1 was definitely a stomp in favor of AL, but this game 2 felt even more one-sided. Felt like they kind of angered EDG. And, you know, I think this was kind of the concerns I had in that first game off the LeBlanc and the Lee Sin. They just weren't proactive enough early, but in the game 1, it didn't matter because they found that resurgence in the mid-game. They started to find momentum. But here, EDG invested into an aggressive mid-jungle. And then they have, I swear, Viper and Mako just are something else with forcing fights. Viper's so aggressive in this game. And then they found some momentum. They instant a goal lead, and the fights just, they weren't even close. Like, it just felt like there was so little hope for AL. That sounds really depressing, but in the fights, it really felt like they were so heavily outmatched. The goal lead is always going to be a factor, don't get me wrong, but man, you usually see something, like someone gets chunked, someone gets killed, but it was just like,
I have never seen...
Take a look at the goal graph.
I've never seen an ADC play like that before. Obviously, Zeri makes that possible with the amount of mobility and things you have. Viper was looking for 1v1s. He was looking for 1v4s. He was the engage, like in those last fights, he was the one striking first. And because of the amount of mobility he has, because of the stopwatches, it's crazy.
Mazel, just look at Showhouse.
Yeah, that's nobody breaking over 7,000 damage.
But it's, you know, it's kind of tragic.
Man, it was rough. And I think what's hilarious about it's like 3 kills, 3 assists. There was that one dive EDG did early that AL counted, and that was it.
Yep.
That's the only positive
it.
play. And you can see on the goal graph, right? See how it goes onto the red side for a little bit? And that's the positive play for the side of AL. And that was basically it.
That's crazy. Like at the beginning of the game, we got that chaotic fight. You were like, oh man, EDG, what is going on? Then it's absolute domination from there. They didn't let them get a single other kill and not anything else on the map in true reality. I mean, they got 2 towers, but that was just about it.
It's just like this game in isolation isn't that crazy, right? You see EDG stomping AL, you're like, yeah, but it's so wild after that game 1 where AL stomp EDG. And now, I mean, this always happens, right? When you have a series where one team stops one time, one team stomps the other time, you kind of expect game 3 to be like pretty even and tough fought. But I'm not sure that's the case here because EDG look annoyed and they have momentum. So I'd be kind of scared if I was AL. Remember, this game has big impact. For EDG, if they win, they lock in playoffs, which even if they didn't win this series, they'd probably be in with a good chance, but by all means, they want to get it. But AL, they are not secure by a long margin. 4-8 currently. They're kind of on that cusp where they're, you know, in that grouping just below playoff contention. So they need every win they can get.
Absolutely, and it starts by beating the former world champions here, apparently, as Game 3 hoping is the culmination of both great sides we've seen to this series so far. We'll have to see how that all works out, though. We're going to send it to a little break, and the final game of the first day of Week 8 will be on the horizon.
Everybody fighting！ 已经有人嗨了吗？米娜桑干嘛？
明海有点赶，感觉明海有点赶。
我干什么？我是最不敢的，兄弟们。真的吗？平常心平常。我那个分析做的还不细，兄弟们。大家准备好了吗？
太细了，太细了。
大家准备好了吗？
太细了。真的，说你是 OMG 教练，我都觉得是真的。确实，你太了解他们了，
太细了，太细了。感觉分析完都知道他们接下来要怎么调整了。
哦，分析完了，直接就有思路，是不是？
他这个意思就是，
有思路了。
他意思就是我们这把必赢，我们必赢。
他们可能想打的，你这边放眼吧，啊，你放眼吧，我单着。
雷克赛，慢点。
哦，好像，哎，看把雷克赛杀了吧，我一下，他一下，走就行，没事。泰坦没闪。雷克赛，保一下，他们要硬杀，哎，哦，可以，这
你没闪现
，OK，很赚，
可以慢一点的，其实。
不是，我们想去放眼的，
哦 ，OK，
然后打起来了，没事。中路开，维克托没闪，
别个闪
，OK，再看，
啊，这样就死了，哎，你中了，
有点不行，赵姐，慢点，捡个灯，我点，没事。雷克赛，雷克赛，慢点，
我死了，
可以打，
叔叔，
赶一点，
你没闪了，
慢点，行，我灯，捡灯，可以打，
别个都没闪了，先走吧，
这操作我看的有点
没听会了，
稳点，赵丽姐太着急，看你操作，回了，
我开吧，
对，盲僧别冲，别乱冲，
没事，有点失望，赵丽姐，看一下这不
，OK，
准备好看，
可以，
先看泰坦呗。慢点，没事，我死不了。哎，你死了。
OK，
慢点。
我们冲吧。我们先绕龙，慢点，我们先绕龙。
那你们打吧，来个赛不在。
我们先杀鳄鱼。维克多。别这么大钱。
我这羊。
你为什么能秒 AD 啊？
我直接单切 AD， 我闪直接拿下了吧。
对，你这羊不对劲啊，黄翔。
我好久没玩
去一波，没事，这羊可以的，我只能说，直接预判别人闪，只是这盲僧太可惜了，这把真的。
我老预判闪了，没有，那波
踢回来了，被打断了。
就是踢太慢了呀，
阳
怎么能踢那么慢啊？赵立奇，
我大招把他撞飞了，他没踢。
你的盲僧没那么慢吧？我刚看了一下，
老了，被夹住了。
太离谱了呀！
你们加油，还有最后一把，
加油，兄弟们，赢下这把过好年。
看后面有鱼，鳄鱼，看鳄鱼，
上鱼没闪，跳走了，上鱼，nice，
黑这边我追过去了，
可以追，自己看，
冲，兄弟们，死了，我死了，可以打，没闪，
你看，你没闪，
追，能闪吗？别急，慢慢操作，
打断了，
这个，我来了，
还没闪，好乱，
把这个杀了吧，
不行就打先锋吧，
把他杀了可以，
或者我们推上，
他能杀，别急，他能杀，别操作他，nice，
兄弟们这波操作拉满了，虽然真不是吹牛，但我这波操作真的拉满了，
兄弟们稳住就赢了，
真稳就赢了，
绷住，
这位置靠，你们拉掉，推打，
就赢，推打，
杀人，
来手，
过个好年，
听我讲，我觉得这波我们可以压到他们下高地，然后让金哥你站中，怎么样？
可以，来，可以，
来呗，
我中间也快进了，
金哥是可以，没事，
哎，攻打，很急，哎，我来看，
哎，挖掘机，
我打机会，打机会，挖掘机，来，哎，你没闪，别急，我打机会，
哎，塔一下，等会 ，A 塔，
来杀，
过年
来，
大哥大嫂，过年好。
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street, I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy of packing up my heart to walk away, still it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, you're the reason I learned to love, holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see us now. You're packing up my heart to walk away. Still it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, you're the reason I learned to love, learn to love, 'cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go.
What a beautiful setting for a battleground. We are in Shanghai. We are in the series of Anyone's Legend versus EDG. Going the distance, having a 6-game day. Wouldn't want to have anyone else beside me. Ox, I am Mazel, joined by Oxcast. How you doing today?
I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. We've had
Are you okay?
wild second series, right? EDG dominant in that game, in all honesty, which is a huge bounce back from that game 1 performance. But credit to them. And I think I heard correctly it was Viper who's MVP, which is, I don't think it's a surprise to anyone. The aggression coming out from him on Zeri is like, we often see, you know, if Zeri can navigate well, can kite out, can ramp up. Viper was not about that life. He's like, I'm going in.
Exactly. It's the new engage of the LPL, the new face of EDG, I guess, in terms of engaging. Viper coming up with huge numbers, huge damage, and huge plays all along.
Yeah, I mean, really just, you know, earlier plays felt like the team setup, but like when it came to the later team fights, so aggressive, just diving in, finding like the solo kill onto Betty was massive. Like, this is the one, right? Betty just stepping up a bit too far, and Viper's just willing to take that opportunity to chase him down. I think it's something we see, you know, a lot of AD carries are playing things like the Jinx, playing that backline role. I feel like as AD carries like Viper and Jackie, we really push the limit.
Yeah, and you could feel the resentment from that game number 1, right? It felt like Viper was angry. He wanted to get something going for himself, his team, and the whole team reared up and bit back against anyone's legend. And EDG finally showed up, it felt like, in that game number 2. And now, honestly, it's in the air what we get. First game, anyone's legend literally destroyed the world champions. And then we get that game where it was like 25 minutes. And now the culmination of it all is going to be so fun to get into. And so I'm looking back at the priority in draft. We have seen a lot of the same focuses. The bans, obviously, a lot of saying the same, because we do have that Jinx ban now from that second game of EDG. I wonder if we get that again.
Yeah, it was an interesting development, opting to ban away Jinx. Very interesting. Very, yeah,
think they
interesting.
did a lot of research
you know.
on that one. Like, do you think they?
I think so. I think they maybe looked at the fact that it's got an insane play rate right
Oh
now,
my
and
God,
they're doing it again.
Whoa!
Let's go!
The LPL has been found out. I do not support this. This is not right. Let Jinx through. I immediately changed my stance because we can't have this. But no, I mean, EDG obviously know where they need to focus.
I hate Jinx. Powder, hell yeah. Arcane, hell yeah. Jinx, nah, not interested.
I heckin' love
Get that out of
Arcane.
here. And now, you know, we obviously had side switched again. This is reflecting sides game 1. This is the same bans that AL had when they were on blue side. Now you see the Galio band again coming out from EDG. Aphelios is kind of that standout as that sort of AD carry who's left off the big 4, right? And looks like AL will just lock that in. EDG, we've seen them pick things like the Ezreal Karma was a common bot lane for them to take. So could see that come out. For now though, they were really happy with JJ and Scout on that Vex Xin Zhao. They don't even care what AL are going to pick. They just pick that and they're content. But remember, Viego's been left open, right? Viego was banned on red side both the previous games and is now open and available for AL to take.
Those priorities might shift a little bit in those terms. I would love to see the Ahri come out here for anyone's legend, and Forge will be piloting that one this time around. Seem to be hovering a lot of the Viego for AL. They actually want to lock that in as the matchup into Xiaohao into Xin Zhao. I wouldn't mind seeing the Lee Sin again, but a little bit of adaptation, a little bit of difference for AL might do a lot, right? Because we saw that Xiaohao didn't have anything to say against JJ last time around.
Yeah, so with this mid jungle coming in, it takes a bit to spike, right? Level 6 ready for both of these, for them to get their reset mechanics really in play. But very potent single target burst, and also, again, if you find momentum in a fight, you will get those resets. Huge. But I feel like we saw the Ahri in that game 1 not be too impactful. EDG are still feeling confident now. Question is, what are they going to take in this situation? AD carry could make a lot of sense, but they decide, you know, the big 4 are gone already. Who really cares what you end up with after that? So gonna pick a top laner here, taking the Gwen, and critically, Gwen Xin Zhao, such a strong combo. Now they can just ban Gwen counters, right? Jace, obviously one of them. Akali is another that you can easily just dispatch off here. Make sure Flandre gets a good matchup.
Feels like EDG, you're coming away with leaps and bounds in the first draft here, Jace. Obviously, that first ban, like you were saying, just taking away the counters that ZDZ could possibly bring into that matchup, or at least the safety that could be brought into that one. But this is the question now for anyone's legend. What do the bans fall to, as we still see, you know, ADC support on the table for EDG? But after that last game, right, it feels like all the chips are in Viper and Mako's corner, and their face is completely blank. They know what they want to go with, and they feel confident to go for what they are going to try to pull off, I guess, in this third game, with the confidence kind of oozing from that second game.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to have the Zeri. They're going to have the most broken champion in the game right now, or at least one of them.
You also get the Ezreal banned at them, so
yeah,
make sure that's not there.
We do see the tried and tested Akali counters and the Jace, Gwen counters and the Jace and Akali come through. And now AL, they ban the Ezreal. The second ban is kind of a difficult one to place. There's so many AD carries you could play, but what would they actually want to play, right, in this situation? They're going to go for the Xayah, something that we've seen Fong bring out a lot as his like substitute, but not really something we've seen from anyone else too much. But there's still tons of options. You can even go for something like the Varus in this situation. Jhin is a possibility. You do need an AD carry, though. You can't play something like the Ziggs because you have AP mid and top. For now, though, they're just going to prioritize AD carry, support, right? They're going to go for the Leona in this situation, liking the matchup of the Leona into the potential Nautilus. But I feel like here, AL, you could just go for the Thresh in this situation if you really wanted. You might be lacking Engage. That is potential concern, but we do see things like the Thresh sync very well with the Aphelios. Tahm Kench, another perfectly valid option.
I wanted to see the set, but I understand, you know, when Tahm Kench is open, the intensity of the want to pick that champion, as Gnar is the fourth lock-in for anyone's legend. They immediately start hovering that Tahm Kench, but it would be a difference, right? We have seen the Nautilus Leona kind of traded down in this series so far, and it seems to have favored Mako to some extent, right? The solar flares, the connections, the just forward aggression for EDG is always there when he's on the Leona, and I get what I want in the draft because I get the set for Chocho.
Yep, set coming out. So seeing a little bit of this here and there. Obviously, that point and click CC, right? Good trading in the early levels with the shield. And now Viper hovers every single AD carry in the game. Yes, those are the champions we're expecting you to pick at least one of them. And they are going to go for the Jhin in the end. So, you know, when you have the engage coming in from the likes of Mako from Scout, you can just pop that ultimate and fire down. I feel like EDG's composition, you know, if you make the front to back work, they have exceptional diving threats, right? And Viper could just sit on the back line and fire away. I think they came out of this draft very comfortable.
Still upset, though. They could have picked Jhin fourth. And that's all I'm going to say on that one, because 4 is strong. All right, we've seen that. Ox, we have seen. There's a reason why Jinx has been banned twice now in a row by EDG. But in all actuality, it's going to be an interesting setup for EDG and the way they're going to play this, right? They have a lot of standoff engage, the solar flares, the follow-up with the shadow surge, and the utility and the peel back as well. And it's going to be a lot to the execution of AL to get this going for themselves. Those skirmishes are going to be very tight-knit, but it's about, you know, getting a huge showstopper into a face breaker, getting the CC combo down with the charm engages that we have seen constant with this Ahri pick. It all comes down to a large bar of execution for anyone's legend.
Yeah, and honestly, if EDG botch it when they're diving in, right, Betty's able to free fire and just melt everyone in front of him, that's when you can start seeing the resets come in, right? And I feel like if you're getting on Betty and you're dealing with like charms being thrown at you and Chocho disrupting, Mega Gnar repairing, I can kind of see it, but I still just feel like EDG's composition kind of insane, right? I feel like having the Gwen really comfortable. You're not in one of the terrible matchups like the Jace, or I mean, Akali's not awful, but it's not great. The Xin Zhao Gwen combo, it's just so frustrating. Like, I feel like there's about 8 seconds, you know, it's 10 seconds in total, but they're not going to overlap them perfectly. But there's like such a long period of time where Betty just can't do any damage.
Yep.
And that is really where EDG can find favor.
Well, we're into the last game of the day. 6 strong all the way. Thank you to the audience for sticking with us. You just got to bear in a little bit longer. EDG trying to lock in playoffs tonight. AL keeping their dream alive and also playing the underdog spoilers. It has come down to the nitty gritty. It has come down to chaos, and we thrive with it in the LPL.
Absolutely. I want to see what Flandre, I feel like starting top side, right, against a Gwen is always like really unfun because the Gwen just does that thing the Shy started doing. Well, we saw from him first, right, in competitive, where he just walks up to you and just is annoying.
Pretty much. I like the deep thread analysis there. Is annoying. I can appreciate that.
High level point, and then I'm just like, yeah, it's just irritating.
That's you. But you're speaking to me. You're speaking beautiful. Like, I understand that 100%. Come on.
Yeah, and look, it looks like Flandre is going to be irritating.
ZDZ walked away and now has to walk back. He's like, man, come on. They're still going to
get out of here.
Flandre, though. He's like, shoo, Flandre, shoo. He's actually getting a lot of trade.
Damage. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Andre, just dash away, right? You got Doran Shield, second wind. You're going to be okay in this situation, even though you got chunked out a fair bit. But, man, it's so irritating. But credit to ZDZ, right? He did at least make sure his jungler could take the blue. On bot lane, we saw all the back and forth in the previous game. I expect similar in this one, right? Especially, you know, both of these supports can play very aggressively. Leona in the extended trades does really well, right? Because your Q cooldown keeps coming back. But Set, if you use the burst power of your W, and on top of that, the massive shield you get, can really be troublesome.
How I understand it, right? I just, in essence, as a play-by-play, maybe I'm not all analytical, but the essence of the Set Leona matchup makes me so happy to see the Set, because what Leona wants to do is Z to play through the front target into Betty. That sets up for the face breaker, baby. And I can't wait to see these kinds of executions come down between these two, because Chocho is a support that I have held in high regard, right? Even if AL have not had the most promising season, going against Mako is a big moment for him as well, as we see bodies around the mid lane here as both junglers showing up.
Yeah, actually what we see here is Xiaohao kind of knows he's going to get invaded on his bot side, so he wants to help push the wave a bit so his mid laner can help. But look at this move from Mako. It's having to be matched by Chocho, but right now, so scared of just getting jumped on as soon as you walk forward.
Oh,
there we go.
Yeah, a lot of damage back. Wind becomes lightning as well. Chocho is here, threatening the re-engage, but just looking for the ward clear, and Mako stepping up still. It's a 2v2 with now the ADCs coming down, but they'll get in their own 1v1 scuffle there. It looks like Viper will make it through, meaning EDG feel confident in sticking around here.
Yeah, I mean, mid laners both starting to move as well. This could be a big skirmish.
Could be at 4 minutes just about. We might get Mako going down. JJ goes back in. Big face breaker there. And that's the difference maker. Haymaker into a big one. And AL are losing a couple members, but they have found advantages here. Forge overextended, though. Nobody can help you. And how does it come from a huge set of events for Chocho to EDG pulling it out beautifully?
Why was Betty over the wall? I actually didn't watch that back because I saw it being such a win for AL, and then suddenly Betty's on the wrong side of the Dragon Pit, and then Forge goes after the save. I mean, that should have been a stomp for AL. The fact that it was a 2-for-2, EDG getting away with murder there. So, okay, we obviously saw the start, right? EDG failed to engage. We get this huge face breaker coming in from Chocho that just like kind of grabs everyone together. And then Betty... Yeah, that's your team's face breaker. It's like he flashed away from it. Man,
you know, I hope that's not how everything went down, but it sure did look like it. Oh my goodness. There's too many abilities, okay? Cut him some slack.
Yeah, I don't know if it was truly that was the thought process. I think him flashing that way was a flat mistake, though. He should have flashed deeper into his team, because that means even if they do kill him, then at least they trade their lives, right? Because AL crushing that fight. And then Forge following over the wall. I'm going to be honest, that should be like a 3-throw for AL. The fact it was an even trade, but we're looking for a dive.
This is exactly the response and the progressive attitude I want to see from AL, because they're fighting Viper and Xiaohao gets the kill.
Yeah, I mean, it's Mako's like, you want to dive? I'm here. I'm ready. And then Viper just, they ignore the Leona, right? They don't care at all. And they're not going to try and dive Leona with all the lockdown. They just take the easy kill on the Viper, deny the farm.
Scout just taking a huge trade from ZDZ on a roam.
Yeah, roam's mid. I like this move. You have prior top. You come over mid, apply some pressure, force Scout away. And you know, I'm going to say, right, I was a little bit concerned about this Ari pick again because it was just a bit non-impactful early in the series. But we are seeing so much activity from AL, right? Being proactive, and have things gone completely in their favor? No, the gold lead's not humongous, right? But they are making things happen, and that's what I was looking for.
Making things happen on the bot side too. Chocho moving forward with that Hex Flash, getting a decent amount of damage down as well. But now Viper has the range and can get some poke back. Still, this is like a very deadly combo when it comes to catching out an immobile Jhin.
Absolutely, especially no sums. That's a critical thing. Both AD carries have none available, and both supports have Hex Flash, which makes it a little bit exciting, I guess is one way you'd put it, but ultimately precarious. So have to make sure you have vision on those brushes, potentially where they can set up for those Hex Flashes. And now, though, EDG gonna have priority to just look towards this dragon on this one. Xiaohao nowhere really near, but he's been doing a pretty good job of just farming up so far. Has a level lead over JJ for the time being. Although they will be caught up, though, when the dragon is taken.
We've seen how important the dragon stacking has been, right? Both teams haven't gotten Infernal Soul already in the first
But it
game.
won't be
We
an
don't
Infernal
get
Soul again.
Infernal Soul this time. It's going to be the Hex Tech now, though. I have no doubt. But it will.
I hope so. I've said this so many times, I love the Hextech Soul. Well, not so much a Soul, but the gates. I think the gates are the coolest thing ever. They really just make things interesting when people are trying to find flank angles.
I love seeing that kind of adaptation in the game, right? And especially when you're seeing so many cannons played in the LPL, it gets so exciting. But
Love
still,
seeing the
in this
modern Hex technology. That's what we're here for,
There
right?
you
That's
go.
what everyone's...
There you go. We're innovating here in the LPL somehow, some way. But back to the spotlight. Pressure on for AL as Viper and Mako push the wave in. Redeploying towards this bottom side is Xiaohao as well. Maybe trying to punish EDG as their aggression unfolds.
Yeah, I mean, there could be a window, right? If EDG overstep, both targets have no flash. You just need someone to be in range of a face breaker from Chocho, and it's pretty easy to follow up. Does depend, although, what gun Betty has. If he has the Graviton, makes a big difference being able to layer that root first. But for now, you know, we've seen this matchup a lot today. A lot of people picking the Gnar into the Gwen as something that can kind of hold him off and mitigate. But it really feels like Gwen's been finding so much of that early momentum in the matchup. And the Gnar really struggling for the time being.
But it's all about the late game for those two, as we know, for the top lane, and especially for this matchup.
I'd rather be a Gwen in the late game than a Gnar, is all I'm saying.
Come on, you've seen those legendary 5-man Gnar ultis. You know you want to hit one of those in late game. You know, come on.
I'd still rather be a Gwen.
Still rather be a good. Well, hey, 2021 champion.
Gwen is immune, right? How are you supposed to hit a 5-man ult if Gwen's immune?
It's the Venn diagram comp again. It's actually terrifying, though. Meanwhile, terrifying is mid lane. A little bit of engage from Mako goes wide, but the wave clear is there. And we could just have a large presence because we have the Rift Herald on the table.
You know, I said it was kind of one of those situations where we had like the really one-sided game 1, really one-sided game 2, and then get a full-on fight here. 5 men strong from both sides coming up towards this Herald. I will say,
feels
EDG,
right.
Yeah, this feels like the LPL.
I feel like we finally made it. We've made it home. ZDZ nowhere near a Mega Gnar ulti, though. It needs to be a little bit careful with how little the tankiness is going to be there. And Rift Herald just taken by EDG.
Yeah, easy pickup. They got there first. They had the presence. Critically, Flandre was trading up in the top lane, so very easy setup for EDG to grab that one. But now they're looking for a fight.
Just looking for it. 5v5, face breaker again, but the Crescent Guard coming out, and now the reset from Scout is there. Here he comes. Shadow Surge, but can't get Chocho. On the other side, AL, Betty, and Forge are putting up a fight, but here comes Scout again. Misses the Shadow Surge. Now doesn't really have anything, but here's the curtain call. 1, 2, shot, 3 shot is there. 4th shot not going to be there because Scout is dead, and it just ends up being a trade. This is exactly what we planned for. The script writes itself.
Dude, this is what I said, right? Game 3, close as heck, and that was such a back and forth. I think the critical thing, right, for AL, I actually think they could have come out ahead, but the major thing is that Xiaohao was one of the first to die, right? So we have this sort of play coming out. Chocho goes in very aggressively and goes for this big slam, right? And then Xiaohao doesn't get the kill and then is focused down here. Flashes, but can't get. So imagine if you have this Viego alive, getting these resets in this fight, it would make such a difference. Fortunately, you do have Forge able to land some great charms, and I think critically the Ahri is such a massive carry for AL in this one, just constantly getting those more ult charges over the course of it. And yeah, it just ends up being enough. 2-1-3 now for Forge on that Ahri. And the top laners were just watching, right? Or maybe they weren't even watching, they were just laning. They weren't even interested. Like, there's a fight, not in my business.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Come on, you don't need to be there. It's top lane. You're just fine on island. It's like a little bit of a vacation sometimes until the late game when you actually have to show up and do something. Now, let's talk about show up and do something. EDG in front of the Dragon Pit, setting up vision, setting up pressure. 40 seconds out from their second Dragon, and now setting up a little bit of a jungle invade trap onto AL. Not going to be any fruition there for the trap, though.
Yeah, trying to find something. I'm just going to throw down the Herald mid, right? Going for the 2-plate play. We kind of see a lot get the 2 plates mid, and then you set it to be lower for later so you can finish it off. Scout's going to try and get in range for the gold and will be able to. But ultimately, you're not going to find too much more from the Herald at the back of this. They are committing heavily to this dragon. I think something to take stock of is both
Betty.
he carries without sums.
That's the deadly flourish as well in the back. Betty in some trouble. Showstopper gets them away and separates the fight. Haymaker as well, and Chocho with the turnaround. Now the souls are Chowhouse, but Betty's in some trouble now. Scout used the Shadow Surge. Mako left out to dry. They don't have anything anymore. It's Chowhouse getting the resets. The charm did not connect on a forge. Now curtain call out. This could be the changer, but he can't hit the second shot. He's looking for the third and the fourth. Now they could re-engage, but they decide to back off. Fourth shot misses, and EDG back away. But fight won by AL.
The problem is they won the fight, but it took so long in the aftermath. EDG have respawned, right? They're already heading over, and the health bars are low enough on AL that I don't even think they can contest this dragon right now. They're having to reset, so yes, fight won for AL. 2,000 gold lead, absolutely. Dragon is forfeit.
It is indeed. Now, I want you to start, as we get closer to this being down, start chanting with me, Hex Tech, Hex Tech, Hex Tech. I'm just hoping for some spice, but we'll see the replay instead and see if we get graced with it afterward.
So Cleanse comes in from Betty, and it's great peel from Chocho there. And critically, they burst down JJ so that the reset comes in. But then watch Betty ult to heal as Scout is flying towards him. So this Aphelios under no threat. Again, it's red-white. Good weapon setup for when the enemy team are channeling into you. And once we see those resets coming in,
hey, let's go. It's the power of the 6-game night. The script is just unfolding in front of us. How do we keep up?
Dude, I love being some.
I heckin' love Arcane. You know what? I heckin' love Arcane. And I heckin' love the LPL. Chocho back on his stuff here as he steps up onto EDG's jungle. Xiaohao here with the invade as well. And we're just going to keep getting skirmishes because that's how we do it when it goes to 3 games. Mako in some trouble here. The flash, the charm not going to be there actually. And AL just using some of that aggression while we've got an island of our own in the bot side.
Yeah, I mean, Betty just applying so much pressure in this matchup. And the thing is, I feel like what's gone so well for the fights for AL is that when... Oh, my lord.
God. Oh, the caliber of the
he's
got him! Viper goes down solo bolo for Betty! Throw up that Poro!
And that is revenge for the last game, right? We saw Viper on the Zeri jumping on a Betty, taking him out, and he gets him back. Manages to find it. Doesn't connect quite everything, but the ult at the end enough to take down Viper. Huge from Betty in this one. And you know, I'm taking a look at the score, right? 2,500 in favor of AL. 4-kill lead. AL, they might be doing it.
They might be doing it. They might be denying EDG's playoff ticket here tonight as Viper not able to hang with Betty in this 3rd game, at least to that extent. And it gets me so hyped to see these plays coming out from ADs. Viper last game with the Zeri going forward. It's constant Gale forces forward. It is all about aggression in the LPL, and it fits just right.
Dude, they're doing it without Jinx as well. That's the crazy thing, right? Now, you know, EDG, they may be down, but they still have 2 dragons, right? Still have things like the Gwen, really powerful in team fights. I will say, though, what I've loved from AL is the way they've handled this Xin Zhao in particular is Chocho gets up in his face and then like uses the true damage of the W to like burst him down. And AL, I mean, Betty just has the Gale Force advantage, but misses the Q, connects the ult at the end, and Viper just caught slipping.
Caught slipping indeed, and a big turnaround for AL in this 3rd game itself. 15 minutes in, they haven't gotten the neutral objectives. That doesn't matter. They let them go in order to take the fight, in order to have a gold lead here at that 15.5-minute mark, which has been something hard to come by when facing EDG.
I'm going to kind of remind you, earlier we sort of had a segment where we talked about EDG have had a bit of a rough time, right? They lost to a variety of the top teams, and that's what I want to emphasize, right? Is absolutely did EDG have a bit of a rough one where I believe they lost to RNG, right? They lost to who else was it? It was they won against LGD, they lost against V5, and lost against Top Esports. Lose against Top Esports, V5, and RNG. Those are top teams, right?
Yeah.
I expect to be some back and forth. AL are struggling to make playoffs, and they are currently leading in this game 3 against EDG.
It is an incredible place to be in this game. The competition brightly alive as we are in this bot lane with EDG because they are trying to get aggression of their own. But what we've seen so far has been the aggression of EDG turned back on them, and a lot because of the CC chains. But Chocho on this set has been a game changer.
100%. I mean, it's just made such a difference. And I think when it comes to skirmishes or scraps, one of the few champions that can actually go toe-to-toe with Leona in melee. Like, most really struggle, right? And try and keep her at a safe distance. But Chocho really delivering, going towards the chem tank, so he's going to have that extra mobility to try and get range. That's one downside to the set, right? Is you have to be so close to actually facilitate and engage. In fairness, for EDG, everyone apart from Viper is relatively, like, shortest range. So it's not too much of a problem, but still a bit painful. Right, 2,000 goal lead for AL. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. This would be the third for EDG. I feel like this is kind of a must contest point. You don't want to let EDG get close to Soul, even if you currently have the lead. They are setting up, potentially fishing for a pick right now. Bit of damage on GJ, but not too much else. And Scout just coming in for the recess. Both top laners. TP's about to be available as well. It's going to be a big fight, Mazel.
It is indeed. And we've seen how important in both other games these Dragon stackings have been. Both times, teams have just wholeheartedly committed, and now we see the wholehearted commitment for both of them at the same time. Rift Herald used as a distraction in mid will be the priority for EDG so they don't lose the tower to fall back to, but TP now being utilized by ZDZ to come join the fight. Needs to start stacking up that Narbar, though, to really have the engage potential.
They're trying to land some boomerangs there just to get it ramped up now. Forge won't connect the charm.
Deadly Flourish.
The dragon's been started.
Yeah, I don't think they need to contest this, but it looks like EDG want to. The Dragon already going down. Mako commits. They've committed on separate sides of the fight. The Dragon actually goes over to Xiaohao at the end of it. Now the curtain call is probably going to be canceled because Forge is right on Viper's tail. We still have Mako taking a 2v1, and AL come out with a trade. Not a trade anymore because Betty picks up Mako, and it's a 2-for-1 with the Dragon pickup, and AL come out on top.
I just find it hilarious. Both teams just look at the enemy jungler and say, that is my target. I'm taking them down. But fortunately for AL, not only is their jungler over by the dragon, so he's able to secure it, but also Mako ends up getting caught out on the back end. So a 2-for-1 trade in favor of AL. They pick up the tower as well. It's now a 3,700 gold lead, and they've stopped the dragon stacking, right? Got one in pocket for themselves. I will also say attack speed, ability haste, pretty good for Felios, for Gnar, for Viego. And we've got the replay, so it is just very much both teams beelining for the junglers. So we see JJ just caught out by the solo laners, and over here, Xiaohao gets taken out, sure, but he gets the smite off before he dies, able to secure it. And Mako, I'm sorry, dude, nothing you can do there.
Yeah, I love the, you know, trying to go as far as they can into the pit there, but doesn't really matter. The end and AL are still in a gold lead, about 3,000 on that one. Having gotten their first dragon as well, stopping the early stacking from EDG. It was oh so crucial, and they executed on it beautifully.
And honestly, I think they've been managing this fight so well. Forge really popping off on the Ahri. We've seen some good Ahri performances. Scout definitely had a good one in the previous series that he played, but really finding these pivotal charms at great moments to deliver on. And I think it's been a big reason why these fights have been going so favorably. We haven't really seen the Xin Zhao and the Gwen hold up too well in these skirmishes. And for now, AL definitely the ones with the lead. It'd be a long time before they can really amount to a soul for themselves.
Oh,
Actually,
no.
with the court.
Oh, no. Xiaohao, Heartbreaker over the wall, does not matter because the burn gets him, and Scout takes the kill.
Just enough damage. The CC layering, pretty good. Still able to get over the wall, but not quite enough. And EDG, it's a good move, right? Look for these picks because right now AL have such a strong 5v5, it feels. And they're kind of resorting to these moments. Remember, the dive potential of this EDG lineup really strong with the Jhin firing from behind. For now, they'll take some vision over the Baron area, right? Take that Scuttle Crab, applying some pressure and leaning up towards the top where Forge is. But I think the menu waves is gone.
Side lanes are in full effect. Both bottom lanes have now transitioned into mid lane. And we have Baron on the table, but it seems like a tall task at this point when both teams want to fight for it. I mean, hey, maybe they just do, but at this point, I feel like it's going to be a lot more cautious approach to the Baron because those are the kinds of moments that absolutely just flip the table and AL can run away with it.
Plus, I think a pivotal thing is that neither team has lost. Well, we've lost one tower for EDG, right? And other than that, all towers are up. It's very weird to be this late in the game and have so many structures alive. And I think it's very much limiting the aggression, right, from both sides. No one can push too deep because you're kind of blocked, you know, not indirectly by the dragon, right? If you push past it, very easy for the enemy to flank and also just retreat to their towers. So until we see those mid-tier ones cracked, it's going to be a bit difficult. And the thing is, the problem is it's very hard to do because both heralds are being used at this point. There's no like extra tool to really knock those down other than the Baron, and the Baron's quite difficult to secure themselves. So I like this move from EDG. They're moving down bot to sort of apply that pressure to the side lane. It is going to be responded to by AL, but AL, they're like, tower? There's also a Baron in the vicinity, so why don't we just head over that,
I see a lot of bodies in there, and I was hoping the camera wasn't going to pan over. They were doing it, but hey, they are, and a TP's now coming in from ZDZ. Flandre does have his in response, but the curtain call already dissuades a lot of the damage. Already down is the Baron, though. Xiaohao gets the smite. Now the fight afterwards, though. Mako goes in. You still got the Xiaohao on the engage there, and he's still fighting. Do they get the actual resets, though, is the biggest problem, because Xiaohao on the Zenith Blade command can't really get the re-engage, and EDG, they lose the Baron. They do take one life.
Yeah, like EDG commit bot to try and get the game rolling, right? Trade the towers, and it's like they just forget that the Baron is on the top side of the map. And then AL just take it. Yeah, why not, right? You have so many champions. Well, you have the Viego and the Aphelios, both extremely effective at cutting through the Barons. So it's just like the easiest pickup. But then they approach. Scout doesn't even go in. He's waiting for an opportunity. Doesn't find it. They trade 1-for-1 on the back end. And AL get away with Baron. They're now 3,500 in the lead. Next dragon spawning, but I don't think EDG are even going to contest this one. Really, AL just taking everything they want and more.
Yeah, I will say, though, some item spikes coming through does make EDG feel pretty confident in this one. They're moving into the pit here, trying to take the Scuttle Crab before AL can get there. But I think they realize, you know, without the priority already gained in mid, it's going to be harder to approach that. AL actually backing away from the pit just to keep the Baron priority up, because they know they can buy time.
Yeah, and it's such a pain to cut through this Baron wave for EDG. Viper doing his best in this situation. At the moment, it kind of begs the question, right? Viper looking very subdued on this Jhin. They opted not only to, well, they opted to leave the AD carries very, very late in terms of picking the Jhin, right? Let AL ban away a big spread. And it just feels like so far, Betty's been the one with the more impact. Right now, EDG scooping up mid. Ideally, they find a fight and get rid of these Baron buffs, but I feel like it's so hard, especially with Forge now with this Banshees blocking any potential engage from Scout or Mako.
Yeah, I will say, though, Betty, just on the crest of 3 items, is a terrifying prospect, right? He's definitely ahead of Viper at this point, and ZDZ now getting some free push in the bottom side, has a full double wave here of Baron minions, just taking the side lane tower.
Yeah, Heartbreak as well. Obviously, boosts the damage of your cannon and also your own damage to towers. Just deletes that now. Andre trying to answer near the side, but won't really find anything. And actually, despite the gold lead, I think the fact that EDG have 2 dragons is meaning they don't have objective bounties currently active. So even if they get that tower, it's not that big of a deal. And AL just continuing to push.
They're blowing this gold lead up. They still have 25 seconds on the Baron buff, and they're already at 5,000 ahead of EDG.
Yeah, I mean, they're finding so much momentum here. EDG, you know, they're kind of relying on Scout or Mako to find an engage, but it's just not opening up.
They're going to get an inhib tower here with ZDZ's getting the pressure on it. It falls. That's so many towers taken consecutively. Flandre started to back, stopped his back, now finished the back, and they're losing another inhib tower.
It's just crazy. We went from the point where AL had 1 tower and EG had none, and now there's 9 taken overall, but AL just picking up so many, right? 6 off the back of the Baron, basically. And at this point, right, AL have a substantial gold lead. All that standing gold cash in, 5,000 ahead. We're going to see them reset. Felios will no doubt have completed his item plus extras. Medjai is coming through for Forge. It's going to be some very strong champions on the side of AL. And EDG, you know, I praise this Gwen Xin Zhao combo. Very effective against the Jinx, right? Who wants to stand at max range, but Eddie seems pretty unperturbed by it. And on the whole, EDG are struggling to, like, execute. They want to be gap closing onto Betty, onto Forge. They want to lock them down, have Viper firing for the back, but it just hasn't been working so far.
I will say, though, I had a couple questions when seeing Viper go with the Jhin itself. But if you don't get that early lead, you don't have a presence on the map, right? You just feel like you don't exist. Like you don't do as much damage. By the time you get in a range to do damage, you're getting chased down by all the mobile champions that are filling League of Legends right now. And Viper has been trying to pull off the curtain calls, things along those lines, but it just has not been able to really change anything. And to see the difference of that, right? When we're seeing last game, he's on the Zeri, he's going for, he's literally taking 1v4s to the Jhin, where, as you were saying earlier, he's been kind of a ghost this game. It's such a difference, and it's such a crucial difference, because coming into today, it was the big focus. This bot lane, who will come out on top? You have world champions in Viper and Mako against Betty and Chocho. And right now, it seems like Betty is, at least in this series, better in the moment than Viper.
I say Betty, I mean, game 2, Viper looked on point, but I think that the champions available can make such a big difference, right? The fact that game 2, obviously, Viper had his hands on the Zeri, but here, Aphelios, as much as like we praise Jinx and Zeri, Aphelios is still something that's very frequently picked in the current meta. Jhin, really not so much, and as you said, not really having too much impact. I will say the one sort of thing I'm looking at on EDG is that Gwen, right? Flandre, level 16, highest in the game. 290 CS, again, highest in the game by a healthy margin, right? Has even a gold bounty, despite the fact his team is 5,000 gold behind, right? So that's who I'm looking for on the side of EDG. If Flandre gets in a fight, if he gets into a good position, he can kind of decimate, but it's a lot of F slot bots right now. AL getting some vision control around Baron as kind of a precursor of this dragon that's spawning in a minute, right? They don't want EDG to be able to sneak in here and secure the objective, but the real goal will be that dragon. It would be their third. A lot of stats afforded by these dragons they have so far, but obviously the goal is working towards that soul.
All about the soul, and 4 Hextech dragons in a row would be a huge bounty for AL, as Andre on Baron spawn, they started up.
Never mind, right? They don't care about dragon.
Forge caught out a bit here, though. Does have the spell shield from Banshee's Veil. Court and Call already used there to scout them out. Got it, I guess, and taking a lot of damage from the Lord Dom's Betty Felios there. Looks like EDG finally moving in, deciding this cannot happen in front of them as the Baron goes down. It's the re-engage, the showstopper out of the pit, and the focus from AL. Chocho is still alive. Meganar, and it's AL taking it to the world champions, but Viper is still alive. It doesn't matter. Betty is the carry. Forge is the carry, and EDG lose it again.
EDG are getting crushed in these fights. It's not even close. They don't find a way in. They try to focus the damage on a Chocho. It's a set. It just doesn't work. AL get the Baron. They've still got that Goldie. They've still got Betty up. Looking to try and get as much as they can. They will take the dragon on the back of this as well. And EDG reigning world champions on the cusp of being knocked down by AL.
Chocho, you better call that ultimate a game stopper at this point. JJ almost dies to Forge, but it has been so inherent that Chocho is the focus, at least early on in the fights for EDG, but that's not the way to go. And the fact that he's getting so many people caught in his CC, caught out of position, this showstopper, the fact that AL all turn onto the Baron, the communication in that moment is so key, and it is executed on perfectly.
Yeah, and they're set up perfectly. ZDZ had Meganar ready. He literally, it's Chocho lining them up, and then ZDZ gets the strike, slamming them into the wall. Yes, those two die, but it doesn't matter. They win the fight off the back of that play. 7,000 goldies. 3 dragons in pocket now. Soul would be in 4 minutes, but honestly, at this point, Iron's still in hand. EDG have to survive for the next 4 minutes more than anything.
Absolutely do. 16 stacks now, and Forge is Magi, and the entire team really just putting it on here. Hextech.
The Rabadons now as well.
Yeah. The Hex Drake is going to be huge as we get to the Soul, but it's inhibs right now that are threatened because of the Baron play for another minute of AL. So that means that, you know, they'll have time to reset before the Dragon get back on, get vision down, while having kept pressure on EDG the entire time.
I mean, they got more than enough time, but there will obviously, the Baron will time out and there'll be a bit of a relapse where EDG can try and move out. But right now, it's so threatening. And look at this, right? We're seeing this play on the bot side. Top wave just crashed with CDZ. Remember, he's got Hullbreaker. This tower's gone. Hullbreaker Triforce. You do see Flandre moving over to try and defend, but it's not going to be a fun time for him.
Yeah, we haven't gone up there just yet. Don't see the tower health on the map. as it's now ZDZ moving to mid, has almost the Mega Gnar. The inhib one auto attack away. Forge not want to step up, respecting EDG's engaged potential. Will now move there as EDG move to bot lane. The Hex Gates go for Flandre on the side. Chocho, Haymaker out. There's the Xiao Hao re-engage onto Flandre though, and Forge has found an Everfrost onto JJ. JJ's just dead, and Forge Spirit rushes out. Showstopper by Chocho. The world champions are going down. The ship is burning, and AL, have they just done it?
Yeah, base is in shambles. Still 5 members strong from AL to defend. No ultimate for Scout or Viper, but Flandre still has his. Let's see what they can do.
The pressure is on EDG. We're on the verge of locking in playoffs tonight, and AL want to thwart it, but EDG will be able to defend, and AL taking it easy, realizing they have the world champions right in their grasp. They don't need to rush it.
Yeah, don't need to overplay this one. The Baron minions pushing in will put a lot of pressure on EDG. And critically, 2 minutes until the next soul. We're going to replay of the fight. And ultimately, EDG are like, right, the enemy team have split up. Let's just go. Let's just engage, right? The problem is, they're not really able to find it cleanly. Flandre doesn't get to join in. The TP comes in from the Mega Gnar, right? Not even just a Mini Gnar. And then Forge flies in. The burst damage from this Ahri even charms the wrong direction. It doesn't matter. You have enough damage just to burst out. JJ in that scenario. 20 stacks on the Medjais now. 1:30 until that Dragon Soul. And my question again, what can EDG do, right? It really feels like Flandre has to just decimate, but he's struggling so much to find a way in.
We have the timers just about 20 seconds apart. 1:20 till the Hex Dragon spawns the Soul for AL. About 1:35 now for the Baron. So it's going to be very, very close. And unfortunately, EDG are going to have to kind of choose where they want to defend because their base is in shambles. The super minions are pouring in the mid and bot, and they're just stuck in a corner.
Yeah, and critically, Flandre went for a deep push bot to relieve some pressure, but it means it's only 4 members. Well, 5 now he's turned up, but initially allowed AL to get this inhibitor very low. They're going to try and apply some pressure here. Trying to get some autos in. EDG fishing for an engage.
AL just on the press. We said they didn't want to rush it, but they want to rush this inhib to free up the dragon. Feels like they could get the reset off, but actually the charm connects onto Mako, and he takes about half health there just on that trade, which means that AL moving in mid, have the super minions pushing in, and the 3rd inhib will fall. This is the death rattle for EDG. They've just lost all of their inhibs. Double super minions are going to be pouring in, and AL, all they have to do is put the finishing touches here.
Yeah, but they have a choice in this situation. They can either keep pushing or look for the dragon. Engage comes in.
EDG won it though. Big haymaker back, and Mako's already dead with a showstopper. Flandre's trying to do damage. Viper can't get the curtain call damage off. And 5 members strong are still alive. EDG are running for the hills. Mega Gnar ulti, and the world champions are falling down one by one. Xiao Hao is still no. Viper with the outplays here. He's got a double, a triple as well. And the defense, we said they didn't need to rush it, and they do, and it ends up falling.
They got impatient. Now Flandre's going to head over the dragon. I don't think Forge can contest him on it. He should be able to deny the soul. EDG managed to keep their hopes alive. Now Forge, if you land charm first,
it can be scary.
No way you can step up. You can try and steal it though. That's the critical thing. But if Flandre hops over that wall, he will kill you.
He definitely will. You gotta be really careful. Flandre actually playing it really safe. He's taking a decent amount of damage. I mean, this is a big dragon at this point, but still 2,000 health. He'll pull it out a little bit more. Forge using the Spirit Rush forward. Who's gonna get it? It's all down to it. It is the bounty secured by EDG, and they will hold on. We are tied 3-3 in dragons, but the base still in tatters for EDG.
Yeah, and the problem is Baron is alive, right? But we gotta look at the replay first. So critically, what happens here is Flandre just survives for so long, and he's what I was talking about, right? On this Gwen.
Exactly.
The engage comes in. It looks like it's going in favor of AL, but Flandre just goes completely untouched. They can't engage him in this position. They dive forwards with the ult, knock him in, but then this big ult connects on a Betty and Forge.
Yeah.
The damage from the Vex as well. The bouncing grenade comes in, manages to take out Betty, and then they clean up from there.
Back in live.
A huge amount, and now Baron up.
It's already down.
Triple inhibs down. It's so scary.
They literally can't do anything. EDG have to back away. They're just going to take their jungle scraps. And now you got Baron buff for 3 minutes on AL. Double super minions in every lane for another 1:15 seconds. This looks like AL pushing for the end, but this is what happened last time. They didn't have Baron buff. They didn't have as much going for them, but we'll see.
EDG lose against time, right? If you let the waves build up, you lose to the minions. So they will be fishing for an engage immediately. And look at AL's positioning. They know. So they are playing so far back, right? And if they're going to respawn in mid, that's definitely going to help a lot. But for now, EDG, a fight favors them if they can get it on their terms. AL just want to take the structures down. Use the Baron buff. Use the power that it offers.
Randuin's Omen completed for ZDZ as he TPs to the fight. They are looking at the inhib. Mako misses the Zenith Blade. Now the second inhib in the bottom lane is spawning, but ZDZ is starting to rack up the Mega Gnar. Forge getting engaged on. That's needlework used by Flandre. That just might mean a lot of the tools down, a lot of the AoE down in this situation for EDG as their health bars start to get chunked out. Another inhib will fall here. Top lane is pushing. The Baron buff minions are coming through. ZDZ goes Mega here and will be looking to push this top side as they still have Baron for so long. EDG just have to hold on.
Yeah, and the thing is, because the inhibitors respawn, there's a little bit of reprieve before most super minions come in.
Oh, Viper has to cleanse. He's already half health, but he's fine. He does have distance. He has the curtain call available. He'll pull it out as well. Decent damage now that he has the Lord Dom's completed. And JJ, he goes in, but Mako as well just dies outright. They do get the trade for Chocho, but this still feels like a favored fight for AL. Flandre have to dash away. It's just one tower, half health left, and it's the cannon minion that's doing the work.
Yeah, cannon minion hammering down on it. EDG feeling desperate, but AL not wanting to get caught out again.
Oh, there goes JJ. He goes, ZDZ goes golden though. Flandre going back in, having the needle work back. ZDZ almost has Mega Gnar, but that's a big catch out. Scout goes golden. Xiaohao is the first one. No, Heartbreaker back. It's golden all over the place. Can he get the resets though? No, he goes down. Now ZDZ and Betty. Betty is still the focus. Viper can't do anything to help his teammates. And Viper and Scout, the only ones left. Baron minions are everywhere. And Viper takes down ZDZ. This is the miracle play for EDG. Can they make it happen? Forge takes him down, and Betty focusing the Nexus. This could just be it. EDG on the cusp of losing to anyone's legend. That's it. That's the series. The EDG falls.
And you can see the excitement. They take down the reigning world champs. They're on the edge of trying to make playoffs, and AL get a critical win against EDG. It was tough. It was hard fought. They nearly botched it at the end, but AL managed to beat EDG. And I don't think that's anything anyone expected today.
Take a bow, you panda magnificent warriors. Absolute legends, whatever you want to call them. The fact that they just took down EDG in a neck-and-neck game number 3, I wouldn't want anything more than what just happened. The stories write themselves. The end of the season for the LPL is crazy. That is the definition of what we see unfold. I have no more words. This has been an incredible series and an incredible moment for anyone's legend.
And critical. And right, anyone's legend have a rough spree of matches coming up for them, right? We talked about it earlier on the show. They really need to be getting every win they can if they want to make playoffs from the current position where they are at 4-8. But it's like later this week, we'll see them go up against V5. Next week, we see them go up against top esports, right? It doesn't get easier from here, but they start off strong with this win against EDG. And man, we talked about it, right? We talked about the Betty win con. Absolute there. Like, don't get me wrong, it's there. But like, I don't think we really believed it until we saw it happening. And like, even after that game 1, which was great,
Excuse me. The man that put together a 50-foot Betty piece weeks ago isn't here to believe it. But get out of here, Ox. That man deserved that performance, man. Come on.
Dude, he for sure deserved it, but I didn't think they were going to be EDG. Did you think, honestly, coming in today, no. Did you think AL going to be EDG?
No, I will say, honestly,
and like this?
Not. And like this. That's the biggest thing. It doesn't matter if it's beating it. It's like this.
I mean, game 2, EDG came back hard, and then I really thought, right, we kind of joked about it. You know, you have the stompy game 1, stompy game 2, and then game 3 is a slugfest. But I really felt EDG had woken up after that game 2, but AL just came in strong in the game, finding the momentum early, getting Betty ahead, Forge as well in the RE. Not the best charms, I'll be honest, but critical when it matters, found the moments, and then even nearly throwing it at the end by overstaying a bit, right? But able to close it out. And I mean, the tension that must have been there. And like, I can't emphasize enough how important this is for AL. Yes, EDG have lost this. Yes, they can still make playoffs, absolutely. And chances are they probably will, right? Not for sure, especially playing like this, but AL, right? They needed every single win they can get. There are no series they can just afford to lose, because the more they lose, the more chances are they could end up getting missing out playoffs due to it not being in their hands, right? It's like WE, they lost one game in the series and they're out of playoffs. They didn't lose the whole series. So vitally important anyone's side can get as many wins as they can. And the fact that they took down EDG, right, in this manner, still, things look positive, right? There's hope. You said it at the start of the day. Tell me there's hope.
I think it's funny. This is just a little side point. We had like the full dragon takes for both teams in game 1 and 2, and then the last game we get 3 apiece and don't even get the soul. I feel like I didn't get to see the completion of this game, but we did, and we saw AL win. And I don't know if I've ever felt more justified putting such a big spotlight on the bottom lane, and the aggression, the solo plays, everything we saw. It was just a highlight montage, it felt like, for these bottom lanes.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I just find it mad that we had that game 2 from Viper absolutely popping off with the solo kills, the super aggression, and then game 3, Betty just solo kills them, and it's like, wow. Yeah, these AD carries stepping up, right? You know, I talked a lot about Jinx being that big carry that AD carries can just sort of pick and just, you know, carry. But this was really about more than that, right? We moved away from the Jinx after that game 1, and it was like individually stepping up, finding the moments to really carry. But wow, what a wild series. I did not expect that coming in. Even after that game 1, I don't think I really expected this to happen. And AL, what a rush. What a rush the players must be feeling after this situation.
You saw them all like shaking their hands, all smiles, laughing. Like, oh my gosh, the tension. It's incredible. And as you said, just such a good moment. But I do want to turn to EDG and look at some of the shortcomings, right? We said coming into this, they had a bumpy road. And it just comes down to execution in the end, which is not something I feel like I would ever say with this squad.
Yeah, I mean, this team was pretty good last year. I don't know, if you haven't followed too much.
If you ever heard of them or anything, I don't know.
Yeah, EDG won the World Championship, and then this series, it just felt like, game 2, they got a lead, and they were clinical with how they approached closing out that lead. But it felt like when they couldn't find a lead themselves, when the early plays weren't super successful, they really just flopped, right? This feels like such a volatile team. And sure, you could definitely argue that game 3, they held on for a while, but even though they stalled the game at the end, it still felt like they were in such a hole and they just couldn't win fights, right? A lot of their approaches, a lot of the fights like around Baron, they were just getting stomped. And I don't know, man, I feel like the expectation for this team is that, yes, if they get a lead, they're going to be able to run away with it. But I really didn't think that they would just flop when they were behind.
Well, hey, we will get to talk a little bit more about this crazy series that we just had. Let's go ahead and send it over to Wendy and Forge to hear a little bit of the breakdown.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and I'm standing by with Forge from AL. Congratulations on today's win, and my very first question is, for today's best of 3, you are going to face against EDG. So tell us more about the preparation made by the team before this build best of 3, and also for today's game, what's the focus or what's the key in order to get the win for this game? 那首先恭喜你们，恭喜 Forge 获得了比赛的胜利。第一个问题也想问到是，其实面对 EDG， 你们可能赛前有进行什么样的一个准备？那来到今天的 BO3， 你觉得可能你们比赛的过程当中的一些针对对面的一些重点会是什么呢？
面对 EDG， 我们准备的话，我们就要和他们打碰撞嘛，因为他们是去年的世界冠军嘛，然后我觉得他们运营其实很厉害嘛，我们就想要追求碰撞嘛，然后游戏中也是这样子的嘛，对。
So I think in facing EDG, we would like to have more skirmishes, more team fights in the actual game, because there was the last year's World Championship. They are super good at make the late game macro. So we would like to try to avoid making the macro with them. We would like have more skirmishes, more team fights to play more aggressively. And yeah, we can see this from today's game. And I want to talk a bit more about this champion Ari, because the winning rate of Ari in LPL is only around 30%. But your Ari really performed so good for today's game 3. So what makes your Ari so special? Tell us more. 那其实下个问题也想问一下关于阿离这个英雄，其实他在 LPL 的胜率只有30%左右，但是呢，你的阿离却表现得特别亮眼。那你觉得你的阿离可能比较特别的点是什么呢？
我觉得阿离这英雄强度我觉得挺好的，然后 我觉得玩好它的话，就找好自己的团队中的定位吧，然后站位吧，就这些。
I feels like Ari can be a very decent champion, a quite strong champion in this meta. If you would like to have a very good Ari play, you really need to have a very good position, to have a very good angle in the team fight in order to do all the damages. And for game 3, as you have just mentioned, you guys really seek so many opportunities to make the early game skirmishes from the very early games to build the to have a very good snowball in order to build the leads. So tell us more about the early game strategy went into game 3 from you guys. 那其实就像你所说的，好像第3局也确实前期有比较多的碰撞，而且通过很多波的一个团战拉扯，然后你们也是从前期就建立了很大的一些优势。所以说也想问一下，可能你们前期的一些思路是怎么样的呢？
前期的思路，因为我们第2把也是选了妖姬瞎子嘛，达到他们的维古斯和赵信，然后他们选择碰撞嘛，那我们觉得我们那个强度可能不够吧，那我们调整了一下自己的思路，然后继续在第3把追求和他们继续碰撞嘛，对。
So because in game 2 we have chosen Li Shi and LeBlanc this mid jungle, but after the loss of game 2 we feels like maybe the strength of this mid jungle is not enough. So we would like to have more aggressive draw the more aggressive combo, and we just seek more skirmishes in the early game to build the lead for us. And also I want to talk a bit more about the last scene of game 3. We feels like you guys really kite a lot around the opponent's inhibitor, because the opponent's team, they can have a very defensive draft, so it's a bit hard for you guys to just cleanly end up the game. So tell us more about the communication or the strategies made by you guys for the last scene in game 3. 那其实感觉到第3局的时候，最后你们是在对面的水晶附近有和他们持续的来进行拉扯，其实他们也是可能防守性也比较好的一个阵容，所以说比较难就是立刻结束游戏。所以说你们当时是一波波的推进是怎么来处理，有什么样的沟通呢？
当时我觉得那个情况下，我们应该是已经会要必胜了嘛，我们就追求比较稳健嘛，然后就运营的比较稳健吧，对，就不想出什么意外，然后我们就运营的很稳健，然后赢下了比赛。
To be honest, we feels like around there we are almost able to get the win, but we just would like to avoid all the mistakes. We would like to use the macro to have a very safe victory. So from there, that's the strategy made by the team around the last scene, and definitely is a very gorgeous best of 3. Congratulations again. 那再次的恭喜你们，也希望接下来比赛都能加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
拜拜。
I love hearing from Wendy and getting the interview. Oh, man. I'm at a loss for words just because I'm so happy for the AL players. I mean, this doesn't mean all that much in the grand scheme of things, right? Like, they still need to make... Okay, be real, though. Be real. Like, they still have to win every single series from here on out. They can't, like, really even lose games to some extent.
This is the
start.
Right?
Exactly. See, synergy on point to wrap up the day, by the way. I did get word that we have MVP ready to go, and I believe it was the 50-foot tall Benny, all right? I have 91.7% KP, 31.7% damage. The guy was a carry machine today.
Yeah, and honestly, I was kind of saying that a lot of teams can just carry if they get Jinx on their hands. I feel like Eddie can just carry, period, right? He is the insurance for this team. If you get ahead, he will carry you through the late game. And it felt like he delivered on that again. And I really feel like Betty is having such a strong season so far, despite the fact his team, right, 5-8, even after this win, 5-8 in terms of series, and still it feels like Betty has just been on form.
Really has. And honestly, I said at the beginning of the day, right, that this has been the glow up year for Betty. This has been his best performing year, I feel like, for this player, and he backs it up tonight against Viper and Mako. I will say, like, Chocho himself, I say a lot about, like, enabling playstyles, but both of them playing their own playstyles at the same time is what's working for AL. You have Chocho just going in for these crazy engagements and finding his own style on the set, which fits him perfectly. And Betty's going in with the solo kills, going in with the Gale Forces, finding the engages, but then also positioning perfectly in fights. And when it comes together in the late game, it just seems very hard to deal with.
And, I'm just going to say, maybe sort of a little bit influenced by the fact that, you know, that we obviously just saw game 3 where Chocho was exceptional, but it felt like 80 carries, both Betty and Viper really tried the hardest, but Chocho gapped Mako. I'm just going to say it really felt like Chocho was just on another level in comparison, and it's surprising, right? World Championship team not that long ago, and they really have struggled. And you can definitely make some comments about the fact that they've been switching out the top laner, but I don't think switching out your top laner makes that much of a difference. Like, and again, they had Flandre back on the lineup. It just felt like very messy. You know, it very much came down to, do we win the early skirmishes? We did. Cool. Let's close out the game. Or did we not lose the early skirmishes? Okay, well, guess we go next. But there's only 3 games of the series. Can't go next on this 3rd one. And yeah, I think there's a sort of lot to be said. I think Viper was still really trying his hardest, even on that game 3. But game 2 in particular, that Zeri performance was so 1v9. But, you know, it's just perplexing a little bit for EDG. It feels like they're very lost at times. And particularly, you know, I remember that game 1 when they were just giving over all those objectives in a row, when they had the Hekramari and they never, like, utilized it, right? They just kind of let AL do what they want. That's, you know, some of those things really surprised me.
It's, gosh, this whole series is surprising. I just want to say thank you to the LPL gods, mainly the schedulers for the schedule here, because I got to come in and take over today.
Shout out birthday boy Munchables
birthday
and
boy
Lyric for
Munchables.
putting this on this.
Because this was a banger. I couldn't have asked for anything better. In fact, we got to go to 6 games. The fact that it got to be so intense and, you know, letting the newbies in on a full night is always a fun one. But let's take a trip down memory lane a little bit, because we had some fun games today, and we went the distance. We got all 6 games, and
it feels,
you know, what do you feel?
It feels eons away, by the way, our first series. It feels like we've gone on a journey.
It's been an entire other day at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this second series, right, was just so much series. I feel like it took up so much space. But yeah, for those of you who weren't there for it, or missed it, or forgot it because it was a while ago, we obviously had our first series of the day, which was FPX against WE, where we saw, you know, I feel like we've just had so many situations today where it's been super hard to call, super close.
Yeah. It really was. I mean, I remember you messaging me in between series, right? And be like, man, that first game took a lot out of us, because it was mentally taxing. But to see it go the distance and the way it did, and especially, you know, FPX shoring things up, is good, right? Seeing them take the 2-1 victory in the way they did, seeing Clid come together with Care, getting to hear from Care, it was a fun one. So I do want to go ahead and bring up those results just so we have it on paper to show everyone the 2-1s that we had across the board. So FPX in that first one, 2-1 over Team WE, who still sit at 1-11, as they are now officially eliminated from the playoffs after losing the second game of the series. AL taking it the distance, taking it all the way against the world champions at EDG, handing them their 5th loss. Now we get the updated bracket. Nobody locking in tonight. It is still just Weibo, B5, and RNG.
Yeah, the only thing we got was WE locked out of playoffs. But EDG, they could have had the nice little green background, right? That's what they were going for. And instead, they're down with the regular teams, unable to lock in.
The regular
and AL,
teams.
right? AL 12th place, right? They're still miles away, right? The game difference compared to FPX is significant. They still need to gain a lot of wins to sort of catch up, but there's hope, right? There's still potential. They're still climbing up. And the thing is, right, you know, they still have 3 more series left. If they can get to the point where they're 8-8, there's no guarantee that 8-8 will get them in to the top 10, but I think it'll give them a decent shot. So definitely still alive. And tomorrow, oh my lord.
Week 8 delivers, man. Week 8 literally is a delivery service of action to your face hole. Like JDG versus LNG, JDG having come off some incredible performances, but LNG having slouched just like EDG. V5 coming against BLG. Oh my god. It's so good. It's so good. That's all I'm saying.
These series are so important as well, right? I mean, BLG and JDG aren't actually super safe in terms of playoff contention, right? The 7th and 8th currently with 7-5 scoreline. They actually kind of need these wins, and LNG will have the opportunity to lock in playoffs themselves. V5, it's all about that race for first. Currently, they are neck and neck with Weibo, but head-to-head is in favor of Weibo, so they need to gain ground on them.
Gotta gain ground somehow as we start to close out the season. It is terrifying that we are under 2 weeks away from the end of the regular split for the season. Ox, it's been an absolute honor and a pleasure to be alongside you for this series, and it was a ton of fun getting to cast with you again. Thank you to the schedulers of the LPL gods for letting this happen. And audience, thank you for sticking with us for 6 full games of ridiculous back and forth LPL action. It's been an incredible time. It's been a fun one. But until next time on Summoner's Rift, we'll see you then.